It's all alright. My heart dives into the deepest. I found the ground. It was enough just for a second. I thought I should go far away, find a little love on the way, stay just for a day. I'll keep on looking around beyond the wall. I hear the call. I hear it strong, loud, telling me to come and go. While letting go all the wrong, right? This is where I belong. Beyond the wall. I'm fine, so fine, longing for days of surrender. They said I might, wasn't enough. Then for a second I thought I should go far away, find a little love on the way, stay just for a day. I'll keep on looking around beyond the wall. I hear the call. I hear it strong, loud, telling me to come and go. While letting go all the wrongs, right? This is where I belong. Beyond the wall. I hear the call. I hear it strong, loud, go wild, wrongs, right, where I belong.
See, it's only lately when you try to play me, and you twist my words with a poison heart, but it drives me crazy. But the times are changing, all the times I gave in. When you broke my world, you told me that's me your payment. You're now under my control. With my chains I own you. Do the things I told you. You are now under my control. I'm a puppeteer. You are now under my control. I'm a puppeteer. You are now under my control. I got you sleeping with the lights on, so come and tell me where your mind's gone. I bet you're falling, falling. I got you crawling, crawling. I see you break down, lay down. I'm in your brain now, stay down. And if I'm playing with your head again, then I'm the one with the medicine. You're now under my stay silent, all too broken to say that for you there'll be no more place besides me to touch me is erased. Painting a picture with all your lies, you know, I know there's someone else by your side. I'm too tired to be defending your mistakes. All the boundaries you were willing to stake, thinking I would wait for you to change. How could you, how could you, how could you break the promises when we never ever destroyed the other like you did? How could you, how could you, how could you keep on telling me you love me, you love me, you love me not? You love to lie to me. Don't know why or how I lost my outlines. Guess by thinking that yours were mine, by melting into something I never should have done. Oh, but I will find my way back to me. Was never truly yours to keep. How could you, how could you, how could you break the promises when we never ever destroyed the other like you did? How could you, how could you, how could you keep on telling me you love me, you love me, you love me not? You love to lie to me. Love to lie to me. Oh, you love to lie to me. Love to lie to me.
Check, 1, 2, 3. I have an announcement to make. I'm busting out of my shell, bet you can tell. Turn the page and ain't cliche, a little crazy off the rails. This is all me, I'm a wild, I'm a free. Souping up the wheels right out of the gate, I'm a going all the way. This is how I roll. Watch me, here I go. Watch me. Ready for the show. Watch me, here I go. So bring that strut, 'cause now I'm gonna stand out, stand out. They start struck, yeah, it's my time to stand out, stand out. Go, do it like the stars do it, ain't no messing around. Posing in the bright lights, yeah, go to town. I'ma tell you what's up, 'cause now I'm gonna stand out, stand out. La 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 la, stand out. La 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 la, I'ma stand out. La 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 la, stand out. La 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 la, I'ma stand out. I see you wiggle your head around, might break your neck, but I bring the wow. Factor in the suit of smile, I know you stick around a while. Don't need the fluorescent traffic lights when I got the light for the right side. Let it out, let it ride. Now I'm floating to the sky. Stand out. I'ma stand out. Stand out. So bring that strut, 'cause now I'm gonna stand out, stand out. They start struck, yeah, it's my time to stand out, stand out. Do
Hey there, come with me, gotta drum up some explosions. Shake it out, bounce on repeat. Running through the streets, now let's set it all in motion. Light the fire, turn up the heat. Everything sounds good. Jump right in, you know you should. Everything sounds good. Let's do it. No more waiting, let's just go. Pumping up your pulse, yeah, I wanna do it all. Let's flip a coin, we're down and then up. Dancing on the walls, yeah, I wanna do it all. Just mess around, I like to keep it intense. Shoot up to the skies and do it again. No more waiting, let's just go. Pumping up your pulse, yeah, I wanna do it all. This is how we roll, if it's hot, we keep it going. Next up, we zigzag the line. Pictures on my phone, breaking hearts and then we glue them. Drop hits, you know I'll be fine. Everything sounds good. Jump right in, you know you should. Everything sounds good. Let's do it. I wanna do it. I wanna do it all. I wanna do it all. So what you waiting for? Let's break down the door. No, I won't wait no more. Let's do it. No more waiting, let's just go. Pumping up your pulse, yeah, I wanna do it all. Let's flip a coin, we're down and then up. Dancing on the walls, yeah, I wanna do it all. Just mess around, I like to keep it intense. Shoot to the skies and do it again. No more waiting.
And the LCK is the House of Legends, and we are honored to welcome you to our home here in Gyeongju for the Woori Bank 2024 LCK Summer Grand Finals. Welcome everyone. Degon here in the space on the road alongside Ox and Wadid to break down the Grand Finals between Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G. Gentlemen, we've made it.
We have, and a different matchup for the first time in a long time. Another team will go up against Gen G in the finals and try and take them down.
New storylines, new challenger, so I'm expecting a new result from these finals as well.
All right, well, let's take a look at how we got here with the bracket, as it has been a long journey. D+ and T1 were able to work their way on into matchups against Gen G and Hanwha Life, but fell to them, and we had this matchup in the upper bracket round 3 match where Gen G took it 3-1. Then yesterday, at the Gyeongju Indoor Stadium, Hanwha Life Esports took down T1 to stop the history that has been made over the last 2 years. It is not a Gen G and T1 final. Hanwha Life Esports looking to upset one of the best teams in the world.
And I think based on form through the regular season, this is definitely the expected matchup. These two teams have firmly been at the top 2 when we've looked at performance, when we've looked at the standings for most of the season. But there's still that worry that T1 might be able to ramp up towards the end, as they have a tendency to do. But Hanwha Life Esports would not let that happen.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Hanwha Life Esports is only team that maybe can break down the Gen G esports in the scene. So I feel like they have higher chance because we saw a lot of insane performance from team.
Yeah, and as you take a look at our graphic here, over the last several years, it has been T1 and Gen G non-stop in the finals. And, you know, you might have been wondering, what is this character that we have here? Well, this is the Chomsong-i, which is representative of the Chomsong-dae, which is the oldest astronomical observatory in Asia. And you don't need an observatory to see all the stars on display here, because we have so many players that have played in the finals or world finals here in our matchup in Gyeongju. As we take a look at some of the milestones that have been made by Gen G in their record-breaking summer season this 2024. The longest match win streak, the longest game win streak, the longest game win streak in a single split, the first ever undefeated LCK round record, and the highest win-loss record in LCK regular season, because there were so many 2-0s.
And I think it's clear to everyone that Gen G have been super dominant this season, have looked really good, but seeing all those records together kind of highlights how much of a sort of record-breaking dominant split this has been for this team.
Yeah, and also it's really impressive to see like Golden Gen G in Golden City Gyeongju, because maybe they can continue the dominance in this year.
Yeah, it is quite possible, and this team has been so good. But on the other side, history also in the making, as we had the last remaining Tiger from Rox Tigers. It's Peanut, back at his home organization, now renamed as Hanwha Life Esports, taking on Tiger Nation 8 years later since the last time he was in the finals.
Such a long time, also such a long gap for this organization. The first time they've been in the finals since the rebrand, since the new name, and the fact that Peanut is with the roster again to bring them to the finals, it's something special.
I mean, even though he's not a guy who stays in a team for a long time, he always changes the team. But I feel like Rox Peanut is one of the like memorable Peanut that we actually remember. And also, if Peanut wins these finals, it will be LCK with Rox Tigers. He had the champion with Rox Tigers 8 years ago. So the legacy continues with Hanwha Life Esports right now.
Absolutely, but standing in their way, the most dominant team in the world in Gen G. As we take a look at their accolades throughout all of LCK and Worlds events, you've got champions all the way down. The numbers to remember, 1, 4, 4, 3, 2. That's how many LCK titles these guys have.
And I feel like when looking at a graphic like this, it's easy to take for granted LCK titles, but think how long Keen fought and performed at a high level before he finally got his. And the fact we have players like Pays, so new, already has 3 in the bag. Just the spread of titles between these players is really something crazy.
And look at it. Look at Zeka right now. It's so cool. But it's gonna be like ruined or fill up with another insane record here.
That's right. Again, 6 titles here for Peanut, 3 for Doran, and so many that have came through this Gen G organization. Of course, we have 3 members that were a part of the original Gen G roster that won it back in 2022, and now looking to run it back again in 2023, and now looking to try and do it now as part of Hanwha Life Esports.
And even with really successful rosters, people will often ask, okay, who's the most important member? Would this player be as successful if they weren't playing with Chovy, if they weren't on the team with such strong carries? And the answer we very clearly got from this summer is that all 5 members of this Gen G roster in their own right were just phenomenal players. They've split the roster in half. Both teams, obviously Gen G being more successful, but Hanwha Life Esports now looking to challenge them. And it's no surprise that that year was so good for them domestically.
Yeah, it's not about team versus team. It's also challenging for themselves, for the players. So I feel like it's gonna be really interesting match today.
Yeah, you know what I loved? I loved the first time they picked it up in the spring in 2023. They're like, yeah, we did it. It wasn't a fluke in 2022.
Yeah.
And then in 2023 summer, they're like, yeah, this is the standard that we've set, and the players in the Gen G roster have continued that legacy so far, that standard. As we take a look at the players that will be partaking in this one, it has been one-sided here. 20 matches, 19-1.
You know what this says to me?
What does it say to you, Ox?
Hanwha Life are just due for a win, right? No one beats Hanwha Life 20 times in a row. It's so overdue. They're ready. They're ready to take another win.
I mean, technically, this is the first time they are meeting each other in the finals. So, I mean, I want to see it like different, I think playoffs and finals is just completely different match. So, I think it will be different result as well.
Yeah, 4 best-of-5s since we showed that graphic, which was back in 2021. Only 3 game wins so far by Hanwha Life Esports. We take a look at their matchup in the upper bracket round 3 earlier in this playoffs. Started off well for Hanwha Life Esports. Came out nice, but then the power and the draft flexibility from Gen G surprised Hanwha Life Esports, and they closed it out 3-1.
Yeah, and honestly, HLE put up a really good performance starting off in this series, but it felt like they kind of lost momentum as it went on. I think a big piece for them has been Zek on the Smolders really allowed him to just constantly be a threat in the later stages of the game, and HLE have done a good job playing around that, but then Gen G just decided to deny it from there on out, and they could no longer lean on him having that late game potential. They put pays on things like the Callista so he could be super dominant in lane, the Renata great into the Lights champion pool. I think some of the ideas HLE had in some of these drafts later in the game, this one in particular in Game 3, were lacking. So, Gen G, we always know they're going to perform at a very consistent level. HLE need to step up from what we saw here if they're going to be able to challenge again.
And also, when you think about the playstyle from both teams, I feel like they're kind of having a similar playstyle because they highly relying on the pressure from the lane, and also they have really good structure. The fundamentals that they have is not even comparable towards any other LCK teams, but I feel like it's really just how connected well as a jungler, support, and mid laner, because it's the meta, Maybe bot lane, you don't need to take care about that much, but you just need to take care about mid lane a lot, so you can have mid pressure into the vision, into the objective, into the team fight. The setup and fundamental will be the key in this series.
And I think a big thing Peanut's been so good at that we saw yesterday was him reacting to how the lane states were and adapting based on that. We saw a bad trade in the bot lane where Carrier made a mistake, immediately punished. We saw Peanut change his pathing. The problem is Gen G really don't make many mistakes, so it is harder to find those windows to expose.
One of the things I love about this graphic here, the one win that Hanwha Life got was on the red side, and we've seen how much priority there's been throughout playoffs on blue side. But the key to that was Smolder, it gets taken away, and then all of a sudden Hanwha Life didn't quite have too many answers.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we could see that like Smolder was high prior from Hanwha Life Esports, but also the blue side was really strong because you have to ban a lot of champs. Like you need to ban Rumble, maybe you have to ban Ziggs if you cannot play against it. But the interesting thing is that Viper is one of the players that who wants to play against Ziggs. he showed up Jin, and also he played Kaisa into it. So I'm wondering if he's gonna play against Paige Ziggs this time around as well.
Yeah, I think it's one of these things where even though, you know, we're very late in the season, right at the end of playoffs, you're still seeing the drafts evolve. Like the MF priority that was there, not really seeing anymore. We're now seeing Jin into Ziggs. So teams are still adapting this late in the game. And I think HLE are definitely the team going into this. You need to think, how can we change things up from that previous series?
All right, well, that was the previous series. Let's dive into the points of the match for this series, the Grand Finals. And we want to start in the jungle. 4 POGs out of 7 playoff victories, 2 yesterday for Peanut. And you saw after that victory, he had a little glimmer in his eye. He knew what he accomplished. He's going to Worlds, but now an opportunity for revenge against the rest of Gen G and Canyon, the man that replaced him.
I think Canyon has suited the champion pool that we've had this summer with all the AP picks so well, but we've seen a little bit of a move away from that. But it's still 2 players who can absolutely make a massive impact. I feel like Peanut has so much been about facilitating his lanes, setting them up. Canyon has often been a carry in his own right, but when things like the Maokai, the Skarner are available, he will perform the role the team needs.
And yeah, if Peanut wins today, it will be the first jungler who gets 7th title in LCK. So there's a lot of things that hold on these finals. And yeah, I mean, as I said, they are having similar playstyle. They are just highly proactive on the laning status as well. And they're really good at just planning games and like just pull the trigger, you know? So I feel like it really depends on draft as well, because last time they really struggled on Canyon's Maokai. So I feel like this time around, they need to have a better plan against Genji if you are Hanalife Esports side.
Yeah, and if he's able to do it, it'll be 7 titles in 10 finals appearances. But he's got to do it against Canyon, who is 100% in finals win rate. When he makes it to finals, he gets the job done. Now let's move on down over to the mid lane where the superstars reside. It is the Church of Chovy, aiming to be the first ever pentapeat, 5 in a row for Chovy against Zeka, who has that world title, but still looking for his first ever LCK title.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we've seen Chovy. I feel like he's been less talked about this this split compared to Spring. In Spring, he was dominating games, completely taking over. He is still insanely good, but it's just, you know, the expectation is Chovy's on top. We've talked a lot about Paze, a lot about Canyon. He is still putting out those solid performances game in, game out, and you have to be on your A game just to match him. If you don't, you'll just get shut out the game. I do think Zeka has been putting up better and better performances, and the meta has suited him. You know, we've seen him on the Yone, the AD mids have always been good for him, but he really needs to be on point if he's going to be able to match up to Chovy.
Yeah, I mean, I will normally say Chovy is so much better than Zeka, but I mean, we saw it yesterday, right? Zeka was just so consistent and steady against Faker, and I mean, that's the reason why they can have like so easier draft as well, because he can play Smolder, he can play AD carries, he can play Yone as well. Like so many champion pools going on, but I feel like Chovy still has some pocket picks. Yeah, I mean, it was Garen, but this time around, I think he has another one.
And it's not just play a bunch of different champions, it's play him at an elite level, at the best level.
Yeah.
And he got to hide a lot of that during the regular season. 15 games of Corki, 14-1 for him. As we take a look at the head-to-head between these two guys, it has been pretty one-sided, I would say, as there's only one, and it's the big one. But again, the only one that Zeka's had, and this is what fans of Zeka have been waiting for. When will he get back to that playoff, or that Worlds run form, where it was the greatest month in League of Legends of his life, but it hasn't been there yet, and he's getting closer.
And I mean, you know what? Like, if I'm Chovy, I will not be happy seeing this match record, you know? So, I mean, I feel like Chovy is gonna like go 100% on him right now.
You know what, if I'm Zeka, I'm thinking, I'm feeling pretty due right now, you know?
Okay. Well, due up next is the bot lane, as we've got 2 of the best to do it in Viper and Paze. You know that fact I threw out earlier for Canyon, and 100% win rate in finals? Well, same thing for Paze, and that's his career. All he's done is win in finals, 3 in a row, going for 4 since he's been brought up to the roster.
And I think Paze has just had such a phenomenal season. It feels like he is more and more growing as a player and becoming this carry who is able to put in consistent performances, but also have those big moments where he steps up to the plate. He's like, I'm taking the game in my hands. We are winning from here. And the growth that he's continuing to have, it's easy to forget how young the player is. He's very recently come to the LCK. He's had more titles than a lot of players will see in their entire career, and it feels like he still has so much room to keep growing.
I mean, most impressive thing from Paze is that he's not getting a lot of resources from the team. When you actually watch Genji's game, like Lee Hans is kind of free to like walk around the map, and Pace is just randomly fed. I mean, they're not putting any resources, any like power on the lane, but just Pace is being Pace. Yeah, he's being just so consistent and really good, being on just good side. So I mean, he's just a guy who doesn't need any resources, but just fed at some point, you know.
He just finds the window, finds the moment, and I feel like Viper's had a return to form in playoffs. When Ezreal was really strong, he was popping off on that. As the meta shifted a bit, it felt like he wasn't really having those big impact games as much. But he has come back to form in terms of playoffs. Obviously, the stats are, it's hard to compare to Paze, but he has been putting in the numbers. But Paze, some of these are just a little ridiculous. 908 DPM, 21 KDA. Yeah, just a bit extreme.
I mean, even though we didn't spotlight Viper yesterday, he played really well against Ziggs especially. And also, Paige is gonna high prior Ziggs most likely for today. So it's gonna be really interesting if like Paige is gonna challenge with another champion, or Viper is gonna willing to play against Ziggs right now.
Right, and we take a deeper dive into Paze because his form last split compared to this split, so different. We're thinking, hey, maybe Paze, this bot lane might not be the strength of it. Man, things turned right on its head for the summer split.
Yeah, and I mean, part of this is going to be how dominant things were for Gen G, but I also think if you compare his performance in spring, he was the weak point of the team. It felt like Paze's laning, even going into the playoffs, was a bit of a problem point. It's why it was such a struggle to win for Gen G when it went to 5 games in the finals. I feel like the difference between now, he feels like a strong point of the roster. He's constantly a driving force in these games, and when he does get his own resources, he's able to take over.
I mean, he's always with the team. He's always on the same page with the team. So that's why we're not seeing Pace getting caught on the side, getting caught on the mid lane randomly. He's just always with the team. But as I said, he doesn't need any resources. He's just being good, you know.
Well, one of the ways that we dictate where the resources go are the coaches, and we have their interview standing by right now. Let's send it on over to the coaches' interview.
우리은행과 함께하는 2024 LCK 서머 그랜드 파이널, 오늘 경기를 앞둔 양 팀의 감독님들 만나서 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 먼저 소개 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 젠지 감독님부터 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지 감독 김정수입니다.
안녕하세요. 한화생명 e스포츠 감독 최인규입니다.
네, 바로 어제 경기에서 한화생명이 승리를 거두면서 젠지와 한화생명의 결승전이 성사됐습니다. 서로를 만난 소감이 어떠신지 궁금한데요. 김정수 감독님부터 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 어제 경기 보면서 한화생명이 너무 강하다고 생각했고, 바로 직전에 만났을 때도 저희가 이겼지만 저희도 긴장하면서 했거든요. 그래서 경기력이 좋은 한화생명이 올라올 거라 생각했고, 오늘 조금 긴장되네요.
네, 최인규 감독님 어떠신가요?
네, 저희가 젠지랑 3라운드에서 만나서 패배를 했기 때문에 꼭 복수를 하고 싶었는데 이렇게 또 큰 무대에서 만날 수 있게 되어서 재밌는 경기 펼칠 수 있을 것 같습니다.
네, 한화생명 같은 경우에는 어제 이어서 오늘 또다시 경기를 치르게 됩니다. 선수단 컨디션은 어떤가요?
사실 좀 어제 경기 하느라 또 진도 빠지고 해서 좀 지치고 그런 것도 있었지만 그래도 결승전 무대를 준비할 수 있어서 더 힘내고 재밌게 준비했던 것 같습니다.
네, 반면에 젠지는 8일 만에 경기를 치르게 되는데요. 대회 감각 어떻게 유지하셨을지 궁금합니다.
8일 만에 경기를 치르느라 약간 감각이 떨어져 있는데, 그래도 계속 솔랭하고 스크림하면서 그래도 경기 보고 최대한 잘 준비하려고 노력했습니다.
네, 그렇다면 오늘 펼쳐질 결승전 가장 핵심이 되는 라인 어디라고 보시는지 궁금합니다. 김정수 감독님.
일단 가장 중요한 건 미드라인인데 그래도 전 라인 다 중요하다고 생각합니다.
네, 한화생명의 생각은 어떨까요?
저도 마찬가지로 5명 모두가 중요하지만 미드 라인이 좀 더 중요하다고 생각하고 있습니다.
네, 말씀하셨듯이 승자조 경기에서 한번 만난 적이 있는 젠지와 한화생명입니다. 그 당시에는 젠지가 3대1 승리를 거뒀었는데요. 오늘은 몇 대 몇 스코어 예상하시는지 들어보겠습니다. 젠지부터 부탁드립니다.
스코어 생각보다는 그냥 이긴다는 각오로 임하겠습니다.
네, 한화생명의 생각은 어떨까요?
결승전이니까 아무래도 3대1 아니면 3대2 예상하고 있습니다.
네, 그럼 마지막으로 결승전에 임하는 각오 들어보겠습니다. 김정수 감독님 부탁드립니다.
저희 선수단이 지금까지 되게 좋은 성적으로 여기까지 왔는데 꼭 마무리 잘해서 팬분들 기쁘게 해드리고 싶고, 저희도 최선을 다해서 꼭 우승하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
최인규 감독님
저희도
부탁드립니다.
선수단 열심히 준비한 만큼 꼭 좋은 경기력으로 보답드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
양팀 모두 최선을 다해서 멋진 경기를 보여주시기를 바라면서 김정수 감독님, 최인규 감독님과의 인터뷰 여기서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.
Great to hear from the coaches, and a unique little wrinkle. Again, teams stop scrimming because, you know, their season is done. You got to look to solo queue. Gen G have had to find a way to stay sharp here, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Gen G haven't really been challenged, I mean, other than the KT series, so it is hard to, we've seen a lot of teams before have undefeated streaks and then kind of falter because they haven't had to improve. I feel like Gen G still know that, you know, this dominance can be temporary if you don't keep pushing yourselves.
All right, well, it's prediction time, y'all, as we are getting closer and closer to the finals. So I'll start with the main man right here in the middle, and that smile looks devious. I think you had a phrase that you're using a little bit here. What is going on, Ox?
They're due a win, right? I mean, I think the last series, obviously, I think this is going to be an upset if Home Life Esports wins, obviously, but I think the last time they matched up, HLE had some issues with the draft. I'm hoping they learned from that. They looked a lot better yesterday, and it feels like they're growing from that defeat, and I think they have the tools to win. Whether they do is another question, but I'm really hoping it happens. We finally have a different finals matchup. I'm hoping we get a different finals winner to shake things up.
We did.
I mean, even though I said like Hana Life Esports showed a really great performance yesterday, I still think Gen G didn't unleash their real power, real chaos on the mid lane still. So I feel like Gen G is gonna kind of stomp them, but I wish it's gonna be like interesting match, but I still believe in Gen G a lot here.
What do you think of his prediction of Han Walai? That has to be.
I mean, it can happen because I got shocked by yesterday performance as well. So I mean, it can be like go 50-50, but I mean, I'm Gen G guys. So no man, Gen G is so strong, guys.
That's what I think too, and that's what my prediction is. I've got Gen G taking this one and solidifying their place as the #1 seed in Worlds for Korea and the #1 team in the world.
Hey, Digon, in the global predictions, what position were you at the end of the season?
I was hopeful. I voted with my heart.
Yeah.
I learned yesterday, y'all. I voted for T1 because I was like, T1 has some magic. There's the T1 magic thing. And so now I'll vote with my brain. Gen G is the best team in the world.
I'm feeling a bit hopeful right now, but they're due.
Oh, so you're feeling like me? That's probably not good when it comes to predictions, as we are just a minute and 30 away. Some unique facts here about this finals. This is the first non-T1 Gen G or D+ combination, some sort of combination of that, since DRX 2020, whose mid laner was who?
Zeka.
No, it was Chovy. It was Chovy. It was Doran, Pyoshik, Chovy, Deft, and Keria on that roster. So first time since 2020 where it is an organization that isn't that. Also, time to bring it up. A step towards the golden road. Again, you won spring, you won MSI, you got to take care of things domestically, and then you move towards your focus towards Worlds. And lastly, this is the LCK curse. The first time, I can't believe this has never happened. A team has never won if all their players were voted All-Pro here in the LCK. If they were first team All-Pro, the whole roster, they have never won. So Gen G's got to shake a little bit of history there, what did?
I mean, is Ox curse is gonna stronger or LCK curse is gonna get stronger? Right?
Ox, final thoughts?
I'm hoping on the kiss, you know? I'm hoping it's gonna come in clutch for me. I see the little silence there, like, the little devious.
All right, hey, look, that Hanwha Life Esports playoff series against Gen G earlier was close in terms of macro, but now it's time to put up or shut up here in the finals. At the beginning of every season, everyone dreams, everyone hopes that you can become a champion, and it requires the stars to align. And here in Gyeongju, that is what both these teams are hoping for. The 2024 LCK Summer Grand Final starts right now.
하우스 오브 레전드, 우리은행과 함께하는 2024 LCK 서머 그랜드 파이널, 이곳 천년의 고도 경주에서 또 다른 역사를 써내려가고자 하는 LCK의 별들이 오늘 밤하늘을 아름답게 수놓을 것입니다. 먼저 이 결승 무대를 위해 8년을 기다린 팀이 있습니다. 즉 지난 7년 동안 결승 무대에 못 왔다는 거죠. 사실 저도 여러 번 결승을 위해 이 팀명 샤우팅 연습 열심히 했습니다. 한화생명, 한화생명. 하지만 단 한 번도 못 써먹었습니다. 그런데 결국 이들은 오렌지 전차의 완성을 통해 스스로를 증명했고 오늘 또 하나의 별이 되기 위해 당당히 이 무대 위에 오릅니다. 이제 한화생명 유니폼을 입고 다시 한번 우승에 도전하는 피넛 도란 딜라이트, 월드 챔피언 제카 바이퍼의 첫 SK 우승까지 젠지의 펜타핏 쌍포백 꾸러라 한화생명. 명실상부 현존 최강팀으로 자리매김하며 LCK를 황금 별빛으로 물들인 이들을 소개합니다. 역대 최고의 퍼포먼스, 그 누구도 넘볼 수 없는 기록을 만듭니다. LCK 정규 시즌 최다 득실차 플러스 32, 최초 라운드 전승 실점 제로, 거기에 최다 세트 연승 20, 최다 매치 연승 29, 연속 우승의 수 4, LCK 최초 버핏이라는 유일무이한 기록까지 뭐가 이렇게 많아. 하우스 오브 레전드의 진정한 레전드, 펜타핏에 도전할 수 있는 유일한 LCK 팀, 그리고 골든 로드에 도전할 수 있는 전 세계 단 한 팀. 이 정도는 돼야 절대 찐 일왕이지. 디펜딩 챔피언 나가신다. 과연 젠지가 LCK 최초의 펜타핏에 성공할 수 있을지, 아니면 한화생명이 LCK의 새로운 별이 탄생했음을 선언할 수 있을지. Let the finals begin. 우리은행과 함께하는 2024 LCK 서머 젠지대 한화생명의 대망의 그랜드 파이널을 이곳 경주 실내체육관을 가득 메운 팬 여러분의 뜨거운 환호 함성과 함께 시작하겠습니다.
I see you looking, baby. I know what you want. You're feeling the rising pressure, the heat of the rush. You're looking for a little bit of danger, a little bit of honey with the chaser. I don't think you're ready for this love. I feel it heating up, heating up. All eyes on me, watch me rising higher. So bright, set you free, burning with desire. Careful
스프링 때 아쉽게 결승 진출에 실패했었는데 이번 서머 때 또 같은 일이 일어나지 않은 것에 대해서 되게 만족스럽고
T1이 아닌 상대와 결승전을 하는 것도 되게 오랜만이라 일단 느낌 자체는 좀 다른 것 같습니다.
하나생명이 최근에 경기력도 좋고 결승전까지 올라왔는데 그래도 무조건 저희가 이길 것 같습니다.
스프링 때보다 팀원들의 스타일이나 게임 방향성 같은 것들을 잘 정립해서 썸머 때는 좀 더 강해진 것 같다는 생각이 드는 것 같아요.
일단 하나생명에 작년에 같이 했던 동료들이 있어서 느낌이 다를 것 같고 뭘 제가 신경 써야 되는지 그래도 알고 있는 것 같습니다.
제가 그리핀 때 첫 결승을 했었는데 그때 바이퍼 선수랑 같이 했었거든요. 근데 그때는 제가 많이 못했어서 무기력하게 진 기억이 있는데 그때 미안함도 있고 꼭 캐리해서 우승 한번 시켜보겠습니다. 도연아, 그때의 내가 아니다. 같이 우승하자.
어우, 감동이네요. 시간이 이렇게 많이 지난 후에도 그런 생각을 하고 있다는 게 되게 고맙고, 그리고 우승까지 할 수 있으면 정말 좋을 것 같다. 현준아, 꼭 같이 우승하자.
현준아, 도연아, 우리 현년이들 올라오느라 고생했고 또 져보자. 그리핀부터 이어져, 준우승 딸이들. 내가 먼저 우승했지롱.
제가 젠지에 있을 때 3핏을 달성하고 하나생명에 오게 됐는데 결승에서 맞붙는다는 게 승부욕을 더 솟아오르게 하는 그런 재밌는 부분인 것 같아요.
커리어가 이제 우승 3회고 저는 1회인데 실력적인 부분에 있어서 커리어가 막 그렇게 엄청 중요하다고 생각을 하진 않아가지고 연속 우승에 대한 욕심은 뭐 당연히 있는데 뭐 그런 게 더 중요하다기보다는 그냥 눈앞에 있는 거 열심히 잘해서 이길 생각밖에 없는 것 같아요.
근데 기를
이게 죽어? 이게 준대?
사실 그 상황만 본다면 그때가 첫 세트였고 좀 손이 덜 풀리셨나? 죽어주시더라고요. 그래서 제가 죽여버렸습니다. 이번 결승도 크게 다르지 않을 거라 생각해요.
잘하는 선수긴 하지만 제가 더 잘한다고 생각해서 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
스프링 결승 때 젠지가 우승하고 기인 선수가 감격의 눈물을 흘리시는 걸 제가 봤는데 이번에는 제 상대가 되셨으니 준우승 슬픔의 눈물을 흘리게 하도록 하겠습니다.
도란 선수 감정이 풍부하신 것 같은데 제가 우승해서 도란 선수 슬프게 만들어 드리겠습니다.
캐니언 선수 같은 경우는 이제 챔피언폭도 다양하기도 하면서 사람들이 안 쓰는 챔피언들을 더 잘 다루는 경향도 있는 것 같아요.
캐니언 선수 같은 경우는 항상 좀 영리하고 똑똑하게 잘 한다고 생각하는데 저도 딱히 거기에 지쳐지지 않고 더 잘하는 부분도 많다고 생각해서 재밌을 것 같아요.
승자조 첫 경기에서 마오 대 세주 구도를 했었는데 그때 확실히 이 구도는 제가 메리트가 더 있는 것 같다라고 느꼈던 것 같아요.
제가 잘하는 다른 구도들도 많기 때문에 그런 것들도 잘 이용하려고 하고 있습니다.
이번에 우승하게 되면은 LCK에서 7회 우승을 하게 되는데 그 기록을 가져오도록 노력하겠습니다.
캐니언 선수가 우승 정부사라고 불리는데 저도 결승에 갈 때마다 다 우승을 했거든요.
저는 세상에는 영원한 건 없다고 생각해서 오늘이 그런 걸 깨는 날이었으면 좋겠습니다.
제가 땅콩을 좀 좋아하는데 이번 결승에 땅콩을 좀 씹어 먹겠습니다.
김건부
2연속 결승 진출을 하게 되었는데 상대팀도 결승에 올라올 만큼 잘하는 팀이고 저희도 잘하는 팀이고
제 개인적으로는 LCK 처음 결승 무대를 밟는 거고 LG 결승을 갔는데 LCK 결승을 못 간다라고 하는 것 자체가 뭔가 좀 이상한 것 같아서 간절했던 것 같습니다.
사실 상대 전적에선 좀 차이가 나지만 상대 전적 1에 많은 의미가 또 있거든요. 월드
상대 전적을 봤을 때 이 1이라는 숫자가 좀 의미가 약간 있는 1이라는 숫자라 생각해서
개인적인 생각을 말하자면 그런 것들에 대해 어떤 가치가 있는지 잘 모르겠습니다. 그냥 눈앞의 경기에만 집중할 뿐입니다.
한 번 이기면 저는 그 이후로부터는 더 자신 있게 할 수 있을 것 같아서 좋게 이겼으면 좋겠네요.
데카 선수가 경기를 잘 풀어나갈 때 슈퍼솔즈라는 소리가 나오는데 그런 소리가 안 나오도록 제가 또 결승에서도 상대보다 잘해서 얘기한다고 생각을 해요.
트로피가 초비 선수는 많이 들어봐서 이제 그 무게를 잘 아실 것 같은데 이번 결승에서 우승을 해서 이 전완근으로 이 한 손으로 꼭 트로피를 들어 올리도록 하겠습니다.
트로피 들 때 그렇게 막 전완근이 엄청 필요로 하진 않더라고요.
매번 연속 드는데 힘들지 않으셨어요?
좀 힘들긴 해요. 전완근 필요할 것 같기도 하고. 저는 팀원들과 같이 들도록 하겠습니다.
뭐 이번에 초비 선수가 이제 우승을 한 번 더 하게 되면은 이제 리그 최초로 5연승 우승을 하게 되는데 제가 이제 첫 결승에서 첫 우승으로 그걸 막아보겠습니다.
이번 결승에서 우승을 해서 5연속 우승을 하고 6연속 우승에 대한 도전의 기회를 얻을 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
블라이트 선수랑 호흡은 굉장히 잘 맞는 것 같고요.
블라이트 선수 요즘 파이프 선수 옆에서 엄청 행복해 보이던데 더 행복해 보이던데 형이 꺾고 우승하면 더 행복할 것 같아요. 이번 결승 미안하지만 내가 이길게.
뭐 안 하고 사고만 안 나면 이길 것 같아. 수아나 운영 잘한다고 까불지 말고 우리 화이팅 해보자. 우승 땡겨!
린즈 선수 오래 하셨으니까 그만할 때 됐다 생각하고 제가 이겨받겠습니다.
레나 탔는데 레오나 후픽? 뒤질 준비나 해. 개박살 냈거든요 아주. 컬리한테 기억하지? 너 준비 안 해오면 그때처럼 혼난다.
저는 개인적으로 직스는 안 좋아하거든요. 직스는. 그래서 테이즈 선수가 젊어서 그런지 혹시 그런 챔피언 잘하면 배워야 될 것 같아요.
저는 스킬 같은 거 쓸 때 MG스럽게 쓴다 해야 되나? 뭐 그렇게 쓰는 것 같습니다.
저는 뭐 MG스러운 게 뭔지 몰라서 확실히 살아있긴 하더라고요. 이게 어릴수록 잘하는 건 맞는 것 같아요. 저도 그렇게 생각합니다. 이 레인저 선수는 인정 못합니다. 이제 너무 늙었고 이제 못해질 일만 남아서.
근데 바이퍼 저 이겨본 적이 없는데. 너 나 이겨본 적 있니?
아 맞아요. 제가 알기로도 그럴걸요? 어떻게 그렇게 되는지 모르겠어요.
많은 사람들이 환상을 가지고 있다고 생각하고 아 선생님, 바 선생님 하지만 저한테는 이겨본 적이 없어가지고 저한테는 바퀴벌레로 보입니다.
머리나 좀 감았으면 좋겠습니다. 이제 머리 잘 안 씻어요. 굉장히 더럽습니다.
턱쌤이나 깎아 자식아. 까불고 있어. 안경대비 2명이서 안경 부셔버리면 어쩔 건데 네가.
아 원래 좀 그래요 사람이. 퀄리티가 떨어집니다. 사람이. 바나나 하나 먹었으면 좋겠고요. 그냥 원숭이 시절로 돌려보내주겠습니다.
좀 가슴 아픈 얘기지만 올해 한 번도 젠지를 이기지 못했는데 저희가 개인적으로는 이 선수들이 언제 우승해도 이상하지 않을 선수들이라고 생각해서 하나생명의 이름으로 꼭 8년 만에 다시 우승 트로피를 가져오겠습니다.
8년 만에 이제 결승전에 올라왔는데 하필 저희를 만나셨네요. 파괴전차 파괴해드리겠습니다.
파괴전차는 파괴하라고 만들어진 거라고 생각하고 있어서 역으로 젠지를 파괴시켜버리도록 하겠습니다.
LCK 꼭 제 손으로 우승하겠습니다.
제가 LCK 데뷔하고 계속 결승전에 가고 결승전에서 우승하고 있는데 이번에도 우승 확률 100% 이어가도록 하겠습니다.
경주가 역사가 깊은 지역이기도 하고 하나생명이 거기서 우승을 한다면은 이 하나생명 팀에서도 역사가 새기는 거기 때문에 꼭 역사를 새기도록 하겠습니다.
하나생명이 이번에 8년 만에 결승에 오게 됐다고 들었는데 결승에서 떨어뜨릴 생각하니까 좀 슬프긴 하네요.
하나생명을 이기고 트로피를 차지해서 5연속 우승을 달성하겠습니다.
젠지의 5연속 우승 저희가 맡겠습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Costa Desk here at the Uribank 2024 LCK Summer Grand Finals. I am Atlas. I am flanked by Chronicler and Wolf, as is customary here for the finals. We're ready to get into it. Finally, a brand new one. Genji, still here, right? We're not going to go too different on you guys. But Humble Life Esports, for the very first time since they were under the name of the Rocks Tigers. It is Tiger versus Tiger here in Gyeongju, which is absolutely fantastic.
And there is so much to talk about. The opening ceremony, the narratives, but we got to talk about the trash talk video.
Oh, it's so much better. Yeah, please.
Because
please.
that, I think that's the best one that I've seen. And I think Viper and Lahens particularly, I can't wait to see what up. I thought that they peaked early with Doran, saying how he was going to make Keen cry again, but nope.
There was some monkey shenanigans, some bananas were discussed.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look, an LCK Finals is always a special day. It's always a monumentous occasion. This one feels like a rare one because finally, for the first time in so many finals, T1 were stopped at the gates of the lower bracket finals. KT couldn't do it. Hanwha couldn't do it last spring. But this time, a second time of asking, the T1 does not repeat history. And we have a brand new finals here. But at the same time, the underdog story for our challenger here on Hanwha Life Esports could not be more David and Goliath.
Well, I mean, when was the last time we saw a run from the lower bracket final? It was Doran and it was Peanut. Let's have a look at the predictions and see whether they're in line with me and that thought that I just had. No, not really. And that's going to continue all the way until the auxiliary vote comes in. And auxiliary does kind of mean a little bit more supportive, a little bit more secondary, and I think that does certainly look to be the way here.
It's the spice up, right? But I think the fan vote is very, very kind of what we in line with what we expect. If you look at the arena,
I think that's a little bit higher on the orange side than I was expecting.
I actually
personally.
like the coolest part to me as well, right? Hanwha Life fans have filled up next to Gen G fans. The light stick's also going to show those colors, so when you see the cams, when the kills come through, all of that is going to be absolutely incredible. And I can't wait to get into draft, because the one thing that we saw in the previous best of 5 between these two teams was how quickly Gen G in particular were willing to completely swap it up after that game number 1.
Yeah, and I think some of the things that Hanwha Life were able to get away with against T1, like giving up the Ziggs pick, having the Jin as the answer, you will not be able to win those lanes against Gen G. Gen G have a lot more flexibility than T1 showed yesterday, which was frankly very little. So Hanwha got to hide, I think, a lot of what maybe their plan is against Gen G today, because they didn't also really have to flex that much because they kind of crushed T1. It could have been a 3-0. And Gen G today show nothing. They come in with that upper bracket finals advantage. They will have side selection for game 1, so that's a huge boon for them as well. Gen G coming into this one looking like we know what they can do in this meta. We know they are masters of this meta, but what else they have up their sleeves, we're going to find out.
And the thing that's great about this is that we're not the only ones that know. Hanwha Life Esports, they know extraordinarily well. And we're already into the draft here to see whether they can use that knowledge to try and take them down. Remember, there are the 4 remaining Griffin players here in Korea, all of them, in this game right now. Sword, of course, he is coaching for Breon. Tarzan's overseas, but this is like as close to the Griffin reunion we can get. That's why we got such good trash talk, and I hope that means that we get a lot of learnings here going into this. Already some change-ups with these bands.
And how poignant as well that it's happening in Gyeongju, such a culturally and historically significant city, because there's the Griffin narrative, right? The fact that all these players are back at it again, but there's also the fact that Doran, Peanut, and the Light were there for the entirety of last year, and obviously Doran and Peanut even going back to 2022 when this run started.
Yeah, now I want to talk about the Nidalee ban, because on red side, Hanwha is basically always going to have only one ban, because you have to ban the Rumble every time. You have to ban the Ziggs ban every time. Jovi will always have the opportunity to pick up this Smolder. Now, at least the one good thing here for Hanwha Life is they're not having to deal with Maokai, because that's going to be banned against Peanut every game. Peanut has been the focus. He's been the strongest player on this roster, picked up multiple POGs yesterday. The question is, what is the answer here to the Smolder? Because it has been very stable in lane. It has been incredibly difficult to deal with in late game. The Ashe comes through here. We will see the Zyra, so lots of engage here already for Hanwha Life.
Who just had the Rocks reaction, by the way? Just watching Ashe Zyra get locked in. Just kind of makes me a bit excited. Of course, Misfortune definitely a little bit on the more popular side, but man, it still just gives me the shivers.
That's a throwback there, and really the set of bans that Hanwha threw out is also what allowed this one too. You can't really play Ashe into Ziggs. That's a matchup that just doesn't really work. Ashe doesn't get to bully the way that she wants to, and Ziggs obviously really good against stationary AD carries. And then the one thing that Peanut and Zyra has struggled with is that Nidalee. So this is, I think, something that Hanwha Life could see coming. A sharp rise in the priority of that Skarner, though. We have, of course, already seen it come up as Paze is going to lock in the champion that I think has really been his standout, going all the way back to 2022 when he was popping off on this in Challengers in summer.
We actually saw Faker make this work into the Smolder matchup, utilizing that extra range with the draw of B. The Tristana locked in here for Zeka. We saw him considering the Yone as well, and going to this instead shows that he does think of it as a bit of a counter matchup.
And I think it does have a lot of extra utility that the Smolder doesn't have. It has a lot of power in the early mid-game, taking turrets out. If you leave this Tristana alone, a lot of gold gets funneled into Hanwha Life, which can allow you to snowball against that Smolder pick before it really comes online. Faker's performance on it, though, didn't really leave us really fulfilled in terms of the lane matchup. I think Zeka will have a much better time into Chovy here, but on the same hand, in terms of how these team fights are going to look here, a very fragile composition for Hanwha Life thus far. What sort of tanks are we going to see is the big question as Braum gets taken away to deny that kill lane in the bottom side.
Also wonder what the read from Gen G is going to be. Are you going to ban something like a Jax? Because it's most likely going to be Keen that has to go for the blind pick here. Renekton is still available as well. So the Alistar gets taken away. Leona and Rel still both up, so I imagine that Gen G isn't going to ban one of those. But Doran has really stepped it up this playoffs, had a pretty, similar to Viper, pretty lackluster end to summer, really dropped in the consistency that we saw them at the beginning of the split. But this playoffs has even had some big standout carry games, and T1 felt obliged to just start banning his Jax. So they could also do that if it isn't banned away and give the counter pick to Delight, but given how a lot of these lanes has played out, I imagine that we're going to see either a Leona or a Rel get locked in here.
Now, in terms of engage, you have the Ashe Arrow and you have the Zyra, of course, but it's not necessarily consistent. It's not necessarily going to be very set up. So with the Nautilus being taken away, they'll pivot to the Leona here. It's a pretty strong lane into the Ezreal, depending on what that support is going to be. We've thinned it out quite a significant amount here in these secondary bans, but this gives them also an additional front line. So I do like this Leona pick a lot here, even though it's not the go-to pick with Ashe, with the bans available. Makes a lot of sense. They can keep that counter pick for Doran here as well for the top lane. The Rel's still available here, extremely strong with Smolder, and also to a certain extent Skarner as well, with the combos you can set up, but it also gives you a lot of mid-game team fighting power.
As a 2v2, obviously not going to be anything to be excited about, but that's why you pick the Ezreal, the safety in lane, hopefully be able to get Lahens out of lane. That's where he's excelled the most.
I was going to say 2v2 sounds a bit rich.
Yeah, I mean, good luck, Pace. On that one, obviously, also one of the reasons why the Ziggs has worked so well for Gen G. But we saw yesterday, Delight's impact on the map was absolutely incredible and was one of the big reasons, as this shouldn't come as a surprise, but Doran really has whatever counterpick he can dream. The Camille can even go for something a little bit more impressive, like the Renekton or his Jax. Gnar even is another one.
Yeah, and I think this pick is so strong for Keen, though, because I think Cassante is almost ideal for the composition here for Hanwha Life Esports. If they try to do something fancy here in blind, there's a counter pick opportunity, and also Doran might just want to go for a tank. And Maokai, not Maokai here, the Mordekaiser really fits the bill in terms of what they need in this composition. He's relatively tanky, has a lot of sustain in team fights, but he can just deny the Skarner some of his entry points, because Skarner is so slippery. He can come from any angle, he can go through a wall, he can contest those objectives. One of the best ways to lock him down is just pull him out of the rift entirely.
Not only that, but Gen G is playing a double carry composition, and Mordekaiser has the ability to just take out one of the... if you flash ult onto Chovy, if he's ever in a position where that can happen, Paze alone, I don't know if he's going to have the damage to get through the rest of Hanwha Life before he gets blown up.
There's also the fact that they're pretty much single engage composition as well. You take the Rel out of the fight, they're not going to have any initiative in any of these team fights, and it's likely that Mordekaiser is going to win that 1v1. Yeah. I'm willing to make that statement.
Safe
I know
bet.
It's a bit out there. We've seen Keen actually do this the most here in the LCK. We don't have a lot of players with the Mordekaiser license here. A lot of those licenses were issued over in the LPL. That's where they kind of belong. Over here, we haven't found as much success, and Doran is a player that does generally just feel himself on certain picks in certain tournaments, and so far, we haven't seen the Mord here.
Now, I think the main focus here for Hanwha Life needs to be on those Void Grubs. You need to be able to secure enough of those for the Tristana to be able to have that impact inside, take those turrets out, because team fighting early on, you're also going to be a little bit stronger there before the Ezreal gets his 2-item spike, before the Smolder comes online. When you win those fights, you need to get bigger wins on the map. You need to be able to take those turrets out early, be oppressive, because the late game is coming. The scaling for this composition for Gen G is coming, so you really need to have a lot of control. You might have to give up a dragon or two, which feels terrible in the Smolder, but you've got to secure those grubs.
I love to see the amount of Hanwha fans as well. The fans of this organization have waited for so long for them to make it back. Again, it's been 8 years since the org has made it. Back then as Rox, now as Hanwha, have had a couple of tumultuous years. Anything from finishing 10th place to Chovy and Deft, dragging them all the way to quarterfinals at Worlds. But an LCK final was out of reach up until this point. And yep,
there it is. He's back again. And of course, I mean, anyone who's been following League of Legends esports for as long as Peanut was wearing this jersey understands the trials and tribulations for this player in particular as well. His international woes, the fact that he hasn't been able to cross that finish line for this roster.
ever.
And yet, since he won back in 2017.
And yet, he has been so consistent. He has never given up. He's the last Rox Tiger. That roster split up entirely. He went to SKT, but he is still a top player, a top jungler. And yes, people will always criticize some of his chokes, some of his international performances, but here domestically has been the pinnacle of top jungle play, smart pathing, and even when he hasn't been considered the best jungler in the LCK, he's always been top 3.
Yeah, and he's also, like, he's won, obviously, many other times. You know, twice with Gen G, the team he's facing down now, with SKT as well, when he joined that roster in what was considered a super team by a lot of people. He's been able to take titles in the past, but never for this same organization, never to go back and finally deliver it to Humble Life Esports for the very first time, but also the successes to the Rox Tigers and to finally deliver it once again.
And that right there is actually the stickers of the emote set that came out for the LCK.
Ah, yeah.
So you got your buff orange at the ready.
And we do have a little bit of a delay getting onto the Rift for our very first game, guys, but we are very, very close to getting ready to get into it. This is Danny.
Wow.
Coming over.
It's a different look since last time I saw him in Korea.
Like, there's
It looks
some real
good.
John Lennon energy happening here. I feel like he's
vibing.
really calmed down.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It does suit the crazy vibes of that crazy roster back in 2021.
That's true. I guess I'm a bit too
It's a little bit more mad scientist, you know?
He made it to World. It's fine. It was a bit of a tumultuous ride for Wave.
He's just come back to write some sweet music, you know? But we're just making sure that everyone's stuff works. A little bit of a peripheral situation, as you can see here. We've paused it at 0000, by the way.
Yeah.
I know that we're going to be jumping in at about a minute, because that's generally what we do. But yeah, it's just before we get on, we want to make sure that, you know, people can press their buttons and move their mouse. It's pretty good.
And we talked a lot already, and we'll obviously continue to talk about Humble Life, what they've been able to achieve, even making it to the finals, given that some people, me included, thought that the plot armor was still going to be too strong. But it looks like we're going to get in the game, so we'll get into that later.
Yep, we've certainly got time. I mean, at least I hope we've got time. Hopefully
Please.
This isn't a very quick series like Gen G fans would have you believe. We're hoping that we see something more from Humble Life Esports, debuting this Mordekaiser on the top side of the map for game number 1 of the Grand Finals. Oh, man! Hanwha fans, I am so proud of you. Not as proud of this.
So, back
sepia mode, not so good.
Back to my narrative point.
Yeah, please, get in there. Continue.
On the flip side, I think that when we look at what Gen G was able to achieve, particularly for Keen, that spring win was something that really felt like a very deserved end to his journey. The fact that Gen G then went on to win MSI as well, being one of the first LCK teams in a good amount of time to do so, really also sets up for the fact that this team has ran our region for almost 3 consecutive years now, right? Starting all the way back in 2022, then having the surprise win when T1 had their dominant split in 2023. And the one constant throughout all of that has been Chovy. And I feel like he has even mentioned this himself in interviews. The insane thing to me is that he's like, yeah, I don't feel like I've had the best split.
Yeah.
Which, compared to spring, feels somewhat true. But then you look
MVP, by the way.
Yeah, MVP, by the way. By far the best mid laner. But then you look at his stats, and you look at not just the fact that he individually has been such a standout player for so long and has finally broken the curse of not being able to perform internationally, but also the fact that despite all that, we feel like he didn't have as good of a split, which that's insane to me, because the gap between him and as good as Zaka has been still is something that is, I think, the biggest if you compare it to any other role in the Rift today.
There have been some seasons, especially with Chovy on Gen G, where it felt like he was the centerpiece and everything was about him, and the rest of the team was solid, but it was Chovy's team, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like he may appear, even to himself, like he's less impactful right now, because the rest of his team is so strong and the synergy is really there, and this team has really peaked, right? We have been living in Gen.G's legacy. We have been living in their era, like you said, for nearly 3 years here. Chovy's always been a part of that, but now it's no longer just about him. It's about this 5-man roster and their dominance that we saw from them in spring, moving into summer, which was even more dominant. And to me, I look at Chovy as a player who's always improving, always growing, hasn't peaked. As we jump into the game now, we're finally back.
Finally back, and we'll see whether Chovy can peak further here in this one on the Smolder this time around. Of course, I think Smolder is not going to be only played in the mid lane throughout this series. I think this sort of first pick really does help open up drafting opportunities. Gen.G utilizing it very well here. If Homolife Esports can smack it down in the mid lane, then it's likely that the series gets a bit easier for them moving forward. Not to mention the fact that this isn't their service game.
Should also come as no surprise that Gen.G is setting up for a lane swap right now with the position they have. The level 1 for Homolife is really strong though. They might have to find a way to at least ensure that they can get something going here in this level 1, because if Peanut's able to just even steal away a Raptor camp, that kind of already starts tilting the experience in favor. But it looks like with Viper already heading towards the bot lane, that's one of your strongest level 1 champions. Not going to be the case, and it looks like we will just have the standard lane swap setup where Kane's going to take the top half of the map. Paze and Keen are going to split, and then Lahens is going to lane with Chovy, and I imagine move around depending on where he's needed.
Yeah, you see Doran's going bottom side here. They set up a deep ward to the left of Gen.G's Raptor camp, so they'll get some additional information about how the pathing is going to go for Canyon should he decide to go over there and be greedy. Peanut also knows he's safe to now come in here and take these Raptors with that warding. As you look at the win rate here, by the way, for Paze on this Ezreal, it's a pick that's kind of fallen off quite significantly. It was extremely strong a few patches ago, but he was incredible on it. Second really only to Viper in terms of his individual Ezreal plays, and some would even argue stronger than Viper at times. It's a niche pick right now in this meta, but I feel like it's so incredibly strong with this draft because you have a great front line, you spike at 2 items, the Smolder is going to come online later, then you have this hyper-scaling composition, so we have to keep our eyes on how well he is shut down.
Lahens looking to try and yoink some things away here as Delight a little bit later towards that bottom side. And Peanut wanting to collect himself a red buff here as the vertical jungling is going to continue. Still teleport coming through here. Homolife considering a bit of a dive as Keen gets down towards that bottom side. Some burly members of Gen.G down here, but the death grip comes on through. And Doran able to get Keen down to about 50% underneath this turret.
They're gonna try, but I don't know. This is a level 3 Cassante. Keen, even with half health, should still be quite tanky.
Yeah, well, they get the CC down. There's the pushback. Keen burning, and it is going to be first blood going over to Lahens. Instantly answered by Peanut taking down Keen.
But while this is happening, Paze is just pushing to his heart's content. Waves are gonna be lost. Experience gone by the wayside. And yeah, they were able to get the kill, but I don't think that's how Homolife wanted to play it ends.
And Doran's going to get stopped on his back butt.
Yeah, that's going to be the pullback there as Lahens in a little bit of trouble. Viper gets that frost shot on him, and his ex-teammate looks to be going down. Peanut collects another.
2 really greedy plays here from Lahens. The first one ends up going pretty well for Gen.G and ends up being a bit of a backfire for Hanwha, but this time trying to stop Doran's back there, knowing he has teleport, trying to deny him from getting up there to that top lane and catching some of those waves. Fails and backfires miserably, didn't have any vision control there.
Delight really just getting in there. Hanwha came to play today. Just flashing on top of Chovy, getting the flash out from a Smolder, absolutely amazing. And now Canyon looking to make his entrance. Zeka still has flash, he is absolutely fine, makes it far enough back here, and Homolife Esports not going to be answered here in mid.
And now we have a situation where Doran, because he's the only one with TP, he's the only one that can get back to the top wave in time, is the one that is TPing into the 1v2. And we'll see. Paze is trying to get as much poke as possible, trying to set up for a possible dive. The light is on his way as well. Mort pre-6 is a lot more diveable than afterwards. They do know this is coming. There is a ward there that is going to spot Kenyon. The light's on his way. I don't know if he'll be in time, though.
He's too late. Yeah, Doran's going to be in a lot of trouble, but Delight should turn up.
They know.
Lahens gets the information. And now Doran, can he actually find it? That death grip, absolutely amazing. But the crash down's working out. Doran gets a big old shield, and Gen.G unable to actually close any of these kills. Delight goes in. Canyon's so incredibly low. Lahens trying to tank up the turn, and Paze ends up collecting the kill. But now the reset monster could be coming through. Paze has already gone down, and Zeka not actually able to get into range here. You can see him looking for a reset angle, but not going to go too deep.
And the presence of mind there, Pace is able to, yes, trade 1-for-1, but Gen G, I thought Hanwha was overforcing towards the bot side, but even with the light there, and Pace initially tanking the turret, they feel priced in to this play.
Yeah, and with Zeka being able to roam up, I mean, if you don't commit there, then you end up getting caught, and you can see Doran fight back there with the light there. It's just going to be so difficult to play out, so they do end up committing. Going back to this play down here on the bottom side, Doran takes that extra tower shot. Doesn't ultimately matter here. Keen is engaged on so quickly by Delight, can't use Unstoppable until afterwards. And then Lehens decides moments later to go for it back tonight. We're going to skip that part and go back up here. You can see, look at how quickly Delight actually turns this engage. Pace takes an extra turret shot here. Canyon takes one too as they decide, okay, we have to do this. Zeka is coming up. There's a ping on him instantly. You can see on the minimap. And they just cannot actually deal with this. Now, I'm not entirely sure how Pace doesn't have ultimately going down here.
Yeah, because he has to, right? Like, he has to try to kill Doran. He knows that he's dying no matter what. But Doran does actually get him.
But he flash and cleanses as well.
Yeah.
On the play.
Still a lot of cooldowns, and I think Hanwha Live actually feeling quite good, although with this gank, maybe not.
Big aggression here as Delight's going to get pulled back. The Eclipse doing a lot of work, but I don't think it's going to be able to do enough here as Gen G with 3 are able to take him down. Lehens getting revenge on his opposite number.
Lanes aren't real in this game. It's just gank squads and victims of gank squads. As we're just seeing non-stop dives here, non-stop action. Hanwha, though, ending up with a pretty significant gold lead here after the fact. I mean, it's only 200, but they're winning out on a lot of these exchanges. The question becomes, though, have Gen G staved off the pressure enough? Because Paze was able to get that kill earlier on. They have this scaling Smolder, and Tristana isn't able to get any plates just yet. I think Hanwha Life do need to continue to ramp up this tempo.
Well, Zeka trying to trade back here with Chovy. They did collect 3 grubs. Wolf, you and I especially, I think, really like to talk about grubs.
Yes.
Tristana, this little Yordle is pretty good at utilizing them to destroy all of the structures on the map, and they already have 3. So good work there by Peanut to be able to lock down that first neutral objective.
Even Mordekaiser does a pretty good job of letting them down. And this is kind of what we expected. Coming out of Pace specifically, a lot of this was done 1v2. He did, of course, receive some up from Kenyan Lehens, but spent a lot of time in top lane by himself as well. Didn't really get too much for his efforts, though. Hasn't really been able to build up a significant CS lead over Viper, and with that kill going down towards the top side, that does make sense. Both junglers have been very proactive as well. Peanut with the dives, but also, as you would expect on the Zyra, has been able to significantly outpace his opponent. And it means that you can just start up these objectives early on. Canyon is still level 5, which is, I'm pretty sure, also the biggest experience gap that we have between 2 players right now, meaning that Gen G isn't really in a position to get anything going when it comes to contesting.
No, I think Hanwha really, or Gen G rather, actually indexed super hard into the top side, right? They tried to set up that dive. They had a ton of deep vision, but they couldn't ultimately stop the grubs from going down. And because they were so indexed in the top side, they didn't have Prio bottom side. They weren't able to get the dragon. Now they lost Prio with Paze coming back down bottom side. They get both the grubs and the dragon here now, even pushing Paze out of lane.
Well, the arrow is going to sail through. That's 6 points in my country. Hanwha Life Esports are not going to be able to find the engage angle still with some free time on this outer turret. Going to be able to grab another plate. Lehens still diving forward and not a lot of control of the wave here for Gen G.
Peanut just continues his reign of terror. Does take half his health bar as I say that, so probably has to chill out a little bit. But is extremely proactive with this Zyra. And it's particular, and we knew this, right? But the fact that the Light got his Leona's KDA might not look that impressive, but he's what enables these plays as Canyon.
Yeah, there's the Stranglethorns actually to start this one up. Canyon looking to try and get out of there. It looks like Peanut should be able to steal away a red buff, but is there any more fight in this? Oh, it's just a plant that's able to finish that off. No vision available for Gen G, and Canyon kind of getting bullied in this early game.
And I think a large part of this also comes down to the fact that the Tristana is much more threatening than the Smolder this early on, particularly with Grasp. You see every time these plays happen, Zeka is already on the roam, ready to respond to his team, because you saw Canyon, I think, thought about it for a little bit there, instead just charged into those Krugs and let his red go.
Yeah, I think Hanwha Life have really been doing such a great job of playing around the fact that they have lane prio and they need to get a tempo advantage here. Sure, there was a lane swap and the Ezreal got some free time in top turret, but with that lane swap protection, he doesn't end up getting plate gold and isn't finding himself now in a comfortable position. The True Shot Barrage quite impactful there in that last moment to prevent a follow-up dive there, but they still put the pressure on Canyon. They still take his red buff away. But let's see what happens here on these next grubs, because this is where things get really important for Hanwha Life. They need to secure those and start getting Tristana into a side lane as we see the Ashe go mid. and how much gold we can generate for Zeka early on is really going to determine what his impact is here before the Smolder becomes really, really powerful later on. Plus, you have the Ezreal poke setting up for objectives, if tanky frontline. Genji's composition in the late game is just so robust. It doesn't really have very many weaknesses. So Hanwha Life need to be looking at like a 2,000 gold lead at least at minimum when we get there in terms of getting those turrets off the map, or I think Genji will just run them over. So this is a really pivotal moment here when those grubs spawn in 15 seconds.
Yeah, and we see both teams already adapt to that. Doran actually lane swapping, so you have Viper and the Light on the top half of the map, meaning that they can just walk over. Doran has TP, so he gets to catch the cannon wave, and if he is needed, he can make his way. FaZe and Lens, though, as expected, also there. Crucially, Lens hitting 6. Magnet Storm, absolutely huge. The Light doesn't have level 6 just yet, so we'll see if that is enough reason for Hanwha Life to maybe peace out, but nope, not happening.
There's a teleport in, and we do have the ultimate available here from Doran. The arrow going to connect as Viper is flanking. Okay, Stranglethorns is going to kill Canyon. He can't impale his way out of that one. And some more grubs going over to Hanwha Life Esports in this Tristana.
It was a very greedy call from Genji, but you don't want to give over 6 grubs. 5 is almost inevitable in this situation because you only have 1 smite button. Once you use yours, Peanut can always get the second. I like the lane assignment where they put Chovy bottom. He had teleport, but you're up against so much engaged and your composition just really is not online. And they had to kite back. They had control of grubs. Sure, they had pride, but they never really had actual control. With Viper being able to come down there from top lane so quickly, has the arrow as well. And Genji make a big misstep here. Hanwha get both the grubs they were looking for and some additional gold.
And it was clear that Genji's plan, the moment that Doran's teleport came in, was, okay, it's fine. Chovy, you just shove bot wave. We'll get a grub and get out. But thanks to Viper, that is not going to happen. This also means that Peanut is just getting further and further ahead on this Zyra. And down the line, you're going to have the tools to deal with that, particularly once Smolder is online, can use the plans. It's very straightforward. You see, they try to get out, and Keen actually tries to catch it there for Canyon with the Unstoppable, but it doesn't end up working out, so Genji just has to abandon ship, and this is quite big, because of that, they get the grubs very easily. If they try to go for an engage, it doesn't work, maybe Chovy gets an additional plate, and again, I think Genji, they're not going to be too worried because we already talked about the Smolder and its scaling. What's important to note with Ezreal is that what was nerfed specifically was how oppressive his early laning was, which was good because Ezreal probably shouldn't be allowed to win every lane in the game.
Yeah, it was a bit silly.
As was the case. But when you get to 2 items and onward, you are still incredibly threatening, not just poke threat, but in a team fight, if you don't get locked down, if you're able to stay out of range of the Zyra and the Mordekaiser, you can just chip down at them and rack up huge damage.
And I think that's really the way these late game team fights are going to go if Hanwha can't snowball this game any further, just simply because he outranges both the Tristana and the Ashe, and it's difficult to lock him down with Leona engaged, which is why the Nautilus ban was so fantastic. It's great into the Smolder as well because he could of course flap away, but you know it's gonna have to be one of those games where Hanwha just end up hitting them with their wallets. You know, eventually they could just close the gap, get that Mordekaiser to ult somebody and win those team fights with a fed Tristana and resets, because the Ashe is going to be a lot more utility in terms of how she plays out these team fights than the Smolder and Ezreal later on, that are just so incredibly strong and punish any sort of indecision because you have that poke coming through and that burn from the Smolder Q. Zeka's having a 1v2 up here for now as they're trying to shut down this Tristana, trying to prevent him from getting those plates.
What's big here is that with Lance roaming up, they're ensuring that at least they, as I say that, maybe with more people, they should be able to hold on to this turret at least for now. FaZe is making sure that mid lane doesn't get too far pushed in, and this is something that Genji does really well, which is the defensive play, making sure you don't lose any turrets without really getting anything significant. As the hell yeah, I assume for the Cloud Ray. As
good soul to start us
we got
off.
the Swift Drift right from the get-go. That's a sign of a good finals.
Hopefully we get a Drift a little bit later.
Oh yeah.
For those playing at home that haven't maybe watched as much LCK, that would be an Infernal Soul. Pick up the Cinders, drift around the map, feel really good about
dive Mordekaiser.
Yeah, dive Mordekaiser at level 10 with the ultimate available. That is a rough choice, but they are still going to consider it. Chovy, he's the one that goes in. The stun had already connected as well from Viper. And Chovy able to get out of the way of one of the abilities, but not that one. Still, it doesn't matter. The Mordekaiser goes down.
down. But
And
Tristana...
somehow he survives. I think the grass might have been a pretty important part.
Yeah, the Tristana, though, is going to be able to push topside here, taking that turret out and start putting the pressure on this inner. A lot of resources spent for Gen G to make that play happen. It was not an easy pick. It was very expensive. Doran doesn't flash. He knows they're going to lose a turret in exchange, but look at how many resources were already spent to try to stop the Tristana from getting that plate gold, getting that top turret. She still gets it. It's in trade for a turret, but that's a Cassante picking up the gold versus a Tristana picking up the gold. And this is exactly where Hanwha Life want to be. Herald gets dropped down here in mid. This is the type of snowball this composition needs to have to win this game. And Hanwha Life are finding the angles. There's that 2,000 gold lead and even an extra crash.
Yeah, another crash, half the health bar, and actually this is just
the inner.
It's a Tristana and it's 5 grubs. Like, that is not long for the world. Inner turret, a lot of gold. And Hanwha Life Esports, despite the fact that they lose Doran, they're unable to actually get that counter kill onto Trovy down there. It doesn't matter, they still extend the lead.
Yeah, colossal win. TP was invested there as well, right, from Keith to make sure he could be a part of the play. And I'm loving the insanely high pace with which Hanwha Life is playing this game. We've seen Gen G be basically insurmountable within the LCK if they can just get away with plays like this. So the moment that this teleport is invested, I think ends up being super significant, right? The immediate response back comes through and they're going to just shove towards mid. And this arrow almost turned this into a 1-for-1 trade with all the investment as I think we were justifiably a little bit afraid of the Mordekaiser dive attempt.
And in my brain, I'm thinking this is an 80 carry versus a Mordekaiser in melee range. That's generally going to go poorly. It didn't really look like that, actually.
Yeah, he has grasp and
he has grasp and a billion extra CS.
Yeah, but also he has his ultimate, right? Gets a lot of extra healing from the mom.
Yeah. And I mean, there's no other damage obviously coming through at that time. Doran's still sitting on one item. Zeka once again putting pressure on these turrets. You can see his teammates shadowing him every time he tries to put this pressure on so that if there's a rotation, they can actually catch somebody who's trying to come over, then punish him. So they're always playing around this Tristana. And now that Doran has freedom on the top side, he's just going to be farming it up. Gen G are the ones who have to follow Zeka's lead here, try to get the punish, try to deny these turrets from going down. I mean, that's the tug of war that we're playing here. That 2,000 gold lead has become a 3,000 gold lead. Zeka, he's the one with all the money. And this is exactly where Hanwha want to be. But here comes the arrow.
Another arrow going to connect this time onto Lahens. That's a big impale onto two there, but the Stranglethorns encounter. Triple knockup. True Shot Barrage says no to that play, though. They take down the turret, yes, but they lose almost everyone. As Hanwha Life Esports now have to back away. But do they even lose? I mean, that's a lot of money.
I gotta say, this time it's Gen G that is able to get the punish. Then King couldn't join, let me be clear. Doesn't have teleport available just yet, but he doesn't really need to. And we talk about diving the Mordekaiser. Diving the Skarner is
that's
the
the worry.
level of insanity here as Lahens isn't able to get anything going, but Kenyon just makes sure that Chovy can do as much damage as he did there. Then the Magnet Storm to keep him longer. Viper wasn't actually there from the get-go, and then with the Phase Ultimate, they're able to get the kills that they need to hold off.
I think this could have gone very differently if that Impale doesn't go off the way it does, because they have the teleports, they have the minion there, they can blow up the turret so quickly. It's really a bunch of AoE that comes down with the Impale, with the Smolder ult, with the True Shot Barrage that really helps Gen G hold on there. If the Impale whiffs, if Canyon doesn't play it just as well as he did, which again, not a tough ultimate to hit, but we have seen some crazier things in the LCK. But if he doesn't hit that, then this ends up being the correct call for Hanwha Life, and they actually trade up so massively after the turret goes down. So clutch play from him. Hanwha Life's gold lead fading a little bit after that.
The big problem is the fact that Peanut died. That is so much bounty gold going over to Gen G, really stifling that gold advantage that Hanwha Life Esports had built for themselves. Bounties are so incredibly important in this game. That could be a pretty costly mistake here, as Peanut was so much of that early game strength for Hanwha Life Esports. Protecting that bounty was important.
Want to highlight as well, as we saw, this is a while back already, but Keen has actually gone full itemization into Doran, which makes sense. But Zeka and Viper, as of right now, absolutely demolish him. We saw it earlier. Just Koenig isn't going to do a lot, and you can see, ideally, Cassante will be able to walk up.
Guys?
Not so
Tristana.
much. No, that
Ladies and
gone.
gentlemen.
It's gone. Yeah.
Delight's going to help out.
Gen G's buildings are falling down. Like, all of the buildings just keep falling down, guys.
Well, I mean, this is what T1 failed to do, I think, to the more lethal level that we're seeing Hanwha do today with the Tristana yesterday.
Drive-by?
No, I don't think so. So now Hanwha have, second Drake. It's not Soul Point, so this is not the end of the world here for Gen G. They were able to get that one dragon, so that's 5 minutes of extra time for the Smolder stacking, the Smolder scaling. But I'm starting to get worried about what this map is going to start looking like here as the constant outpacing here of Peanut of Canyon continues. He could then win the war of Vision as well. It becomes very difficult for Chovy to continue to farm safely and get those stacks. And if you're not hitting champions, you're not stacking as quickly as you are just from going to the minions. Yeah, sure, you stack for both, but
he just 229 stacks.
He has hit it at 19 minutes.
Yeah.
Which I still, but what's more important.
And you're right, Wolf, but this is silly.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is much faster than what we were seeing yesterday.
Yeah.
I want to highlight as well, Genji's about to hit double Triforce and Manamune Spike, so like their composition is going to be feeling a lot better. If Keen can also get his Iceborne Gauntlet, I think the fights from here on out are going to be looking a lot differently. And it's very telling that even with the turret lead currently sitting at 5-3, even with how the map has been going, Gen.G, partially thanks to the shutdown, partially thanks to, as per usual, their CSing being really top-notch, I don't think is at a substantial item deficit to the point where it's going to be invalidating their team fights. And again, remember all the way back, which I'm sure all of us do, but if you're unfamiliar, there was one of the most famous counter picks in the league ever was MF support into Zyra support.
Yeah.
Because you could, you could get the bounce through her plants. Now, what if that bounce was a max health, true damage burn when you hit plant and everything behind it just kind of goes boom?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's certainly some truth to how well Smolder can play into Zyra plant setups, and Hanwha Life will need to respect that and play carefully around that because that damage is so frustrating to deal with, even when you're trying to contest Prio for a dragon, for example. And, okay, hold that thought. Lahen's going in.
Yep, Death Realm is going to come on through here as Doran just wanting to take down the Realm before the battle's even started. Pays in a lot of trouble in the arrow! And it's Zeka that's able to lock down the kill, gets the reset out of the way of Canyon now! And Lahen's is still alive, but it does not matter! There's so much damage raining down, he finally finds a Magnus Storm, and maybe it's just gonna be Chovy that ends the show, but in fact it's not! Because Zeka's here and he says, remember 2022? Well, here's another dose!
And we said it's a 2 Gary composition, and one of the Garys taken out immediately! Maze is blown up, doesn't get to do anything, and even with a heroic re-engage, they just don't have the damage.
So watch Paze's arcane shift here as Doran goes for the ult first. Paze in trouble, isolated alone here as Doran is holding the door. Flash here into the arcane shift, he just dies right into the arrow, big mistake. And then you talked about this just moments ago, Chronicle, with the current itemization for Keen here, he just does not last. Now with really good engages here, with the Magnet Storm combo with Canyon, there are a lot of Qs that go off, a lot of burn damage, and it looks hopeful, but Zeka's just gonna get those resets and pick up a triple. Hanwha Life win the fight swimmingly and take a Baron.
And Zeka, absolute hero in that one, right?
Yeah.
The fact that he's able to take out Paze, maximize his damage, and I talked about the items earlier, he has been sitting on like a 2.5 item core for quite a while. I'm pretty sure he has his first item finished now as well, with the Baron coming in. And Hanwha Life could be setting up, and there it is, look, Lord Dom's third, so Keen, yeah, well now he has Iceborne Gauntlet, but still not going to be the front line that I think Gen.G were hoping for.
It matters a little bit less, definitely, with already armor penetration coming in. He's got a Vamp Scepter on top of it.
Yeah.
Double Rylai's completed here for Doran and Peanut as well. I mean, that is so much magic damage. We've seen the Baron just evaporated. Much easier when you kill all of your opposition, but also if they go for a next Baron, it goes down almost instantly.
Yeah, that we have to
these
consider,
boundaries and stuff, the shred is insane.
We have to consider the next Baron fight, right? If Hanwha Life have that setup, even though the plants can be frustrated, against Smolder, you're going to have so many ways to deny entry here for Gen.G because this map gets opened up even further from this Baron, and they can do things like, for example, while they're contesting Baron Vision, have Zeka go and solo the dragon. And so this dragon fight here is really tough for Gen.G because yes, Smolder is online. We have 2-item spike for him and the Ezreal, but they don't have any control. If they lose this fight and the dragon, it is looking pretty doomed. It looks like that's enough, to stop that Smolder in the late game from coming online, especially if you consider how ahead Zeka is right now. So it's a tough call to make for Gen.G here, whether they can test this or not. And Hanwha Life are making it for them by just saying, you can't get anywhere near this dragon.
It's also, again, if Doran has his flash at any point, Chovy needs to play so much more respectful because if he gets taken out of the fight, with just Chovy, I'm like, maybe you can win. We saw how close that previous fight was. Is it just Pace?
Oh, yeah.
It's not happening, and even though Chovy, I think, might live depending on the terrain, Smolder is still in this game, so I think Hanwha Life are in a great position. They're going to be able to get Soul Point here, but at the same time, Gen.G have fought their way back from some monumental deficits, and There is still always going to be eventually the team fighting, but I'm looking at specifically Keen on this blind Cassante. This is something that Gen G keeps doing, even though Keen, I feel like, gets beat down again and again and again. And it's not out of necessity. We know that Keen can play the counter picks very well, and I don't think it's one of the core issues in this game, but it does feel like what he's supposed to provide, which is a reliable front line, just doesn't seem to be working. Not because of the execution, but just look at how accelerated both Viper and Zeka are, and that Mordekaiser obviously. The tanks, it's gonna feel great.
Yeah, he has to build magic resist and armor though, because Zyra and Mordekaiser do so much damage.
Yeah, no matter what.
Absolutely ridiculous.
You can't win.
Yeah, no matter
you
what.
can't.
Like, you're going to be dealing with that double 80 carry, you're going to be dealing with a Leandri's burn. I mean, there's just so many things that make Keen's life miserable, not to mention the insane single target blow-up that HLE have with Zyra, with Ashe, and Leona, and even the Mordekaiser to a certain extent helps out with that single target isolation. I'm not talking about his ult, just talking about his pull. So you really are kind of a sandbag that's going to get ripped to shreds in a lot of these fights if Gen G don't have that vision set up. They need a lot of time that Keen sometimes isn't able to provide for those Qs to come through from Chovy. We saw how close it was next to Baron there to if you actually get just a little bit of extra time as Chovy, how close those fights can look. But they need to find those angles, and Dragon goes over. They give that one up as Baron was still available. But the next Dragon, you can't give that one up. You can't give up this next Baron, or it's HLE 1-0.
Well, HLE looking for a little bit of an inner turret siege here as Mark comes down, gets a little bit mad at Doran, and Doran says, "And what?" And they proceed to say nothing. Go about your day, and he does. A little bit of interference being played here as Gen G really don't want Hummerlife Esports taking that short track through their own jungle. As they're going to lose all of their camps, they're going to keep falling further and further behind. And Peanut, a player very, very good at this, is there. Hail, speaking of which, he's just going to get blown off. Lahent's going to follow suit, but you can see Chovy in a decent position to do damage, and now Paze is actually in the fight. And look at these Qs! They're being torn apart over the wall. Is Zeka, though, still looking for some angles? But they're like, nope, we don't want to risk it. We're going to try and get out of there.
I mean, it's just a single flash snap decision as Hanwha Life. Their Baron is gone. They didn't get any inhibitors. They're like, all right, well, we'll just group as a demolition squad. We have this fed Tristana. We're going to make the turrets disappear. And again, just like we saw on the bottom side play, Canyon once again snap engages and pulls them in. 2 dead here for Hanwha Life off the play.
Is that worth it though? Because that was a pretty heavy investment. Canyon not having flash on any subsequent play does definitely hurt. Keen also invested his, where it's only Doran's, which again I do think has a lot of value for threatening the small bird. As we take it, it'll look very straightforward. Able to just immediately.
Oh no!
Just goes
threw his ult the wrong direction.
Yeah, goes completely wide. Then Pace in this scenario can actually threaten Zeka enough so that he jumps over, and then here Zeka doesn't actually get to put the damage down onto Chovy and Pace the way he did in the previous fight.
But he did Buster Shot all of the damage away and possibly save the rest of his teammates.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, Baron's up here in 30 seconds. Gen G got a lot of prio from that.
Chovy TP'd.
Chovy TP's
Double
for this.
TP.
Yeah. Second Light making their way in here as you can see Viper trying to keep them at bay with that volley.
Lahent's getting a lot of vision set up here actually into Hanwha Life's jungle. It has a nice wraparound angle potentially as well.
Oh, Delight's fishing for it. They find the solar flare. This is the flashless Skarner. He still finds an impale, but is it going to be enough as Peanut goes golden? But that's a lot of bad guys. You're not on Gen G anymore, my friend. And Doran now just trying to run away. Once again, Peanut in the ground.
And that's the jungler gone, and now Gen G don't have a jungler themselves. We'll see if they want to go for Baron, because obviously...
Let's flip it, no smites. Let's go.
Well, I don't think they should, but it looks like they might.
Look at the positioning of Lahent's though. He has so much vision. He set it up earlier. They have a lot of information. They can punish. They can turn.
Yeah, Zeka going for a bit of an angle here. The crash down works, and there's the execute. Can't Buster Shot him away from that one, and that should be Baron. Going over to Gen G as Viper, I don't think wants to contest.
Lahent's missing his stun there and still making the play work. That's that Lahent's energy that we're looking for.
I mean, he was just moments before they went for that engage onto Keen, setting up for that vision for Baron. He had so many wards set up. You can see all of them on the minimap there, and you can see where he is on the minimap here as well, scanning. And then the engage here onto a flashless Skarner seems like a great idea initially, but look at the impale value and Paze and Chovy layer that damage in. And in this moment, when you start to lose control versus Ezreal Smolder, the only option is to get the hell out. You are never going to win that extended fight. Yeah, Keen dies, but he tanked so much damage, allowed for that Skarner engage to come through from Canyon. Zeka here punished with all that vision they had earlier. They're like, oh, you think you can contest? You think you can 50-50 this? No, we already set this up.
And Flash actually coming out from Viper in the last moments there as a slow onto Pays. Crucial Barrage going to be his response. That misses as well. And Hummer Life, I don't think they're going to be able to grab their Cloud Soul that they had waiting for them in the pit. Looks like Gen G will be able to collect that, utilizing the Baron that they had. Only 1,300 on the Red Bull Baron power play, and Hummer Life Esports still have a gold lead, but this is really starting to turn into There Be Dragons territory.
Yeah, we're going to get to the point where a fight just is not going to be won unless Doran gets access to Chovy. That's the one way that there is still an out here for Hanwha Life, because straight up front to back, with how tanky Canyon now is, Keen obviously has gotten to the point, getting very close to his next time finish as well, where he can just tank that damage, and the follow-up of Lahens specifically, it's just not going to be able for Hanwha Life to get through that fast enough to not tank like 3 Qs. As Chovy has a QSS for the arrow, and then also a stopwatch, just to make sure he's okay.
For the next arrow. Wait. Alright, the arrow is going to connect onto Viper's ex-teammate. The Stranglethorns just spreads them all out. Zeka's almost dead. Chovy is going to use one of his stopwatches, this one for the Death Realm, and now that Mordekaiser is just dead. It's Pays that executes him in the end, and the inner turret now going down. Gen G might just be finished with game 1.
And Chovy does actually get found by Doran, but Pays says, I can step up this time around, gets the damage, and Hanwha can't collapse.
Gen G, massive win here. It all starts with the play. Topside, Canyon flashes for the Impale. They get map control. They turn that fight in mid, and it's just so impressive.
Still going, another Magnus Storm comes in here, maybe a little bit of a bridge too far there, Lahens, as he was feeling himself. You know, it's been a bit of a hyphy game so far, as that is going to put an end to the push, but an inhibitor is pretty good thus far. There's a very deep ward down there, but I don't know how many teleports. We're just going to go into the replay and hope there's no more extra action, as they thought this was the angle.
And this is what you mentioned, Chronicler. Maybe you can lock Chovy down, but he's got the stopwatch for safety. He's got that burn damage already going through, and there is just no world, I think, anymore with the Cassante now starting to be so tanky that he can last long enough that you're ever going to win a fight here unless you cheat a fight, unless you catch somebody, unless you catch Gen G in a mistake. But they have Baron, they have map control, they had it ever since that Flash Impale from Canyon. We asked the question, was it worth it? You look at that fight follow-up where he's able to get the Impale even without it. I think the answer is absolutely yes, because they don't get that setup on Baron, they don't get that deep vision, if they don't get that punish topside, and it's just like watching dominoes fall. Hanwha Life were always in control with this Tristana. They took so many turrets, Zeka was so ahead, and it's just one play into a great clutch there from Canyon in the second fight, and then the whole map belongs to Gen G, and you can't even remember the advantages Hanwha had 5-6 minutes ago.
And imagine making a champion that scales like basically infinitely with hitting minions with abilities, and then having Chovy in the game and then letting him play it. It's sort of...
I'll have to imagine, I can see it right here.
I know, we're sort of seeing it. I'm starting to realize that
Good
that shouldn't be allowed.
Atlas.
Yeah, that shouldn't be allowed. That shouldn't be a thing that we're letting into the game. As Arrow is going to connect. It's onto the Cassante, though. He's happy to tank that one up. The plant's just being taken down. Yeah, Lahens knows that he's seen, because of course there is a control ward down there, but yeah. This is just Mom comes down and breathes a little bit, and Hanwha Life Esports, I think they know that they're going to have to give up an inner turret.
There's no teleport flank angle.
Soulflare does get a flash out for... No, it's an Arcane Shift. They look pretty similar. I was a bit hopeful Hanwha Life Esports actually get something there, as this Grasping Roots is going to connect this time.
He's got Cleanse Flash, and his he'll come back in a second. Yeah. It's so hard to lock down this champion without that Nautilus pick, that was banned earlier. I mean, Leon is still good here, but this is so impressive. There's no teleport wards, there's no flank angles, there's no real fight, like I said before, that Hanwha can win legitimately. Not a front to back, not a long fight, not a fight that takes more than an instant kill, basically, or an instant pick by Doran, which at this stage I feel like is just not possible. The Zonias, the QSS from Chovy, Randuin's is done for Keen. He's no longer made of paper like he was in the mid-game. I think Hanwha Life need to somehow steal this one away, cheat this one away, or it's just Gen G going, I'm ready for the next fight, I'm scaled, I'm online.
I love, though, that, like, looking at the gold, still barely elite. between these two teams. I think the biggest it's gotten is like, what, 4K when Hanwha was there. Obviously, gold value not going to be everything, but when looking at the items, it is actually very similar across the board. The obvious issue here is Chovy, and we keep going back to it because it is so game warping, and you can see Hanwha Live consistently just tries to find a way to deal with this, but the problem is it doesn't really get better. This isn't a scenario where you can get, unless Chovy mispositions, but like, again, QSS as well as stopwatch, because Chovy knows as long as he doesn't die, losing fights is going to be insanely hard, and now Hanwha Life, they're just stuck defending their base.
And we talked about the single target lockdown that Hanwha Life have, but who do you lock down now? Keen's no longer weak. He's no longer burstable. Canyon, if you try to lock him down but he still gets his impale off, you've engaged on yourself, essentially. You can't get Chovy, he's got Zhonya's. Pays, Flash, Cleanse, Arcane Shift. You can't lock him down, and Lehens is looking to engage, you know? There isn't a great target anymore. They've just scaled so hard, and look at the damage.
Yeah, this Arcane Shift forward from Pays understands that he's still so incredibly safe behind these big tanks.
Yeah, he's not afraid. And Hanwha Live is getting poked down.
And I'll answer your question. They have to engage onto Chovy. They have to use everything on Chovy. Chovy's going to go through those buttons that he has, and Hanwha Life Esports are going to hope they're not dead by the time Chovy is dead, because if he's left to hit them with anything, he just dies. Arrow going to connect. It does give them a bunch of extra vision. Lehens trying to crash away from this. The Baron kind of ignored now. Doran just putting Lehens into that Death Realm. And the Impale is going to connect. It's onto Peanut, but he goes golden as well. His Zonya's now completed. Can he get another spell off? And it's the Cassante in trade for this Zyra. But look at Chovy, they just cannot get anywhere near him without almost dying.
And the big thing here is that the bot wave, or top wave rather, still pushing in. And Peanut's down this time. Genji does have the smite. The fight position was a little awkward there. Really well done by Hanwha Live to keep the damage from Chovy at bay, but it just doesn't feel like it matters. Maybe they'll be able to trade for the soul here. I don't think that alone is going to be enough.
But I think it's the only choice they can make. They clear the wave. Zeka still had teleport, so he can come over here and help secure this so Genji can't get the double. But Cloud Soul is really just going to be your hopeful buffer for maybe an Elder Flip situation. That's all you've got left, and you're going to have to try to defend this Baron, which is so incredibly difficult with an inhibitor already down. And Doran tries to lock Lehens down here to turn this into a 5v4 fight, but he's so isolated as the rest of the team doesn't trust. They have no vision. Look at those control wards to the left of the red buff. They don't know where Canyon is, and they know they can't step up and try to actually help kill Lehens once he's out of the Death Realm, because they're just going to get blown up, they're going to get impaled, they're going to get caught. And you can see Zeka's playing at arm's length. He's like, ooh, do I want to rocket jump in here? The answer is you can't. You don't have the power in this fight anymore. You don't have any control. And even though he's super fed, it is the late game. He's got his own QSS. He just has too many targets to burn through and two big threats that are so hard to lock down.
Oh, sixth item finally completed here for Viper as well. Last item, Infinity Edge, does mean that he's going to be doing a fair bit of damage here on this Ashe. Maybe another legitimate threat to come out here from Hanwha Life Esports, but it still feels like such a difficult task, despite the fact that it's still 2.5k. Like, the biggest lead that we've seen in this whole game has been 3,000 gold, and it's 40 minutes in.
And it's still, like, again, I think Hanwha Life now are on the back foot. It's very clear from the map movement as well.
Oh, yeah.
But this is still winnable for them. They can still go up 1-0 in this Grand Finals the same way that they did in the first time these two teams faced up. That was very different, though. I feel like that game did feel like Genji were definitely taking it easy as Pays.
Oh, they think they maybe found Pays here. Is the arrow not going to connect? Zeka still looking for these autos. You can see the passive doing a whole bunch of work as Chovy called his mom just to ask whether there's another opportunity here. But she doesn't quite make it all the way.
The TP coming in.
Yeah, looking for the angle here.
Zeka,
he goes down extraordinarily low. Though. Can he actually join the fight is the question. As Doran, oh man, if Chovy had to walk a little bit closer,
oh, no, never.
would have been dangerous. And instead, the teleport comes in and they lose an inhibitor in the mid lane. This Baron doing its work here for Genji. They're not taking the risks that Hanwha Life Esports need them to.
And even if Doran flash ults him there, he's got the Zhonya's, and the rest of the team isn't there to follow up, and then that's just going to be pushing mid. He doesn't commit. He wants to use this defensively. He wants to just buy time for this Baron. 30 seconds left, but now he's down to teleport. The third inhibitor hanging by a thread here.
The minion wave just kind of gave up. And so Pays is going to help that one move on over. It did look a little bit comical, but it was necessary. Arrow going to connect into the backline there. Good buffer on the Arcade Shift as the Impale used only onto Delight, but he's still melting. Doran trying to get into that backline, but but it's Chovy that locks down the first one. Keen in trouble, but how much trouble is he really in? Because this dragon is only just getting started, but so is the Tristana. Some angles here for Viper as well, as now they're looking for it. Chovy is so incredibly low. He flashes low at the burn. Is it enough? And the answer's no, as Humble Life, they find the team fight.
And this time around, Genji throws a whole lot of damage around, but they don't get the two crucial members. We are 40 minutes in, the death timers might be long enough. We'll see. I imagine Viper and Zeka, they're definitely gonna try.
They've just got to make sure they kill the super minions. Kill the super minions.
I mean, they have this really insane push. I mean, it is a level 18 full build Tristana here.
25 seconds per base. They can definitely get the inhib.
Oh, we've got an Elder Flip in this game, boys.
Oh,
we have definitely got an Elder Flip in this one. It's going to be an inhibitor to go down here.
And
I don't know whether they can. I mean,
lands.
there's a lot of damage. There is a lot of damage. Arrow is back up again. Canyon extremely tanky. Lahen's trying to get in there. Look at that. The Nexus turret just evaporates. As Zeka is not going to be dying to Lahen.
He's going for it. He's going for it.
The rocket jump and game one goes to Humble Esports.
Oh, Zeka!
Absolute nerves of steel. He says, I am taking this game. It belongs to me.
And his Super Soldier title is definitely still his here in game number one. But they got a lot more games to get through after this one. And man, there's a lot of tape to go over on both sides of this. But the one thing I'm sure about is that if we get any more of these, all three of us are going to die, I think. I mean, that might happen.
Every 3-0 predictor has been locked out of being correct of this finals, and every single one of them probably fears for how this series could look, because game one already, by the way, with Genji on blue side, Hanwha Life played to their win cons. They were able to get a tempo advantage, and when the game fell apart, when they lost control, they handled the pressure well. They lost an inhibitor, traded up the second inhibitor. Look at how much damage Chovy does, but they kill him in the end because, as you mentioned, Chronicle, the damage was so spread in that last team fight.
That's just game one.
Just game one.
That's just game one. Genji end up losing a 40-minute game with
an
a
800
smolder.
gold lead.
With a gold lead. Oh, boy.
We are in for something today, I think, gentlemen.
Yeah, I would say we are.
Tonight.
Oh, man. All right. And I think Viper did like 20k of that damage in that last team fight as well. Because as that Infinity Edge was completed, it was like, oh, wow. He can help win these team fights. Wasn't necessarily on the radar and then pulled it through. But man, I hope we have more games like that in this grand final. It's time for us to go to a short break, and then we'll allow Ox to gloat a little bit about his prediction. See you soon.
Moving around, you are lost until I am found. My name is on your lips, very eyes under the ground. Go,
아 이거 웬만하면 끝낼 수 있으니까 잘 해보자.
침착하게.
야 이거 애쉬궁 돌면 그냥 하나 점프하고 잡자. 그래. 3초. 입 빠졌고 다음에 다시 클리어.
렐 5초가 나머지 20초다.
그냥 무조건 끝낼 수 있어.
렐 나왔고 이제 15초야.
해보던가.
아 이거 제 때리면.
아 타워. 그냥 타워 해봐.
이제 10초. 아래 타워.
위에 타워. 아니 타워 해줘. 그냥 타워 해줘. 타워하면 끝나. 타워해.
나이스!
일단 스프링 이제 마지막 결진전에서 패배했을 당시에는 뭐 개인적으로도 그렇고 전체적인 팀적인 약간 상황도 좋지 않았어서
최선을 다했지만 눈앞에서 진출을 놓쳤으니 그게 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같습니다.
아쉬워서 오랫동안 생각이 났던 것 같아요. 스프링 때 너무 아쉬웠던 만큼 이번 서머 때는 꼭 반복되는 일 없도록 하고 싶습니다.
일단은 스프링 때 나왔던 개인적인 좀 자잘한 실수들이나 그런 걸 최대한 안 하려고 노력했고,
메타 파악을 좀 빨리 하고 다른 서포트 선수 경기 보면서 어떻게 행동하는지를 좀 봤던 것 같고,
지치지 않게끔 좀 체력 안배를 개인적으로는 하려고 했고요. 스스로의 폼에 집중해야 하는 시기가 온 것 같습니다.
좀 더 유충의 메리트가 좀 더 올라감으로써 운영이 조금 달라졌다고 생각하고,
서머 후반기에 접어들수록 팀적으로 좀 융화되는 게 많이 중요하다고 얘기 많이 나눴고 긍정적인 것 같습니다.
강하게 인도해줬어요. 그리고 하나 있어요. 라이트. 그리고 딴거 나왔어. 이제 1막까지는 선호해야 있고요. 진짜. 하나.
당연히 지금 LCK에서 제일 잘하는 팀이고 하지만은 이제 아예 또 못 이긴다는 느낌은 아니었어가지고
좀 객관적인 시선으로 바라봤을 때 굉장히 많은 부분에서 따라왔다고 느껴지고 어떤 그런 강점을 잃지 않는다면 충분히 해볼 만하다고 생각해서
강할 타이밍에 제대로 강함을 이용해야 된다는 게 제일 핵심인 것 같아서 이길 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
그래도 저희가 확실히 올라왔다는 그런 느낌을 많이 받았어가지고 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
날개를 피고 있다.
결승전에 가보지 못한 지 오래된 것 같아서 꼭 그런 큰 무대에 올라가 보고 싶고요. 좀 재밌게 경기하고 싶습니다.
바이퍼가 무한 일이거든요. 돌아가면서 길을 막습니다. 바이퍼가 쳐냈고요. 이렇게 무대가 붙어 있으면 캐리어가 위험되면 안 됐는데요. 이거는 도라리 트리플 캐리 하나 생명 이렇게 깨웁니다. 하나 생명이 손을 그리고 그래서 더블 킬 들어갔고 막아냅니다. 하이버가 더블 킬. 아니 하나생명 이거 설계가요. 정신 한가운데서 멈췄습니다. 다시 전차 소리가 들립니다.
이번 연도 하나에서 팬분들의 응원을 느낄 수 있었는데 그 응원들 아깝지 않도록 올라온 이상 비가 없다고 생각하고 꼭 우승하겠습니다.
너무 큰 응원 많이 받은 것 같아서 다시 한번 감사드리고요. 꼭 결과도 우승이었으면 좋겠습니다.
지금까지 계속 응원해주시는 힘 받고 여기까지 올 수 있었다고 생각을 하고 이제 서머 끝나고 롤드컵도 남아있긴 하지만 최대한 후회 없는 경기력으로 다 같이 웃을 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
그런 패배했던 경험들이 좀 더 도움이 돼서 꼭 첫 승을 웃음을 좀 드리고 싶은 마음이 있습니다. 또 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하다고 좀 말씀드리고 싶고 유난히 더웠던 이번 여름도 응원해 주셔서 정말 감사드리고 끝까지 함께 해주실 거라 믿고 저희도 열심히 하겠습니다.
오렌지 전차는 멈추지 않아. 이게 하나생명의 파괴력이네요.
When people would visit the Cheomseongdae Observatory, they would see things that they could not believe, and we just did here in game number 1. What a way to start here for Hanwha Life Esports, and we've got one believer in them as they are 2 wins away from making Ox the greatest predictor in the LCK. Tigon here alongside Ox and Wadid to break down game number 1.
I mean, it was just such a banger. Just absolute cinema. I feel like there was a good... Obviously, HLE having control of the early game, but Gen.G turtled so well, and it all came down to that final fight. I think a lot of people, me included, were like, Smolder's too strong. You can't win versus him. Apparently not.
I mean, before the last team fight, we were talking about how good is Gen.G defending their plays. Oh my god, Gen.G 3-0 again. But, oh my god, Hanwha Life Esports, man. Like, this is game 1 only. Like, we just started the finals and it's already, I'm feeling like it's one of the best finals we are having in LCK right now.
All right, let's take a look at the draft here because it was clear from the start Hanwha Life Esports had a window to make it happen, and they did, but maybe not as far as we thought they needed to.
Yeah, I thought the Mordekaiser pick was really good into like the triple tanks on the side of Gen.G. A lot of disruption you could form there. I like the Zyra here, even though, you know, obviously Smolder can queue through your plants. Great value into these melee champs diving in. But it definitely felt like a composition where HLE needed to have a strong pace in the early game because of the Smolder. The one thing is that Gen.G often likes to play these double carry compositions, and they work well because Pays and Chovy are so reliable. But if you make a mistake, if someone oversteps, if one of the carries is out of position, it really becomes hard to win from that point. Whereas on the side of HLE, they have so many carries. If Peanut gets a big ult and dies, there's still damage. Even if Viper was to go down, there's still damage. And I feel like that can sometimes cost you games. It generally hasn't for Gen.G, but we saw here, once Pays dropped, it was hard to bounce back.
Yeah, and also we could see it from the Gen.G. We were talking about defending champion is good at defending their plays. So Canyon and Lihans were making so many good team fights, starting from Canyon's really great flashing engage, but yeah, I mean, we were thinking that, oh yeah, Genji is coming back. Like Genji is stacking up some stacks and like, oh man, this will be Genji game again, but somehow, yeah.
Yeah, and here, like, they try and engage on Canyon. The concept's decent, but they don't kill him quite quick enough. And that difference, that little sliver of health, means you can get the big ult off, the Hens instead of follow. And I think this was a consistent theme of the early game. HLE was making some good plays, but they were never winning quite as much as they really needed to. And that was a turning point in the game where it really went in favor of Genji, and they ended up with that Baron.
Right, that was at 26 minutes. The second highlight there at 27 minutes. So you're thinking, oh no, the window has closed for Hanwha Life Esports. Their comp is going to get outscaled by this Smolder. Their base is in tatters. They don't even have inhib turrets to hold on up. But then the engage here, Arrow catching out Praise, and then everyone else following up, and it's just a slobber knocker of a fight.
Yeah, Pei is super patient with the cleanse, doesn't burn a nose if he doesn't need to, but it starts to get really disruptive, and Peanut ends up getting pretty high value with the ultimate here. Again, knocking up a lot of targets. You see Keen getting chunked, and Viper and Zeka are just so sharp in their positioning. Viper in particular is just untouched, free hitting. Pays goes in and immediately go to punish.
I mean, that shifting in was kind of like oof from the Pays, but like Zeka and Viper was just waiting for that moment, you know? Just if you make one mistake, one small silly mistake, then they're gonna catch it. They are world's winners.
I mean, he's called a Viper for a reason, right?
Yeah.
Immediately just struck there.
Yeah, and then you heard the comms there at the very end. They're calling out, hey, the death timers, hey, we can push on through. Ignore these champs. They're just the tanks. The damage dealers weren't up. And it was very, very close to getting turned back on their head. I mean, they're able to close it out.
Like, I thought they couldn't end there, but like somehow they managed to like finish there. So I was really impressed.
Yeah, so much confidence, I feel, you know, despite facing what felt like overwhelming odds with the Smolder on the other side, stacked so heavily, Chovy piloting it, and they still managed to find the window, and then the confidence to push, end the game there. And it was sketchy towards the end, but they pulled it off.
And that's the thing I want to focus on, because in the first matchup that they had in the upper bracket round 3, Smolder became super important throughout the draft. Maokai was the other one. It was Smolder or Maokai. If we're not picking Maokai, you don't get to play it, Peanut. That was the plan for Genji. What do you want to see now as Genji has selected blue side?
Yeah, I mean, no surprise they're selecting blue side, and it's going to be hard now for Hanwha Life Esports because that win wasn't convincing, it was really close, and Genji gets to adapt and make some changes. I wonder if HLE will opt to ban the Smolder now, because even though they did win the game, it caused so many issues. It's not just the fact it becomes so strong, but the pick stalls the game so well. Even when they got that Baron, the true damage from the burn, the AoE from the Q, just melts the waves. They couldn't really capitalize on it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Genji is giving up too much early pressure. They should at least get a one lane pressure. Like, you should get Ashe and Smolder mid, so that makes sense. Like, you get the both early pressure into the value pick on the mid lane, but they had Azure and Smolder, which is really important to have the second item Muramana. So I think that it took a little bit of more time to get into the form. So Genji should pick for early prior in some lane.
Yeah, again, Smolder stacking on the greatest CSer that we've seen ever in Chovy. He's hitting execution stacks at 19 minutes. Yesterday we saw it at 24 minutes being piloted on the opposite side. Let's see what they do here in game number 2 of the grand finals. What a follow-up they have.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Caster Desk. Thank you so much, Dagon and the gang. Let's see what happens here for game number 2. Genji back on the blue side once again. And if you're just joining us, yes, that means they had side selection. And yes, that means that they just had their Nexus pummeled by 2 world champions at the same time and lost the game with a gold lead. That was just game number 1. Now we have game number 2 getting ready for you. This man here as well. A lot on his plate now because we know that Genji, very good at adaptation. They've done it in this very best of 5 only a few days ago.
Winning game 1 means that you have side selection advantage moving towards the rest of the series. Even if you lose the second game, you've essentially warped what you lost from being second seed versus Genji's first. So it's a huge win for them, a lot of relief. Now, we saw 3 jungle bans towards Peanut from Genji in game 1, the Sejuani, the Vi, and the Maokai. Maybe if Genji want to drop the Maokai ban, that'll be the first hint they want to change up the draft. maybe they feel like they could deal with Zeka's Smolder better if they leave it to them. We'll have to wait and see. I think on the side of Hanwha Life, if you want to ban it, you're going to replace the Nidalee.
Also, what is the takeaway from Gen G? Because I would want to echo what Wadit was saying earlier. Effectively, Gen G went with free scaling lanes, and they got away with it. But at the same time, it did kind of feel like Hanwha Life probably should have kept control of that game. The fact that Hanwha Life ended up winning it is a whole nother thing. After the first game that Hanwha Life won in the previous series, Gen G did a complete pivot, and I really like this because I think that is what they need to do here as well. This will open up the Vi for Peanut, but it means that we can get a completely different style coming out from Gen G. Last time, I think it was the Kalista Blitz to come through, which we all know how that one ended. We'll see if Gen G go for a similar level of pivot, and for Hanwha Life, they can just try and do what it did last game.
I'm really curious what this first pick is going to be. We knew the final ban was going to be that Tiggs, but we have confirmation now. As picking something like a Zyra first doesn't feel very strong in this position, they're going to go for the Ashe themselves. And after seeing Viper's damage in that last team fight, hard to blame them. Sejuani is banned, of course, so you don't have that synergy, but there's a lot of other picks here you could grab in second rotation here on blue side to pair with the Ashe in the bottom lane. For Zeka here and Peanut, we've seen so much synergy between these two players with Vi and another champion that sets up well. We've even seen Ahri a few times this season. But I wonder if they're going to try to keep it a little bit more unknown what their game plan is here, considering Canyon often shies away from said Vi. They pull out the Jhin here right away for Viper. One he played quite well yesterday, and the Azir looks to be the lock as well for Zeka. We didn't get to see it yesterday. It was banned against Faker every game. This time Hanwha Life, it's buffed on this patch. We'll grab it early.
An interesting choice, because Tristana is still very, very strong, and something you could imagine Chovy probably wants to lock in right here. Viscana, another choice here for Canyon. Of course, he's really been loving this champion on this patch more recently, but the Zyra Ashe, baby, it is very, very powerful. They're the ones that are going to be employing it this time. Oh, Corki Azir. This is a very enthralling matchup for the mid lane that we are possibly getting set up for, but does mean that it's a solid core here for Gen G to start us off.
First time in this series as the Azir Corki comes through. No surprise there, and this is going to already look completely different, right? We're looking at pressure lanes that are there now for Gen G, both in mid as well as in bot lane. Jhin is good in trying to stave off the pressure, but I do think that Ashe should have the shove, depending on support matchup.
Yeah.
What I want to wonder as well is, are they actually... Yeah, I like this a lot more.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that Vi really works with what you have so far, and the Ivern makes a ton more sense.
It's so oppressive into the Ashe because she's so low range, and you have the Jhin who can set up and brushes far away. It's difficult to punish him. It also gives you different angles for the Azir. He can set up soldiers outside of the brush while also having that added safety of being in the brush. It's very oppressive. It's very difficult to fight into. Now, Braum is a big concern. I think that will probably be banned away here again for Hanwha Life. We saw Gen G ban it in game 1 because the Ashe Braum lane is such a strong kill lane. Instead, they'll ban the Renata away. Interesting, especially considering they didn't go for that dive-heavy jungle pick of the Vi. The Renata ultimate is going to get so much more value. Leona is taken here in response. I still think that Braum deserves a look, though.
Yeah, Braum and Rel now needing a little bit of a look here, especially if you see an Alistar come in on 5 once again. It does mean that they do want to get rid of that, but instead, the Cassante just taking away one of those blind picks from Keen might be forced into handbag territory, as Renekton has been not looked at all this series thus far, and has been the other agreed upon blind pick top lane.
Would work out well with the Zyra, right? Trying to get that not quite Nidalee level, but still works well to have the lockdown.
CC.
Yeah, exactly. And also when you combine it with the Ashe, I do think that is a bit of power. It's interesting though, and it kind of echoes what we were saying, like the takeaway from Gen G, play a lot more proactive. Takeaway from Hanwha is we could have very well lost that game. So we're still going to take away the blinds. Cassante, even though I didn't really feel like Keen was a problem at the beginning, was able to find his way back and have some incredible team fights. And this would be something, and this means that I think Delight might be looking at a Bard again.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You don't save counter pick here unless you're looking for a Bard. You just want to get confirmation as to what's coming through. Now, the Braum is left available. Feels very strong. Obviously, the level 1 is incredibly oppressive here for Gen G's composition. Even outside of the lane on the map, you can look for picks here into this and maybe even make some of these champions skill into something they don't want to at level 1 if you do end up finding them out. So that one feels like a strong option, but it's Lehens. And he's got other ideas.
It's Lehens! Yeah, It's gotta be DeCrank.
Hanwha was like, no, he's never going to play something as stock standard as Braum Ashe. No way. We don't need to ban that. He would never play it.
I tell you what, Delight looks like a genius now, though, for saving that counter pick. Now he can get out of the way of this Blitzcrank a little bit more, as Ornn is going to be locked in. And I was wondering what they were going to do about this, because Blitz isn't exactly an engaged champion. Yes, if you land a hook, it kind of works, but more, it's like a pick champion. So Ornn does give them some engage. It's going to be Delight locking in the cow, though, and it feels like this is a bit more of a stock standard composition. But once again, with these Azir comps that Hanwha Life Esports put together, I don't necessarily see a lot of damage here unless they can really get on top of their opposition.
That's why Zeka has such a big role to play in this game, because his Azir is going to be the main source of long-term damage in team fights. Obviously, the Jhin can help zone. Renekton Jhin can be quite strong in a team fight because the Jhin can follow up on the Renekton engage from so far away. You obviously have the Trigger Seed from Peanut as well, so it's really easy to collapse on a single target that gets caught out. But Zeka is a player, and I feel like we haven't talked about this that much. We haven't really given him the credit he deserves. It was a player whose Azir we thought for so long was mediocre. We thought it was one of the reasons why there would be no way DRX could go to Worlds. There would be no way they could lift the World Championship trophy. I feel like he has improved so much as a player. This champion's now in his wheelhouse. He is a good Azir player now, but he has to be really good in this game, otherwise the damage isn't there.
On the flip side for Gen G, that game 1 loss, they are the extremely heavy favorites. We have not, I think, had this lopsided of a feeling going into a series since, like 2023 spring? And we know how that one ended.
Yep, or like the last time they were in a final. Like, Gen G are just really, really good.
They have been.
It's like kind of like, it's almost as if they're going for 5 LCK trophies in a row.
What would you call that?
A pentapeat. Or a 5-peat, or a back-to-back.
I do really appreciate the pentapeat.
Yeah, probably something like that, but it is now time to get into game 2, because you can't get a pentapeat without winning at least 3 games in this series right now, and they haven't won their first. Let's do it.
젠지, 하나, 둘, 셋!
하나 생명! 하나, 둘, 셋! All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 2. Gen G looking to fight back against a game 1 loss. And this isn't unfamiliar territory. They fell down in game number 1 against Hanwha Life Esports in their first match. And, well, in the last time that they met here in the playoffs. And it was the same story, and then Gen G just went ahead and won 3 in a row after that. That was sort of how that went.
Yeah, it was I felt like back then we were also impressed with how Hanwha looked, you know, compared to what our expectations were. This is a similar situation. They had to clutch it out in the end, but it did look like they had a lot of power and should have been able to close that game out from the lead. They had some overextension, some poor calls led to that punished play from Canyon. Going into this draft, though, it's very different. The win cons are way less self-explanatory. Last time it's get your 80 carries ahead, especially Tristana, take turrets off the map, snowball the game. This time it's more about subtle objective setup. It's going to be a lot about team fights. It's going to be about the Azir engages, when Zeka goes in, and how much damage he can output in team fights. Because when this Corki Ashe gets to the late game, especially with ornaments, Gen G's comp once again is the stronger scaling team.
I do also think that this hinges on the Doran and Peanut effect as well. Root Collar is so powerful when you have Renekton. The one thing he doesn't have is any ability to get on top of anyone in general, right? And Root Collar works as pretty decent engage to just deliver a crocodile to your opposition, which is generally, in their opinion, probably a bad thing, because crocodiles can be quite vicious. And Doran being able to get there in a moment's notice without having to use Slice and Dice to close the gap is going to be really, really important.
Do want to highlight that there is no lane swap this time around. I do actually really like the Ornn counterpick, or quote-unquote counterpick into the Renekton, because with Grasp, with Riddle, you actually have a good amount of trading power. You're obviously never going to have Prio, but it doesn't really matter, right? Because I think that Canyon is equally happy just farming up, because he will actually outpace Peanut, even though Peanut early on obviously is going to have an advantage just because of the way that Ivan clears, and might have a window there. But the main thing you want to do is enable this man, the Blitzcrank, Lahens. So Keen just being completely self-sufficient, and like even pre-6, I think it's tough as post-6. I just don't see you dying in a 2v1 dive. There are obviously scenarios where if you rotate up enough people, you can take down the Ornn, but It's going to be tough, and shockingly, Canyon is in fact here at the bot side of the map.
Yeah, HLE Esports have full information as to what's going on here. Peanut actually looking for a similar situation in the mid lane. Chovy playing very defensively, and it looks like Canyon not opting in for any sort of dive. Hanwha dealing with the wave quite well.
Now, on the top side, Peanut is going to be able to secure the scuttle, but it's really difficult to actually use Ivern into the Ornn, and you knew the Ivern was locked in when you had this Ornn pick to come through. They showed the Renekton early, so it's a fantastic pick in that regard. Let's see. I mean, Keen is pretty low here. Doran actually putting a lot of damage onto him, so maybe they can make something happen here. It's pretty tough.
Yeah, Peanut going to be hiding in a brush here. I have a feeling that Keen knows exactly what's going on as he holds the wave, making sure that Peanut has to tank the turret if he is going to walk past, and it looks like Peanut wants none of that. And Doran dealing with this wave in a pretty annoying position right now, but he's not under any threat, and I think has a bit of an idea that there is no Canyon around.
Let's talk about the 2v2 for a second here in the bottom lane. I mean, you can see a massive CS advantage. Viper was forced out of the lane. Didn't have to flash or cleanse, but losing all of that farm just from Canyon coming over and the oppressive power of Blitzcrank Ashe early. The slows could just lead to a hook, can lead to your death, can lead to you losing the game right away. He has to play respectfully, but this is a massive lead, and this is exactly what Ashe is going to afford you. She's also going to scale better into the late game as a true, real AD carry. So, you know, the cross map was a Scuttle Crab and looking at Keen. So, not looking great for Peanut in this early game thus far. It's been Canyon who's made the larger impact, and we've seen this happen a lot of the time when Canyon's playing the Zyra into the Ivern.
Also see here, a drive-by gank from Peanut. Of course, ganking on Ivern sometimes is just, they go for a trade and you pressure shield.
Yeah.
Chovy still able to keep the pressure up, as is expected. Zeka about a wave behind, not really anything to be too worried about. Same towards the top side, but it does really feel to me, even though I think that HLE will still have a good amount of threat late game, the mid game is where this comp spikes, right? Like you want Ivern on like an item or two, Jhin back or at the point where, especially if you can get ahead of the curve, if you're able to make a play with Zek or Peanut around maybe an early objective, that's when I think they're going to feel the strongest. Eventually, the amount of free gold that's going to come through from Keen, plus the fact that the natural tendencies of Renekton, even with Ivern, I think it pulls him further into relevancy, but down the line, you're just going to get shredded, right? There's so much damage available on Gen G as Canyon.
Oh, Flash does come out. A lot of respect there from Delight, but Canyon not quite finding the angles as Peanut looks to try and get some damage down. Good positioning from the HLE Esports jungler, but Canyon's still going to be able to start off this dragon. It looks like there's not going to be too much response.
Yeah, and unlike the last game, Gen G has tons of prio bottom side. They have prio in mid, and even though Canyon's gank attempt there doesn't end up getting a kill, it gets a flash, and it guarantees they have that additional prio for the dragon. Tri-brush control means there's no way that Peanut can come back over here, and even without level 6 for the Zyra, there's just nothing that HLE Esports can do, and they don't even have to send Pays over. He is 1v2 in this lane, still pushing it in, and Keen's just soaking the pressure. And that CS lead here for the Renekton is really just not that significant.
What's also very poignant is that this is how the early game went for HLE, right? Like with that Zyra and Ashe combo specifically, able to get an incredible amount of early objectives going. Now Peanut, thanks to the prio they have on top side, is going to be able to get the grubs. Doesn't quite feel as impactful this time around though, because I do expect Gen G to contest the second grubs, and I think they have a lot more tools now than they did in the previous game, but also because Tristana, and even I think again the Mordekaiser is really, really strong when it comes to pushing down those turrets inside.
Yeah, a little bit of a different story here as Keen still having a little bit of trouble here in Doran, as you would expect, especially given the sustain advantage. There is a Bramble Vest now complete, so Keen should be able to mitigate some of it, but Peanut, he's coming over. They're looking for an angle. Are they going to be able to find the snare? They do, but the Root Caller going to come in after the flash. Keen will be alive for now, but that's a big summoner.
Really good timing there from Peanut, because he goes in the moment that Keen uses his W to go for the trade, so knows that it isn't available, gets the flash. I actually really like the flash from Keen there, because you saw they can't really commit because they don't know where Canyon is. Canyon's here and the ult is available. Do they want to go for this? This is a Renekton, and I think they made the right call not to.
Yeah, I think, you know, Keen is not in any danger. You're able to come over here and confirm that Peanut is not actually diving a second time. There's no fear of getting a flashless Ornn blown up here. Ult's down for Doran. Just protect, make sure he's okay, allow him to stabilize, and move on. You already got the dragon bottom side. You have that Drake lead.
and your composition scales incredibly well. Chovy still maintains that very small half a wave of a lead. You know, it'll of course stack back up a little bit higher after this wave crashes here, but he's got his early game going smoothly. You've got the Ashe winning the way she's supposed to. The machine is well oiled here for Gen G with what this comp wants to do.
Want to highlight as well, Chovy actually going for Conqueror, which is definitely the one we see the least. It's mostly just been the fleet. And I imagine that we've seen how aggressive he plays this lane, literally starting at level 1.
Oh, arrow going to come through. Ah, the walk strategy. Happens once again here as Zeka just does that, and that's going to make everything K.
Also interesting, you're talking about runes, we do see the press the attack here for the Azir for Zeka as well.
Yeah, that's
less common to see on the Azir, but I feel like very strong into this tanky front line of the Ornn. And he is, again, going to have to be a big damage dealer in these team fights. The Jhin is not really going to be able to alone break through that Ornn's tankiness. It's going to have to be the Azir a lot of the time, or he needs to just be hitting the squishies, which is not always going to happen into a team comp like what Gen G has been put together. Down here, Peanut's just dropping a daisy as they're trying to get Viper some much needed gold here.
Yeah, Viper is standing next to the pillar, which is a little bit dangerous, but I think if Keen was to use that Searing Charge aggressively, he would be in a lot of trouble given the proximity of the cow. He's going to back away, but plate going over to Viper.
Actually nicely done there, because Canyon is showing. We saw that Humble Life did kind of have Zeka kind of shadow move towards the bot side of the map. But I don't think there really was a dive opportunity there. Maybe if they catch Canyon right from the get-go, right? Zyra is very immobile, so if you do get on top of her, it's possible. But if she keeps her distance, trying to dive an Ornn, especially when the amount of damage you have available, not quite going to be there.
Yeah, now, once again, just like the previous game, they move Pays up to the top side of the map. They're setting up for the grub contest that you were talking about. You know, this composition isn't that strong with just 3 grubs. I mean, even with if you got 5 or 6, it's not the most oppressive grub composition we've ever seen. But given a 0 moment with the turret in the side lane, it can disappear. Then you got Sundis opportunities. Gen G looking like they want to contest for this Canyon heading up. Keen does not have his teleport just yet, but it's coming online very soon. This is definitely a fight that looks like much more reasonable for Gen G to take than the one they tried to take in Game 1 before their composition was online. And the Ornhorn, if he does show up to this fight, teleport's still not ready, then it's so hard for Hanwha Life to actually fight it. Such a strong early game ultimate for an otherwise, you know, relatively muted champion at this stage in the game.
Yep, I wouldn't mind it if Hanwha Life Esports just gave this up when even on the grubs and didn't try to throw things away at this point in time, but there is a big question that I do have for you guys, and that is, when is Hanwha Life Esports looking to fight? When is going to be that time where they hit that sweet spot of power spikes, or do they even have one against what Gen G has here in this game?
Yeah, it actually is a little tough. I think you are just situations like this where you can get a man advantage and use the long range engage that you have available.
Not a lot of damage until Zeka gets here. He is finally going to come down. Bellow's breath is fantastic. Even gets the train on in, but Keen is still going to die. And that is first blood going over to Zeka, exactly where they wanted the money.
Yeah, now you asked where they're going to fight. I wouldn't call this a fight, but it's a great macro read. They're able to say, okay, well, look, we're going to give up grubs. We don't have to set up to fight that, but we have the numbers advantage bottom side. We can get several things. Try to pick off Keen, get the shutdown kill onto, or not shutdown kill, but the initial kill, first blood, over to Zeka. He's the one who needs the gold the most. Plates and the Dragon are on the other side. Top side has plate or lane swap protection as well, so even though Gen G get those grubs, they only go up to 3, and yes, they'll get some plate gold themselves, but there's a trade-up of money here for Hanwha Life. I think the only battle they could have fought was on the map, and they made the right call.
Yep, you can see that Peanut and Delight were just shadowing here as they were trying to take this bottom outer turret, but not actually going to draw Keen's attention just yet. He decides to give up on that. Doesn't want to take the risk as they're going to trade Dragons 1-for-1 and trade turrets 1-for-1. First turret blood going over to Gen G though, as they lock down that top outer.
Yeah, I imagine that they were looking to see if Keen was going to TP back in because they were hiding in fog. If he does TP, you're then definitely diving again, especially with 4 people there. As we take another look, this is, I think, one of the big issues for Gen G is that, again, Ornn in the side lane, eventually, if you have any one in the area, his re-engage, his stall can actually do a whole lot. You see, he actually has a good amount of damage.
Yeah, it was really well played.
Canyon's on the other end of the map, right? So Canyon, all he can do is just try to get the turret, which they do end up getting. But a kill going over to Zeka specifically, given his heroics in last game, obviously going to feel great. But additionally, getting a lot of extra resources on the only AP carry of your team is always going to feel great because it makes the itemization for the enemy team a lot harder.
And I think there's not really a great answer to your question, Atlas, about when should they fight, because in terms of item spikes, obviously the Zero is going to be very good on 2. The first item he gets the Nashers to, that's going to give him a lot of damage, but it's more of a all-round item that's going to be useful in side lanes. It's just, in general, basically the strongest item Azir can pick up, so he's obviously going to get that one first. The Jhin doesn't really have a strong spiking moment in this meta. He's obviously more utility, so it's not about his damage output. I think you always want to take every favorable fight you can find, and you want to find them as soon as possible. So fights like the last one, or picks like the last one that we saw on Dakeen, making the right decision on the map, setting up for objectives at the right time, and utilizing your brushes, and trying to take unfair fights before Chovy comes online, before this Ashe comes online, is really not quite the answer to your question, but I think Hanwha Life's best bet is we're starting to feel like Gen G have a pretty massive lead here. It's only 300 gold, but because of the scaling and how they've been able to weather the storm and how well the Ashe did early as she's supposed to, the Hanwha Life are really the ones who have the ball in their court. They have to make the next proactive play.
So Gen G, I think, when they have space, will be heavily benefiting. You can poke away with the Zyra, with the Ashe, with the Corki. And as tools to create space, it really is going to come down to how can Canyon position. And also, what can Lahens do? Because one of the things with this Blitzcrank specifically is that ideally you want to have an impact early on. We obviously haven't seen that. And we've seen Lahens carry plenty of team fights and mid games as well. And it feels like Gen G are also going to be trying and cheat some of the fights here just by getting a hook on. At this point, I think realistically anyone, obviously the best would be Viper, Zeka or Peanut, as the other ones can backfire a little bit. We'll have to see, as Gen G do have prio where they need it and are starting up this Herald, but there's the TP.
Yeah, it looks like Hanwha Life Esports, they've decided that now is when they want to start fighting. Decent buffer on the slice there from Doran as the Dominus does come on through. Lahens going down extraordinarily low, but so's the Crocodile, and he's going to fall first. The train drives through, but Canyon's already dead. There goes the Blitzcrank as well as the Ornn's starting to get amongst it. Delight has been tanking a decent amount as Paze just rockets out of there. Chovy should be able to get over this wall, though not quite enough with the Phosphorus Bomb to be able to take that one down, but he just taxis his way through, and Delight is going to be A-OK. Viper with the shield from the Trigger Seed. As Peanut getting in a little bit of trouble. Paze can't tank up the turret by himself. And it is going to be a 2-for-2 in the end, I believe.
It wasn't really the exact fight that Hanwha was looking for. They thought the teleport angle there was going to be enough, but Gen G sussed it out instantly. The arrow comes through from Paze, and even though it's buffered by Doran, he finds himself isolated. He needs the ability to zone more, and there needs to be a faster follow-up because he's so disconnected from this fight. Look at how disconnected Hanwha Life are in general. Zeka's in the top lane. He's not able to get access. Peanut's nowhere near Doran. Sure, he has some time with his Dominus. He can buy a little bit of time here, but the fight is so broken up. Hanwha Life have Delight's counter engage here, so they're able to isolate Canyon. Zeka does a decent amount of damage, but then he can't win the fight. In the longer fight, of ultimate from Viper isn't going to be enough damage, and Zeka had to go so deep to get that kill that he's just in no man's land.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about Pace's gate, and by not so sure generally in my phrasing means not good. Don't do that.
Was that he didn't click on the right part of ground?
No, so
ground has gate?
I mean, I don't think so. I think it was just genuinely like trying to cut off, because they think, realistically thinks the light is dead, right?
It is one of those things where it's like, well, it's hard to do it really accidentally.
Well, if you have Arrow also, then maybe it works, but like Viper and Peanut both have summoners, have a lot of kiteback potential, so I don't think you're ever going to catch them. What I really liked there was Viper, his patience with using his ultimate. I think a lot of Jins would just immediately start firing, and I think it's something we saw in the series against T1 as well. Waited for the Ornn to actually hard commit to the main part of the fight before he started setting up the guns there. Still, when everything is said and done, Gen G were the one that got the Herald, and the trades were even. So I don't think either team is going to feel too strongly about it one way or another.
It does feel, though, Chronicler, though, that a trade that's even is a trade up for Gen G in situations. Yeah. And obviously with the Herald, they get a little bit more map control as well on top of that. And Hanwha Life, had they been a little bit faster to respond, or if Doran teleports a little bit later when they're actually closer for follow-up, I think this could have been a fantastic fight for them. And those are the kind of angles you have to fight. You have to cheat your way through these team fights in a big way, I think, at this stage in the game. And we're not able to make it work in a very confident, or rather, a very decisive way. So Gen G are probably feeling very good about the outcome.
Well, hook onto Daisy.
That's mean.
That is so mean. It is a fair bit of money.
It's good.
For Gen G.
It's a very good hook.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense, especially Peanut had just used it. The chain CC lands on top of him, the Ivan. Oh, they just took down his best friend, and then they cut him down as well. Oh. Another hook. And that is the Azir. Zyra, the main character of Harmonize Esports, is just dead, and there's no way they're fighting this one, as the Dragon will go down as well. The second one for Gen G, the first Hextech Drake of this series.
And where game number 1 was an extremely high-paced and kind of frantic affair, this feels like classic Gen G, right?
Oh, yeah.
We're waiting, we're biding our time, but when we see an angle, we'll take it.
It's decisive, and we've had some questionable driving from Lehens throughout the year, but those two were pretty good as he crashes in, takes out the mid turret, and then the follow-up. And obviously in this angle for the arrow, it's very difficult for Peanut to react quickly enough to flash it. But if he does flash it, I think this is a very different situation. They will actually get to have some modicum of a team fight here. Well-deserved, celebration here from Lehens. You can see the pressure of losing that game 1 has definitely not gotten to him.
Yeah. When Lehens isn't cackling, that this is a series where there's still a lot of tension.
Yeah, he knows that was a great moment, so you still get the woo. But yeah, there is not the wild guffaw, because it still says 0-1 at the top of the screen. Gen G gonna have to even things out, bring us to a best of 3. But now taking a win here, but we are getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. 2,000 gold is a good lead.
Yeah.
Dragon advantage with a great soul, also fantastic, and they win neutral fights in general. Harmonize Esports are gonna have to find some angles here away from some of these hooks.
They have a real control over the game now. Like, they are now in the driver's seat. They are pointing the ship, right? And I think Hanwha Life did find some way to rock it. 2 items for the Azir. You have a lot of great ways to set up fights.
Oh, once again onto Peanut. The hook is going to connect onto Delight, and he's going to use that to taxi forward. The Blitzcrank, certainly not very tanky, but neither is Delight, as it turns out. Redemption to keep him alive, but it's Pace just raining frosty bullets into his backside. And Daisy will once again fall down. This is a 1-for-1 this time. Both of the supports falling down. As a teleport in from Zeka, he just wants to take as much money on this map as he can find.
There are ways to blow up single targets, and there are ways for Zeka, if they get map control, to set up for flank angles, to set up for engages.
There's no turrets.
Oh dear. Yeah, there are a lot of bad guys coming, and Zeka does not have a lot of friends on the way outside of Peanut. The flash forward from Chovy. Oh, doesn't get slowed down by the volley. Good sidestep there, as now it might be Peanut going down yet again. He does get the brush for Zeka, who's trying to play it out. Pace almost falls, but it's Zeka that goes down in the end. Delight realizing there's no follow-up, there's no angle, as Lehens versus Viper. From best friends to enemies, and he is going to let him live.
He let him live. That's camaraderie right there.
It's beautiful. It's mercy.
I just think it's because Viper is one of those sprinting Jins. He's
quite known to go fast Jins.
He's quite known to be a very high-paced, long-distance Jin runner.
Let's not forget, this is a man that has a rift named after him, okay? And he's got the Swifties.
He quoted the Drift. That is very true.
I mean, this is just a Lehens thing, right? We always see these setups, whether it's Maokai, whether it's the Ash Arrow. He's always trying to fish for those setup hooks, but he's not very tanky. He does go down. The problem is, Paze is an 80 carry, and Viper's not in this moment. He has way more damage output. Yeah, Viper can try to stop these retreats, but Zeka cannot close the gap, cannot get in there, so it just doesn't matter. It ends up being a trade.
And then we go to this topside play where Gen G really want to commit. Keen tries to keep Peanut away from Zeka. Pace actually almost ends up going down. I think the Vamp Scepter and the Red Buff will barely keep him alive, otherwise could have very well dropped, in which case, this is still a heavy investment, right? Both Chovy and Pace end up flashing, and Zeka holds his, and not having flash on the Ashe, I think is actually a big deal. I kind of wonder if Pace shouldn't have just ended up going down there, like you trade 1 for 1. Might have actually been better. We'll see if he is able to play the team fight, but that's a lot of playmaking potential for Zeka now there that wasn't there before.
Yeah, I think the shutdown was what he was most concerned about. Like, he was going to give a ton of gold over if he does end up dying. But, I mean, Zeka's already on 2 items, so it is one of those things where we'll have to wait and see whether it matters or not. If he ends up being caught when he could have flashed, it will definitely say yes.
The train is going to come through. Gets the knock up as the arrow not going to connect this time around. Peanut able to move over it. That ward working out their full vision of the arrow the entire time. And Viper, of course, is standing next to it, so that sort of helps.
That's 2 cooldowns down, though, with 35 seconds about on this Dragon. And again, we haven't talked about the Dragon as much. It's Hextech Drake. There is an Azir, a Corki, Zyra, and an Ashe in this game. It's
and honestly, Jin kind of abuses the lightning really well.
Yeah, even that. So obviously can't really be given over. One look at the item spike. So this is what we were talking about earlier. Moonstone now done for Peanut as well. This should be a big fighting opportunity. I know Humble Life right now are behind in gold, but I do think they're really, really strong. Sterix on Renekton as well. Doran is level 2 off the ultimate. And Doran hasn't really been able to have an impact yet. I think he needs to step up big. Him or Zeka needs to get on top of Paze.
Yeah, they need to get a pick. They need to kill the Ashe or the Corki. It's so difficult with Valkyrie. I mean, if they can punish Paze's lack of flash, we'll have our answer about that question in the top side. But I think Humble Life only get 1 or 2 more of fights like this where it feels like they're still strong. It feels like they still have the advantage. So they need to seize the opportunity here, but they don't have prio. And as you can see, Lehends is just holding the door here. One hook, and the fight's over.
Yeah, Keen has started upgrading some items here as well. So those Masterworks are going to keep coming in, those ornaments being constructed. As we do have a start on this one, there's a lot of terrain for that arrow to fly through, and there it is, it appears onto the cow. Doesn't even press the R button, does Delight, so that is not really what they were looking for. Humble Life Esports had an inkling on the plate. Doran looking for a flank angle. As there's the curtain call. We have the Dominus come through as well, going into that backline. The Emperor's Divide is decent, but they're being cut apart. And yes, they get the Corki, but at what cost? And the answer is, yeah, everything.
Literally everything. They lose the fight, they lose Soul Point, and it looks likely they will now lose the Baron. And it's a very disjointed fight there from Hanwha Life Esports. Keen has the ult out, does a lot of zoning, and even though the arrow missed, you have to be so cautious, so careful about how you're going to engage, and it felt like Hanwha just didn't have a great plan. Delight didn't ult in the last fight, didn't feel pressured by the arrow, but still took a lot of damage, and it was difficult for Hanwha Life to turn there, and they forced it anyways, and Corki dies, sure, but like you said, they lose basically everything, and this might be the defining moment in this second game where Gen G tie us up.
I think that's going to be it. And you see how well aware Gen G is. And crucially, the ults actually end up being fine, right? They used them both, didn't get the pick on Peanut before. But Keen still gets a double knock-off and gets a free man then. Just to make sure. And I want to be clear, like, Paze didn't get swept up. I think that fight looked rough nonetheless. But that really just turned it from not just a one fight, not just a dragon, but straight up Baron, and what is most likely going to be the backbreaker here for Hanwha.
Yeah, and so Keen basically just won the game at a 50 CS deficit, not necessarily having a great time in lane. It doesn't matter. You know, when these compositions that are constructed just work a lot better as a cohesive 5-man unit, it just, you can see that it's so hard for Humble Life Esports to find these plays because the onus is on them to make the play, to walk into Gen G, who have the range advantage, they have the poke advantage, and they have so many ways to respond as well. As another arrow is going to fly in. This one straight between the goalposts. Not going to be able to find too much more there. As Hook going to connect onto the cow, and Delight going to need to use the Unbreakable Will this time, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. Thankfully, the curtain call is going to be there, and that does play some interference. Chovy just happily taking these shots, though it's just not doing that much.
But now you don't have your curtain call to really defend the siege, and Chovy's wrapping around. He's starting to put those arrows, and here comes the Ornhorn.
Yep, the train is going to come on through once again. Good double knockup comes down, but the redemption is there to keep them healthy once more. It's an N for no, do not push in. That's what those brushes were saying. And Peanut is going to get his wish for now, but I just don't think that Gen G are beholden to him right now.
It's going to go down, but it's still a decent stall from Humble Life. The main thing is trying to deny the opportunity for Gen G to actually take down inhibitors, but I think compared to game number 1, where even with the smolder we felt like there was a real angle for Hanwha, I think this time around, that just doesn't feel as realistic. They can't afford to lose a single fight around Dragon from this point forward, right? Just because of the fact that Gen G is already sitting at 3. Now, Paze has his masterwork, so does Canyon. And this is going to get harder and harder here for Hanwha Life as these fights start to feel more and more lopsided. And again, Doran, I don't think he's had a lot of opportunities, but the couple of TPs that we saw just didn't really get anything done. And it makes you wonder, should we not just have picked the support for Delight and saved counterpick for Doran after his game 1 was quite good?
Yeah, I really think that that's certainly a question that the coaching staff is asking themselves right now backstage, because you ended up also losing out in this bottom lane to the Ashe, right? The Blitzcrank pick worked a treat. There's so much repression there. And this draft here for Hanwha Life just really doesn't hit the mark unless it snowballs the game. And arguably, almost more so than what we saw in Game 1, but in a very different way. Not in terms of killing structures and killing turrets and trying to get the Tristana ahead, but you need to actually win team fights. You need to be oppressive on the map. Once you lose control, Baron goes down. Now Gen G go, yeah, we get set up for the vision.
Possible angle here, but this is a very tanky Kane, able to walk his way through the Emperor's Divide. The Stranglethorns comes in, the rest of Gen G, they're making their way over, but it's just not quite in time. They'll take a consolation daisy, but they still lose their top laner, as Lahens takes a bunch of damage here from the curtains. As the Dragon's up in 48 seconds, just not quite enough to give them an advantage.
That's the problem. If they can get the continuation of that fight and actually use the fact that Kane isn't there, I think maybe that can make it, you can make that work. But instead, you use a ton of ultimates and you don't even get what you need. You don't get the dragon.
Yeah, and Gen G used a lot of ults too, but their composition is way less reliant on them than Hanwha Life's are. You need that Gen ultimate, you need the Emperor's Divide, or you're just not going to win these fights. I mean, you still have the Dominus, but even your Alistar is food here for Gen G. If we see a hook come through, if a pick comes through on the Delight, that's as good as Dragon here for Gen G. And Keen has teleport here. As soon as he spawns, he can join, and there it is.
Yeah, Doran out of dashes here for the moment as the teleport does come on through here for Kane. Doesn't have the Call of the Forge God. That is, like you say, Chronicle, the most important thing for this fight as far as Kane is concerned. No Stranglethorns either. Was used towards the end of that little skirmish. But the arrow is up, and it's going to be thrown straight into Zeka, who's in Fog of War. There is a brush there to make sure that he is not going to be seen. Finally, they get a control ward through, but now, will it be Hextech Soul, which is probably game, or will it be a one-team fight finally for Hanwha Life Esports? Already Keen going down very, very low as Chovy trying to cut up Doran, and Doran just can't do anything. He's kind of a handbag in this one. They do manage to take down the Dragon in exchange for the Crocodile. It's a reptilian bargain, but I don't know whether it's going to work because it looks like after the deal is done, Gen G trying to close this one out. The train does get one knockup, but not onto the priority target as Zeka in the brushes once again. He has Emperor's Divide, but he uses, Emperor's Escape instead. And that is going to get him out of there. The cow not so lucky, and Gen G, they don't get the dragon, but they don't lose too much.
Heist successful for Hanwha, and the main question now is that enough? It's going to give you another opportunity, but you're going to have to get a couple more of these. Not just the dragon, but the fights. But you're going to want to get the most out of this, fight your way back into this game.
Yeah, because the thing about this, we go back all the way to this play here to catch Keen. He buys a ton of time, but ultimately does end up going down. But what's more important here is how this dragon fight goes. And I think the major part of the dragon fight here was that Hanwha Life were like, okay, we got to pick. We need to get some sort of pick, otherwise we can't win this dragon fight. We won't be able to deny the soul. Doran buys so much time, and Gen G have to balance. Do we let Hanwha Life and Doran collapse on us here? Do we just keep him at bay and then let them have the dragon? Because they can't push into those brushes and avoid Doran, and he's gonna sandwich them. So they have to kind of keep him zoned out here, and this allows Hanwha Life to secure the dragon. But what they get more is a kill here onto Doran, and they're able to take out that inner turret. So they pick up a ton of gold, additional map control, and most importantly, Baron Prio. As Baron is now spawned, those ults are coming back online. Hanwha are in big trouble if Gen G get this one with a 7,000 gold lead.
I do think it's as good of a sequence as you're going to get, right? Like, really push the edge. Doran is level 16.
Yeah.
You trade him for a dragon, that's definitely worth. It's just not enough. Pays now, double sums, IE done. We saw the amount of damage Viper was able to output in the last fight, and Hanwha Life, they're going to need to find a miracle if they want to get their way back, because you can see Gen G, they're looking towards that Baron. They have so much vision set up here, and into a Blitzcrank, Hanwha Life are going to have to take some risks.
I mean, Ashe has Flash. You know, Pays has Flash and Cleanse. Toby's got Valkyrie, and now he's got his upgraded ornament as well. They have full map control. They have full vision control here over this Baron, or they will once this final ward is cleared by the Hens. And Hanwha Life are fighting into Blitzcrank hooks with Blind. Then there's no great target. All summoners are up. Not one player on Gen G does not have Flash. Like, they all have it.
And it's 110 CS ahead for Canyon here. So this Zyra is very, very scary in comparison to this Ivern, whose Daisy is once again getting bullied out. The Renekton looking for a position, an angle here for Doran, does have his Flash available. And of course, Peanut, a lot more facilitative, but it's just a lot more money that Gen G has access to in this game. You can see 6,000 gold is their advantage. And just slowly but surely, Gen G in these neutral fights are just pushing them further and further away. from the objectives that Humble Life want to be fighting around and for.
I mean, the Ivern doesn't really have that much value in this late game unless you have a brawling or late game hyper carry, right? Usually this pick came into existence because we saw 2 AD carry meta and 2 scaling AD carries, not Jhin and not Azir. Even if it is press the attack Azir with Leandri's, he's on 3 items, but you still just aren't getting that much value out of the shielding. His Daisy is constantly getting hooked by Blitzcrank. Lehends is just taken out of the fight, so he's basically just a tree. He's not a champion. He won't get hit by this arrow at least, but Gen G are just saying, come at me. You give up Baron, we win the game. You try to fight us without vision, you lose the game as well.
Our life is still stalling, and we'll see if that is going to be enough. Gen G, it looking like instead of actually pulling the trigger on a Baron and risking a flip, they are just going to play for the Dragon, which obviously is a lot lower in terms of risk. I think, again, Humble Life, and we keep saying this, they got one shot, right? 4 item now done for Viper.
That's a big one.
Peanut also has the McKills, which takes away a lot of the plays that Gen G have set up up to this point, where Ash Arrow into follow-up with McKills. That's going to be a ton harder, but I think that Keen, to me, his ultimate is one of the big issues that I don't think Humble Life have an answer for. That Ornn ult is not really something you can do too much about. In Gen G, they can just send one member over to the Dragon, or they can even trade Baron for Dragon and not care. This is only soul point for Humble Life, not the actual Hextech soul.
Exactly. And again, they have full vision here over the Baron. Humble Life always have to consider that it could be being started at any moment. They always have to kind of try to check, and they've been using Daisy a lot to try to do just that. Morel Namicon coming through here for Canyon. He is also so big at this stage of the game, and his damage, if you try to fight into these plants, is definitely something that Humble Life will feel. Humble Life have successfully at least bought time to be able to contest this Dragon or maybe trade, but again, it's not enough. It's not a fair trade. They now have Cryo on the Baron.
Arrow going to sail through once again. Delight just going to McHale's, and he is going to be A-OK.
Poke though.
That was Peanut that utilized his there. I was wondering where it came from. Delight is sitting there with a Warmogs, and he can't activate that to get out of CC. It does hold on to his ultimate. That is the important part.
You gotta go. You gotta go. You have to fight, but you're cut off. You have no mid-prio.
Yep, Doran knows exactly what's going on, but what is one Croc supposed to do against this one? He presses the dominance, but Humble Life Esports are just a little bit too late, and that is going to be the Hextech Soul to come in. Doran is executed, and in they go. The hook is going to connect. Zeka goes golden, but that only buys a couple of extra seconds. The Emperor's Divide was by 0, I'm pretty sure, in that instance there, and now they're going to move on over towards this Baron and try to take that one down. Keen looking for a little bit more as Peanut will get knocked off the gate, and he is going to be able to take it here. But that is not going to stop this Baron from going down. Viper doing some sneaky stuff here, walking away, and is going to be able to take down a bountied up turret. But the Baron is still going to be secured, and Gen G, I don't think, mind about this Jhin going behind enemy lines.
Yeah, maybe he gets a second turret bottom as well with no TPs here for Gen G, but I just don't think they care that much. They're going to use their empowered recalls to go back and stop him anyways. He's not going to be able to get away with it. And it's just Gen G again punishing the indecision here of Humble Life. As Doran has dominance, right, but the engage is just not there. Delight is zoned out. He can't actually get on top of the targets he wants to hit, and then they just go straight to Doran. Lehends hooks over the wall and takes Zeka out, and he just makes them leap for joy, as it looks like this one is going to 1-1, as there's just nothing Humble Life could do in this.
Yeah.
I'm your big bro. I'm your young.
Yeah. There we go. Slowly, Lehends is getting a little bit more confident, as we'd expected.
Lehends.
Yeah.
Lehends indeed.
What we want to highlight as well is when we go way back, you see how much space Gen G is just able to create consistently, right? Because there is so much CC and so much damage available. If you overstep,
Daisy!
Already,
oh, arrow once again going to be collected, but it's Peanut that's in trouble. He's isolated. Another hook! This time onto the Crocodile. The Sterix does nothing because he just can't move. And Gen G, though, will be able to take down the top laner. That's going to buy them so much space. This base is just not going to last very much longer.
I mean, if you get slowed, he's going to hit that hook every time. And you have Hextech Soul.
And he's sliced to get out of the way as well, and then got hooked. There's no way he can do anything.
It's just doomed. It's just doomed in this one.
And the first inhibitor turret is going to go down. Inhibitor very short to follow. Minion waves prepared earlier here for Gen G are now taxiing towards both flanking turrets here. And Humble Life Esports, is there anything? Is there any angle? The thing is, I just don't see it. I don't see what they're supposed to do in this situation. Another arrow going to be soaked by Peanut. The tree is felled once again. The cow follows suit. The pigeon's down. And Viper just has to look on in horror as his menagerie is destroyed. And the Nexus is going to follow. Ladies and gentlemen, in this grand final, it's turning into a best of 3 as Gen G clap back, and they clap back hard.
Looking at this game and game number 1, I imagine both teams are going to be looking at the jungle matchup specifically. I think Peanut and Canyon have had back-to-back games where they are the one calling the shots. They are the ones that have the playmaking potential, and that 1-2 of Ashe Zyra specifically gives you both bot lane prio while simultaneously with the Zyra allowing you to outpace basically any other jungle, because Nearly keeps getting banned, and both the Ivern and I think the Skarner as well just weren't able to stand up to that early power.
Now remember, because Hanwha Life won game 1, they now have the opportunity to have advantage in terms of having that blue side even potentially in game 5, and they'll get their first blue side draft of the series. So draft is very important in this one. I think this draft really didn't hit. Of the drafts we've seen here in Gyeongju this week from Hanwha Life, this weekend, I think this one has been by far the weakest. And I think we'll see a lot more opportunity for Hanwha Life when they have blue side. They have that first pick, and they don't have to ban the Rumble away. They don't have to ban the Ziggs on red side, leaving them with only the Nidalee ban. I think there's a lot more options for them going into game 3. This game for me felt like almost entirely was decided by draft.
And so far, it seemed like the more threats you have on your composition, the more flexible it is going to be. Hanwha Life Esports, they took away a bunch of those threats, and it didn't work, and we'll see what they can find as they head back to the drawing board. It is break time, then the space, then we'll have game number 3. We'll see you there.
풀만 빼자, 풀만. 얘 클린치 받았어. 클린치 받았고. 이거 나는 탑부터 바로 라인 뽑을게. 알리 돌았을 수도 있다, 근데.
알리 안 보인다.
이쪽은 안 돌았어.
나 알리 미대 뒤에 와드 해놨게.
나 이러고 탑 라인 들어갈 때 궁 한번 봐볼게. 탑 라인 이제 들어가. 오케이, 나 궁 7초.
여기 체크돼? 뭐야? 오케이. 알리 아래.
에서 없고, 나 이거 앞에 자리 잡아줄게. 오케이. 아직만 봐볼게. 아직 만다. 이거 리파이 못 쓴다, 리파이 못 쓴다, 이러면. 알리 W 없어. 타워. 겐 노플.
It's all alright. My heart dives into the deepest. I found the ground. It was enough just for a second. I thought I should go far away, find a little love on the way, stay just for a day. I'll keep on looking around beyond the wall. so fine, longing for days of surrender. They said I might wasn't enough, then for a second I thought I should go far away, find a little love on the way, stay just for a day. I'll keep on looking around beyond the wall. I hear the call, I hear it strong, loud, telling me to come and go. Wild, letting go all the wrongs, right? This is where I belong. Beyond the wall, I hear the call. I hear it strong, loud, go wild, wrongs, right, where I belong. See, it's only lately when you try to play me and you twist my words with a poison heart, but it drives me crazy. But the times are changing, all the times I gave in. When you broke my world, you told me that's me your payment.
다들 지금도 잘한다고 말씀하시지만 좀 더 저희가 이제 합을 더 맞추면 잘할 수 있을 것 같아서 좀 더 욕심이 나는 것 같습니다.
아니 길이 또 어디서 튀어나와? 번호가 사라지고 있어요. 회장님 이거는 의미를 뺐습니다.
아무래도 우승은 하면 할수록 좋다고 생각해서 앞으로 남은 대회들도 다 우승을 향해 달려가겠습니다.
벗어날 수 없는 캐년의 창살.
4번 연속 우승이 아무도 없었는데 5번 연속 우승도 젠지가 그 길을 밟을 수 있도록 하는 게 목표입니다.
지금 페이스가
다 이길 수 있을 것 같고 충분히 우승할 수 있다고 생각하고 그리고 잘할 수 있을 거라는 생각이 좀 많이 드는데
이건 코스네요 페이스에게. 이제 나쁜 손.
계속 좋은 성적을 내고 있는데 저 개인적으로는 아직도 부족하다고 생각을 해서 더욱더 힘차게 나가보겠습니다.
땡겨버리네요. 이기는 건 항상 리즈고 지독합니다 진짜. 아니 미치 크레이지 대박 젠지 24분에 아니 진짜 뭐하나요 젠지 누가 막나요. 젠지가 LCK의 새로운 기록의 장을 이렇게 엽니다. 기록 중에서 리그가 오래되다 보니까 10년 동안 깨지지 않은 기록들도 있었고 힘을 따르라 절대 앞으로는 깨질 것 같지 않은 기록들도 있습니다. 근데 젠지가 그 기록 위에 당당하게 먼저 이름을 올릴 수 있게 되었네요. 아, 이 5명의 선수들이 만들어냈었던 이 합작품 정말 이 트로피와 함께 많은 팬들에게 울림을 줬었죠.
한 명 한 명이 정말 만 명과도 바꿀 수 없는 그런 경기력을 보여준 선수이기 때문에
얼마나 더 강해지려고 이런 생각이 들 수 있지만 이왕 이 자리까지 온 거 또 MSI 우승한 김에 그 길을 밟아 나가고 싶거든요. 빨아들여버렸어요. 전투가 존재할 수 없습니다. 3대 0이라니요. 이것이 LCK 일왕. 그리고 페이지가 막 근데 페이지 진짜 미쳤다. 결승 직행 유격대가 있다.
이번에 젠지가 최초로 포켓 다시 하게 되는데 기대를 이어가서 5픽까지 만들어 보겠습니다.
젠지입니다.
무관이라는 이미지가 저랑 무관해져서 너무 좋습니다.
결국 끝까지 가면 젠지가 다 이겨. 또 증명했습니다. LCK 최초 포핏 달성. 자연스럽게 강한데 자연스럽게 이깁니다. 원래 이기는 게 당연한 것처럼 이기는 팀입니다. 젠지는
세상에 당연한 건 없다고 생각합니다.
저희 팀이 많이 이겨도 그게 당연한 것이 아니고 팬분들이 이렇게 응원해 주신 것도 당연한 게 아니라고 생각을 하고 이 당연한 게 아닌 걸 항상 감사하게 여기고 앞으로도 열심히 하겠습니다.
젠지가 가는 길이 곧 미국을 해준다. LCK의 길이다.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Gyeongju for the 2024 LCK Summer Finals. It is all tied up 1-1 thanks to one man and his hands. Lahens was on fire with Blitzcrank, and that's where we want to start here. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid. When we take a look at the draft, the support pool was very, very difficult to solve on the side of Hanwha Life Esports because of what this man can do on Blitzcrank.
Yeah, I think there's some issues with HLE's composition because you're going into Azira and Ashe. You have a limited engage with the picks they took early on. So it's really important to get a pick for the light where you can ideally have long range engage, because in Alistar, you know, walking towards an Ashe Zyra, it's very hard to get on top of them. You'll just get slow, you'll just get poked down. And that's why I think the Blitzcrank pick was really big, because I could have seen a Bard coming out for HLE and being really effective at closing the distance. You can ult the Ashe or the Zyra. But the problem was, as soon as a Blitzcrank was locked in, I think Delight was really concerned about the threat of like an Ashe arrow into a Blitz hook. So he went Alistar, and you saw him often blocking those engages, which is fine, but he never really posed a threat onto the backline as a result. And I think that's what really made this game so hard for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, and also, let's say Ziggs is not in the game, don't forget Ashe, you know. And the last game I talked about, Genji needs some kind of early prior in lane, and I think they found a way. They realized that they didn't have the early prior enough, so they first pick Ashe on the blue side, and then after the Ashe getting prior on the bot lane, the game looked so much smoother than before.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, the Smolder getting banned away from blue side, which at first we thought was interesting, but then we get to see the prowess that Genji have had in the early game. First highlight here, because of the lack of engage on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, they kind of ham-fist this one with the TP.
Yeah, it felt like this is the sort of thing HLE has to do to try and find a fight, but you can see the TP was maybe a bit early. They end up still getting caught in the Zyra ult. It feels scrappy, and the counter engage from Genji is pretty good. I'll be honest, they actually kind of fumble the end of the fight where they really should have cleaned up better. It's kind of crazy that Delight's able to get away in this situation. But regardless of the fact they didn't clean up the Alistar, you still see how hard it is for HLE to approach.
Yeah, I mean, maybe some people will say that Doran just inted TP right there, but I mean, as you mentioned, there are lack of engage, so Doran had to TP there if they want to look for the fight, and that's what they wanted, but because of their comp, Doran needed to TP there. That means they're kind of like not in a good position.
Yeah, and then the second highlight shows yet again how difficult it was to approach anything here for Hanwha Life Esports because there was so much engage on the side of Genji.
It's so funny they grab Daisy and just deal with that, but this is the problem playing into Ashe Blitzcrank Zyra, is that they can just keep firing skill shots until something hits, and there's no threat in reverse, so eventually they get Peanut, and again, no counter engage comes through. Then we get Lahens grabbing Azir, and HLE are just kind of standing there and watching this happen. There's not really any recourse.
Yeah, I mean, I think it feels like it's more draft difference between Genji and Hanwha Life Esports more than a game one. I feel like game one was more even draft, but this time around, they just had Blitzcrank to counter. If they pick Bard, you have Blitzcrank, and also Keen just casually picked Ornn, you know. Guys, just give me Ornn. It's finals, you know. We need tech, we need value. So they made the setup for Blitzcrank, and then, I mean, I feel like Jhin is not really good into Ashe, you know. Like, Ziggs is really good when you're playing Jhin. He's really good against Ziggs because you are kind of blocked from Ziggs getting early leads, but Jin is not really blocking Ashe from like what he's getting right now.
And I feel like it's kind of a rock, paper, scissors where Jin isn't really good into Ashe, but he's good into Ziggs, and Ziggs is really good into Ashe. But because Ziggs is always getting banned, you don't have that piece. So
yeah,
Ashe, I feel like it's going to continue to be high priority. I also feel like, you know, as you said, the draft was a little bit of struggling to find those engages. But I still think a big reason why the draft worked so well was Keen's willingness to take that on. The Jin just never did damage to him. And Lahen's on the Blitzcrank is just that extra quantity that it's such a problem. We've seen it throughout this playoffs being such a major issue for teams to deal with it. It's a pick specific to him.
Yeah, but do you ban it? That's going to be the question. Can you waste a ban on that? Well, we'll find out as game number 3 is getting ready. So let's send it back on over to the casters.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown there. And I think we've all come to a similar conclusion. That is, the draft wasn't great. Good old Humble Life Esports in that one. Tried to give it as much credit as it could, and I was trying my very best not to just be the Jin anti that I have been born and raised to be. But as it turned out, maybe wasn't the angle. Now a chance to go back to the drawing board, and this time with some different colored shorts. The blue ones have seemed to be a little bit more powerful.
I don't know why they're shorts, but I love that. It is summer
For some
after
reason,
all.
for me, it's always been
it's
shorts.
Okay.
I don't know why.
It's summer out. Listen, it's toasty outside. I don't mind it.
I'm just jealous of other people wearing shorts. I'm wearing pants right now, and it's 1 billion degrees in here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not done yet. And I think there are 2 paths ahead of us here. If Gen G get a great draft, they're able to again play a slow game, and they go up to 2-1. It feels like kind of we're back in where we expected to be today. But if Humble Life on blue side can get this win, I think, and I know this is a little bit crazy, but we might be able to get something that at least comes close to the incredible final that we had in spring. That one's going to be tough to top. We'll see as we get into the draft here. Humble Life now for the first time on blue side.
Now, I think that Gen G will still likely ban Ziggs. We will see, though, because you know Viper, he doesn't like to play it. He said that in the Trash Talk interview. It has not looked as good as Pay's Ziggs. He was able to shut down Gumas yesterday without really picking up the pick. But we'll see if that is going to be a first pickable pick here for Hanwha Life if it's left open. Blitzcrank Tristana taken away. And taking away that Tristana and that snowballing means we're likely looking for a scaling pick. The respawn of the Smolder ban, I think, is fantastic here for Gen G. A great read. They banned it in the previous game. He'll take it away from Zeka again here. What the final ban going to be? The Ziggs was the choice for Hanwha Life both times in a row.
Maokai. It has to be Maokai.
Has to be Maokai. Oh!
Oh my goodness. Okay, they're going to trade Ziggs and Maokai in this situation. That is a gambit, if ever I've seen one. But it's got to be the trade.
I feel like it had to be the Ziggs. You know, you're playing into now the best Ziggs player in the LCK and one of the best macro teams at snowballing games.
Yes, but on the flip side, you get Maokai Jin. And we have seen that, like we have Peanuts, Maokai, obviously, Salvage Planetary, absolutely insane. But the fact that you can also, again, go back to the counter pick that worked so well, I do agree with you, Wolf. Let's be very clear about that. The way that Gen G use Ziggs, the way that Pace plays Ziggs, incomparable to T1. But still, I think that this is a big gambit to come through here. The fact that Chovy gets to play as Corki again kind of falls by the wayside, which is insane because Corki, he's at 1 loss and 18 wins.
Now there was Ezreal, a consideration for the mid lane would be kind of crazy, but instead it's Theone. Zeka's back on it once again, and look at that face. That is a confident man right there. Skarner locked in.
Yeah, now we knew that the Jace Maokai is a duo and a combo we've seen, especially in Challengers League here in Korea. It's so incredibly common, but it is so powerful, and yet Zeka's still reluctant to pick this pick into what Gen G has because it's so squishy, and it means that you are basically just going to be looking for long-range damage of the Ziggs. It's hard to catch him, it's hard to punish him, it's hard to punish Corki. They opt for the Yone instead. They have some decent setup here for this pick. I do think it's quite strong, but it's not a Sejuani angle here. It's not a matchup where Zeka wins by default. It's not a matchup where he should be able to get massive advantages early. It's going to rely a lot on Peanuts early pathing. Do like this Poppy ban, though, here from Gen G.
It's also a different look where both junglers are on facilitative picks as opposed to one being on facilitative, the other on a carry. One of the things that I do think Skarner itself said, though, is that normally what happens is Maokai ults, everyone has to line up, and then you can just engage on top of them. Trying to do that into a Skarner will be a lot harder, and already we see, I think the Poppy, as mentioned, it's one of those picks where you can add even more lockdown on top of it. Taking it away is a good choice. I imagine we're going to end up with just a Rel-Alistar handshake here, although we have seen particularly the Rel be bent away, particularly with the Maokai, because that is a really strong combo. It's going to be the Bard instead here as the final ban for Gen G.
I think that we'll see a Rel ban to come through here for the side of Hanwha Life Esports, just so incredibly strong here. Once again, though, they didn't ban last time. They're like, no, it's Lehens. He doesn't pick the obvious one. Last time around, we were talking about the Braum pick with the Ashe that they did not pick. They ended up going with the Blitzcrank instead. The Alistar comes through here, expecting there's going to be a Rel lock here for Hanwha Life, because that one is left open, was they banned the Bard away. The Leona is traded with the Poppy. That is obviously very common, very strong here by Hanwha Life. Looking for Delight's Recon. Now, an iconic pick for this player, has been very strong for him. He played it yesterday, but it is going to be blind here.
There is also
into the Alistar round.
Yeah, there is also still the opportunity here with this. I think they're going to maybe look to swap. I think maybe Keen is going to, depending on the matchup, end up playing the Corki top, and Chovy's going to pick something else.
I was wondering about this one.
I don't think you can get away with it into Camille because post 6, the setup is so easy, but otherwise, I don't know why they wouldn't counterpick for Lehens. Obviously, you're always going to get counterpick for Keen. Is he going to pick something like the Jax?
That would be the skill matchup there towards the top side of the map. And I think realizing that you don't want to give Doran that ability to answer, I think that Mordekaiser really did put a bit of fear in there, as there's that skill matchup we were talking about, Counter-Strike versus Hookshot towards the top side. The battle of the side laners here in the Camille versus Jax. I think Camille is going to be a difficult champion to play into the Ziggs specifically. I feel like Satchel Charge is really, really good into the Hextech Ultimatum if you can play it right. But it's still, even in that instance, a skill matchup.
I feel like when I look at this draft here for Gen G, I think it has so many advantages over what Hanwha Life put together, because if you go in with the Camille, sure, Hextech Ultimatum can buy you some time, and you can try to lock down something like a Ziggs, but he's going to be so far away. You don't have other great targets here. The Corki can Valkyrie away. He's going to be at long range. Once you go in, there's no going out. Like, Gen G will impale you and crush you in that fight. And when you look at the way that these fights are going to look for Hanwha Life to even be able to set that up, they need map control. You're playing into a Ziggs, you're playing into Gen G's mid-game control.
You're also playing Jax into a full team of auto attackers. Like,
that doesn't feel bad.
No, that doesn't feel bad at all, because again, you have 3 damage threats. Keen should have an incredible amount of power. He can build full armor here as well, can pick up that Frozen Heart, can even go towards a Rendwinds down the line as well. And I do think that Gen G, what they have here on red side, it works with what they've played. I think that this plan for Hanwha Life works wonders against T1. But the Ziggs and the way that Gen G play around it is on a whole nother level.
This is the experiment that they are taking right now, seeing whether what they utilized against T1 is going to work as effectively against the Titans of the LCK for the last 2 years. It's a tall order, but it's one that they're going to have to see through if they want to see match point at the end of this one. See what they can get done here as we jump onto the rift for game 4.
젠지 하나 둘셋
Now, it's really unfortunate because I don't want to interrupt the fan chants, but I have to sit there stewing in the fact that I said game 4 and we haven't seen game 3 yet. That's
okay.
happening right now.
I said the Recon was blind when the Alistar was locked in just before. We all make mistakes, even though it's a grand finals. We're all human.
In fact, maybe we make more
I was holding it. I was like, do I acknowledge this? I said that? Is that weird? But now that you've done this, I can say this as well.
Oh, no, it's all...
But Chronicler's perfect.
You got to get it off your chest. You got to get it off your chest. I've been holding so many of Chronicler's mistakes this whole series.
Thank you, Atlas. Oh my god, I was about to get very uncomfortable. One highlight that we do have, in fact, pace going for the teleporter, which shouldn't come as a surprise, is level 1. Counter-Strike is big.
Yeah, so is that rock. But it's going to miss. Oh, it's okay. That is also going to miss. A few things missing as the blast cone is going to come through. Another miss. Love to see it. No first blood as far as damage done has happened just yet. Maybe the blue sentinel is going to do it, but that does actually receive it here as Canyon is going to start off on his top side as well.
Peanut, though, going to be starting here on the red side blue buff. So this is something that that little skirmish and that attempt from Gen G does give you an opening for, as Peanut's able to utilize that information incredibly well and is going untracked here in this jungle early. very much sussed out here by Canyon. As you can see, he's going over to take his opposing blue buff as well. See what happens next here in terms of the setups as the Ziggs is going topside. Very difficult to punish the Ziggs when he lane swaps away from the Jhin. And even though the plate protection is there in the top lane, Ziggs is still going to be happy to just avoid those tough early levels, especially with the Alistar at level 1.
So there, you dodge the level 1 matchup. Lands is now already level 2, so even if you swap back, you're going to be fine. And especially with Phase Rush, we see yesterday when Carriot took a bad level 1 trade, how that snowballed the game. But also Ziggs kind of breaks lane swaps for 2 reasons. One is passive gives him so much damage to turrets. And then secondly, he has TP. Viper ended up going barrier, which I do think is warranted given that you're playing into a lot of bursts. As we're trying to deny Keen access, but with Lance Dara and level 2, we'll see if they can get him. That shouldn't be
17 win streak.
Yeah, the 17 win streak is pretty good. The grand entrance is even better here as Lahens is going to go down. That's first blood to the Jhin. And I think that this one may look a little bit better in this game, especially considering the fact that the drafts have completely changed. Still a great start here for Humble Life Esports.
He's so empowered by the Maokai in this draft in general, but empowered by CC on a very low experience Jax, who's just trying to get what he can there in the top side. Doran goes top here faster. Keen's not going to opt to teleport since he can catch the wave there. But Doran going to feel pretty good about this Jax being, a little bit far behind after this play. The Alistar was going to die, excuse me, not the Jax on that last play. Oh, I did it twice now. As the Alistar's tripping me up.
You've had one, and now you're like, oh, the cow's in my head, man.
Somewhat reminiscent of what happened pretty often in spring, which is Lahens getting caught out in this instance. Thought that he could, with the level 2, get to the turret, and then obviously when the teleport comes in, you're going to be completely fine. Not going to be the case. Do also note Keen held his TP, and it makes sense because he's playing towards the strong side of the map. Canyon right now is going to take that crab, and there isn't really an opportunity here to get a big dive on this wave, and it means that he does keep his advantage in terms of TP. Doran TP'd straight towards the top side of the map, and when everything is said and done, pretty solid lead here for Humble Life. Mainly due to the fact that that kill came through. Is going to stabilize a little bit once Keen catches this giant wave.
Yep. He's only on 4 CS right now, so you're hoping that he'll be able to catch the majority of that one as Doran is pushing in. I think it's actually working out very well for Humble Life Esports, though, because it's such a volatile top matchup. Sort of feels like whoever gets the better start is the one that dictates terms in the top lane when it comes to the Camille versus Jax.
Absolutely. I think this really affects how much opportunity Keen's going to have to show the skill expression of what we have been described as a skill matchup here. Sure, he gets the Counter-Strike on a Doran here, but is zoned out of a lot of this farm. He's going to get the crucial experience, but he will lose a lot of that gold. And this is already going to be advantage Doran, so Keen's opportunities, again, feel a little bit less in this top matchup.
Somewhat muted. You can see Zeka pushing out this wave in the mid lane. Checking in on where the junglers are, you can see that Canyon has actually gone up a couple of camps as far as his path is concerned, working out very well. But we know that Peanut, it's not about farm when it comes to his Maokai. He just wants to be in the right places at the right times, and that is what he's been doing. 17 Maokai games in a row.
That's the price that Peanut paid, which again, you'll be very happy to pay for showing bot side and getting a kill on 2 Lahens. It's that Canyon just got to farm camps without being really challenged. And I do think that eventually, with the current state of both Jax and Camille, Jax is going to get to a point where he can carry us.
Yeah, this is a rough time as we're not going to be able to queue out of that one. Zeka has to flash to remove himself. Doesn't have the ultimate available just yet. So he's going to have to use that very important summoner spell right after teleporting. My goodness.
Yeah, that is really rough for Zeka. Now down both summoners. We'll be able to catch this wave, it looks like here. Level 6 for a Corki isn't going to be a death sentence. And he is still relatively healthy on this Yone, so it's going to be okay for him. Yeah, still has his ultimate as well. His Delight's just kind of shadowing him. But this means Gen G have a lot of control over the Grubs right now. They have a numbers advantage here. Tough for Keen to rotate his way in.
Yeah, Doran does have the inside track, so that's going to help out. There's the flash grand entrance. It's going to connect onto Peanut here. Onto Lahens, sorry. As the hook shot comes on through. There's the flash in from Doran. He wants steak for dinner, and he might just find it. The fate is sealed. And Zeka picks up the kill. It's another one for Humble Life Esports, and now they're looking for some grubs.
And Gen G looking disjointed because Keen was catching the wave, wasn't able to make his way over. So the rest of the team playing really aggressively for a contest on these grubs. Doesn't end up working out. Kane going for a steal.
Yeah, a little bit of a drive-by situation here. Wants to be able to grab one of them, but there are 3 versus 2. In goes Keen, and they take down the tree. It's going to be the Skarner locking one up, and now Chovy a couple of autos, and Zeka is just dead. Delight in trouble too, and it's a double for the Corki. And it went so well at the beginning, but it's just all gone on its head now as Life Esports all just lying in the dirt, and Gen G.
What? How did it turn it around? Keen, we think he's missing, but he's like, no, guys. Watch me. Just wait for my moment, and then he comes up huge.
Yeah, it's like, I'm just getting a gigantic wave, and then I will stun them all and they will die. You guys can die a little bit before. Maybe that was the communication, I don't know.
I mean, obviously Peanut doesn't have his ultimate in this fight. There's nothing he can do if he gets collapsed on like that. And Keen is now going to turn this story on its head completely. Only because he pick up the kill there. 2 assists to his name, as well as now all of that plate gold he just got. They do end up getting only a 1 grub out of the play. But I mean, this is the beginning of the fight, right? It's a great engage for Delight. Lehens is out. Canyon trying to push and wrap around here to deny Doran's entry, but that was never going to happen. So it's super disjointed for Gen G. But the more important fight is the follow-up. And this time they won't have Zeka's ultimate. Zeka's backing. Chovy has the fast track in here. And look at Canyon. When he goes in, I think Hanwha Life should have realized there's no way we can win this fight if Doran shows up, or sorry, if Keen shows up. Disaster.
That's also both faces of Doran. First, gets a perfect hookshot flash over the wall, and then on the subsequent play, misses his hookshot, doesn't actually hit the wall, as Canyon might be in trouble.
Okay, yep, that is a jump scare if ever I've seen one. Does find an Impale on 2, but what is the answer after that? That's the question, and the answer is a sealed fate, as they are going to keep him alive for a while because they wanted Viper to get the kill, and ultimately, that is precisely what they'll achieve. Alive now looking to try and get something down here towards its bottom side, but the Dragon has already been taken. That was secured by Life Esports earlier on. And they'll also get a jungler as a little bit of dessert there. Nicely done. So good answer back here from Life Esports, but they are still down a few hundred gold after a bit of a disastrous play around the grubs.
Yeah. Still a pretty decent position here for Gen G. It might get better.
Yeah, that wasn't necessarily the greatest of trades there for Doran, who just gets leapt on and destroyed. And then cocks his head a little bit in the player cam, as you can see there.
He did E into hookshot.
Yeah,
hookshot
into the stun of a
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike.
He hookshot into Counter-Strike, and
that's the Jax part of the skill matchup expression.
But he had it up.
It's pressing.
But it's already spinning, Atlas.
It's pressing the second part of the Counter-Strike.
Chovy's also going to get a plate here, and you know the ways in which we were really thinking about talking about Hanwha Life in this game, or for me, was going to be around the fact that they have successfully once again denied Ziggs from getting early value on plates with this Jhin, and it's not an accelerated game for pace. He may be the best Ziggs player in the LCK, but Hanwha Life have found the answer. The problem is everything else. The problem is these small fights, these small skirmishes, and Keen. I mean, you don't want to go back in on when he's spinning.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because it looks like he thought it was going to time out as a Keen. It might be in some trouble here.
Yep, Doran just calling in his mates here as Delight is also in a lot of trouble. The Nature's Grasp is going to come on through, moves out of the way of the turret there, trying to buy as much space as he could find, but not going to be able to escape. So now a killing spree for Viper is very scary. But I don't know what it all means yet, gentlemen. The gold is completely even. Canyon's now found another target as they just separate Doran. Top laners are just not having a great time, except, oh, that's a gorgeous impale. Zeka says, oh, my people need me. I'm going to have to leave. But Doran doesn't have that option.
Okay, and now Pace is getting value. They stopped him for so long, and now he's up here getting this whole turret.
So maybe the caster curses are too strong.
So game 1 was cinema. Game 2 was kind of a beatdown. Game 3 is a cartoon. I don't know what's happening. Everyone's getting dove in sides.
We just needed Doran to say
Game 3 is a TikTok chronicler.
Oh! They'll get the final shot. So I want to calm down a little bit if the teams will let me. So we have Keen in a great position. Yes, he did just flash, but is actually now in a much better spot. As unfortunately, we are going to look at him going down. This is something we see very often, right? Like the TP into multiple people when you don't have the control, when your jungler's on the other end of the map. Even in a lane swap meta, and arguably even more so, we've seen this. Pretty nice punish there from Hanwha. And then Doran is here. And I know that he saw Canyon earlier, but I'm pretty sure at some point he probably should have been able to make his way out.
I think the thought process here is there's no way we can get up to rotate this to deal with the Ziggs right now, so I need to actually cross-map in mid, but he doesn't actually realize the setup there and where everybody is, wants to go in there, but there's also Lehens there. You know, it's just very difficult to make this play work, and it ends up being he dies, and they get that whole topside turret, so this is huge for Gen G, and Paze gets a big injection of gold that he's been so desperately needing this game. When Corki is already accelerated, Ziggs has gold, and really the shining light here for Hanwha Life is Viper. He's on Jhin. At least this composition makes sense for the Jhin. Unlike the last one where it felt like the utility isn't enough, this time he's going to have both damage and utility with the items he has already put together. How quickly he's going to get that second one.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that they have so much zone control with the Nature's Grasp and the Curtain Call, and there's an extra damage dealer. Theoretically, if Doran, holds it together a little bit after some of these interesting plays early, this Camille will be a dominant force late game. And yeah, we know, he doesn't really tilt that much
This is just a normal Doran experience.
Yeah.
This is what happens. Still, when it comes to experience, is still fine, has been able to pick up a lot of CS. Main issue, obviously, has been just getting caught a bunch of times now.
And opting in for weird 1v1s.
Yes, yeah, that also was definitely... I mean, I know he had a level lead, but...
I mean, as we've seen yesterday, sometimes Camille has a big spike later on after cleaning up some kills, getting some time in side lanes, having the ability to take out some inner turrets, for example. Like, she can be relevant later on, but the truth is, after a good start, he's just going to be pretty irrelevant for a little while here, and it's not really up to him as to how the rest of this game is going to go. He's just an engage button now. He's just an engage bot. Is he going to be putting threat onto anyone in sides? But Gen G have so many tools to keep the distance away from this Camille. That's what I'm most concerned about. And if he's not threatening sides and he's just catching waves as he is now, it's not the ideal Camille experience. It can get better if he's able to get some picks, if they can win some team fights, but that's a big if at this point. Gen G setting up for our second Drake. We don't know what the soul is going to be just yet, but they have a huge amount of prio right now.
Double TP available. Triforce done for both top laners as well. Also, we didn't get a second contest on the Herald. It actually was, or on the Grubs rather, it's just straight to this. And yeah, even with the vision that they have, I don't really think Hanwha Life are in a great position here. As Zeka trying to catch Canyon unaware, but doesn't end up being the case.
Cute little maneuver there, as Ox was not paying attention, and unfortunately, this one is going to go to the wayside. And Zeka now pushing towards the bottom side. Looks like Herald is going to be the next port of call here, as we do have the makings of maybe a little skirmish, but no, it looks like Hanwha Life Esports going to give that one up as well.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't have the setup. I mean, Zeka has TP, but there's no great ward for him to go to actually come in and collapse and punish this. Viper is controlling the mid matchup, well, not the AD carry matchup in mid, of course.
Yep.
Controls that wave, has prio there, but it doesn't lead to anything. And this is just going to simply be Herald going over to Gen G. They got that last dragon, which at this stage of the game will still be quite relevant with some of that additional healing to come through. They're kind of just starting to get everything here on the map. And the Ziggs will eventually, even though it wasn't hyper-accelerated like we've seen in the past, will become a turret-killing machine very soon. As soon as that second item is online, starts to get a few more levels in. The passive plus the satchel charge means if he just has any time, the turrets go down. On Hanwha Life, really need to grab this game by the horns. They need to be able to set up a team fight. There's no objective, though, for 340 because they couldn't get that prio on the last dragon. They couldn't find their way to the Herald. And those are two big tools you can use to set up a fight, to force a fight on your terms if you can get there first, but they were behind on the play. They were slow to get there, and Gen G just get away with it twice for free.
I do want to say, Chemtech's all kind of cool for like Yone and Camille and stuff. Like there's shields going on there. Maybe it's not that bad.
Tenacity.
Maybe you can sip some sap as well, you know, as Peanut. That sounds fun. The Gleaming Quill value? I'm sorry, Ox. I think it's totally fine.
I always appreciate a glass half full outlook, Atlas, even though I feel like you might not.
And if you get half a glass, it's going to heal you more.
Okay, now I'm definitely sure you weren't being genuine. But what I want to highlight is specifically the fact that we still have the Herald available, should be leading to the mid lane turret going down. And both teams, interestingly enough, are really hard to engage on. And both teams, I think, particularly Hanwha Life, like Hanwha Life's engage is exceptional, right? You have the ability to go in with Doran, to go in with Zeka. Peanut has a lot of range setup, and then you have a Rakan, which is one of the best engage supports. but they're playing into things like Ziggs, like Alistair, and engaging into Counter-Strike, engaging into Impale. That's always going to feel quite tough. And then on Humble Life side for Disengage, they have Maokai, which, funnily enough, by himself, kind of just does all that.
Yep.
So I think we might have a lot of these stalemates, as we've seen thus far, where either team feels like, okay, I don't think we can approach here. We need to back off, which means that prio is ever more important. And then looking at the side lanes, once Chovy hits his mana in a spike, it's going to be quite a while before Zeka really gets to step up. And with the state that Keen is in, I think that the side lane should be in Genji's favor, which should make it very hard for Hanwha to consistently get to these objectives.
The mid turret, I feel like, is the crux of what Hanwha Life need. If they can get this mid turret, then they can actually start setting up some deeper vision. They can take fights on their terms. They can have prio. They can set up teleport wards for Doran.
Oh, decent little snare there as Lehens takes a fourth shot to the noggin, but that is not going to be enough to take him down or anything like that. Fate sealed as Chovy trades it for a W.
Hard to engage on a Corki, as we've said as well. He can just get out of here. And Hanwha Life, they tried to get a pick. They want that mid turret so badly, but they're not going to get it. And instead, it's just going to be Keen taking massive control over here in the side lane. Corki trades, like you said, a basic for an ult. And Genji are just chilling.
And Canyon now actually looking to try and punish a little bit further. Of course, the Fate sealed a decent defensive tool as well. With that one down is Danger. So Pays now with a little bit of spare time, but just going to put down a little bit of a welcome gift for the wave. As Viper will be able to get back there. Does have the full drifting unit put together with all of that extra movement speed.
And what we're seeing already is that Canyon is just going full on the armor. We have double-plated steel caps here for Genji. And there is a lot of true damage slash mixed damage, because Zeka obviously will be doing a little bit of that. Doran has his Q, but the vast majority of damage that they're going to be doing is going to be it's going to be both physical and then also auto attacks. So like both Keen and Canyon, I think eventually are going to reach a point where if you don't straight up kill Chovy and or Pays, and even then it might not be enough because the Jax is there, you are going to be in some really deep trouble, and it kind of echoes game number 1. Then they found the miracle fight, right? They were able to get it done. I think this time around, that should be a lot harder as we are setting up for this dragon fight.
Yeah, I mean, Zeka's about to have his ult up. I think that's going to be really critical. They do have all the tools to take this, and for once they actually do have that control. They do have that prio here for the dragon. Genji didn't overcommit to that. Keen has teleport. Not a great ward for him to come to. He'll just have to walk from mid or one of these external wards.
Yeah, Canyon actually going a bit aggressive here, but the Unbound Soul is going to help Zeka stay safe in this moment. Rift Scuttler is going to go over to Peanut, but they have yet to start off this dragon.
This is really tense. I mean, Hanwha want more than the dragon. They want a team fight win here, but Genji are just being so timid. It's a Chemtech Soul, so they don't have to force.
Yeah.
Jax being
Keen's
tough.
backing.
Yeah, Keen now moving back towards the inner turret. It looks like maybe Genji not wanting to fight for this one as Canyon just drives through the wall and heads back to the mid lane. And yeah, they are going to give this one up. They're just going to look for some turrets if they can find them. Rift Herald is going to be thrown down, but Hanwha Life Esports don't want to give it up without a fight. A possibility here as the headbutt pole does come in. The Impale, they just want to find any target and lock him down until I can't move for about 15 years, and then he can. And he gets out. Mega Inferno Bomb not going to be enough as Zeka, he just rebinds, and now the curtains have been called. Can they find anything? Can anyone die in this fight? Okay, yeah, Shelly. They do get Shelly. Sorry, Shelly. I mean, someone had to go down.
I'm pretty sure you just murder him if they... And then he turned it into a number.
No, he's like, I refuse to take down my challenger.
They didn't even get the charge on mid.
So Doran had to teleport to deal with Keen, so Keen has teleport advantage, right? And then they use both of their teleports also to protect this first minion, so the turret doesn't actually get those extra resistances. And then the second teleport...
Oh, he does get the knock-up, though. That was cool.
Yeah,
but they needed the damage!
Okay, but then the second teleport goes down onto the Herald as well. And so the Herald's just chilling. Both TPs are used, and it doesn't charge. And it's just kind of a disaster here. Keen could have continued to try to pressure the top side there. They could have actually moved away from the mid turret.
Okay.
Pays just kind of...
Clearly, neither Lehens nor Pays should be allowed to drive the Herald.
Yeah.
Genji, we've learned this lesson.
Yeah, this bottom lane, it is absolutely illegal. Unless Pays was doing it to try and spare his former, bottom lane partner.
Lehens had some good driving earlier in the series.
They got the lights. He did have to flash out of the ultimate. So I guess, well, that's not
perfect. It was beautifully done. And the chain, it was chain CC. It's an extra knock-up.
Yeah,
a little bit cute. It was pretty comical. The fact that no one really fell down, but as a result, you know, moving past the situation, right?
So yeah,
we
ultimately
have a turret that doesn't go down, and we've got a dragon that was taken there by HLE Esports, and now Chovy's in trouble. Hextech Ultimatum comes in, the flash already down, Grand Entrance comes through, and Chovy, nothing you can do about that one. Wow, even the ultimate invested there from Peanut just for good measure, and now they're thinking maybe Baron is on the menu. I don't know about that one. Canyon's still alive and always has access to the pit, but they're still going to start this one up.
They still have really good turn here with the Yone ultimate, the Jin ult as well.
Yep, he's teleported already.
This is
Vega in
early.
front of him is up. This Baron's going down so incredibly fast, so they're all inside the pit. The Camille goes down so incredibly fast with the knock-up. Great here, the Fates get sealed, but Seka also just straight up goes down. This Counter-Strike doesn't quite work. HLE Esports, they have found a disengage. The curtains have been set, but now the Baron belongs to Gen G. And Hanwha can't do anything about it. Peanut trying to get himself in there. Pays can't take it up. He probably shouldn't be the one doing that as Lahens gets the wraparound and Pays gets himself over the wall. Still, Lahens does go down. Viper gets himself over the wall as the Baron is secured there by Canyon. It's absolute cinema. And Gen G come out on top.
They could have just taken the TP and let it go. We're 22 minutes in. Ziggs is going to absolutely shred your team. If this is way later, then maybe you can get away with it, but Hanwha make a huge mistake.
That's mid turret down here already here. Baron power play sitting at 2,000+ gold. And I mean, Chovy gets picked here to start this off. This is why Hanwha Live felt like they had an opportunity. But unfortunately, you just used the Hextech ultimatum here to kill Chovy, so you don't have it for the turn. Also, critically, as you mentioned, Atlas, Peanut uses his ult as well. Those are two fantastic tools you have on the turn. You still have the Yone ultimate here. But unfortunately, Gen G, it's their engage, it's their play here first, coming through from Keen to actually lock down that initial pick. Zeka gets the ult, but the fight is already won. It's already split up. That's a Jin, and he's just walking away from the fight. He ults here, but you can't get in, you can't do anything, and Lahens is also holding the escape. So beautifully played from Gen G.
And here we're also seeing like the value Keen will have in these extended fights.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's basically impossible to kill him. Counter-Strike gets insane, but even with just the stun, because outside of Jin, they're all melee, but then not only does he stun him, he's also dodging the auto attacks. He's now
and
going
he can
towards...
hit them at the same time.
It's kind of ludicrous, and again, I think that if that play happens later and you can take the Baron, like Baron was buffed for a reason, right? And I think we really see it there. They took so much more ambient damage than normally they would from the Baron, and now it's a Rebel Baron power play for Gen G, which I don't think is going to lead to anything besides some inner turrets at best, and
what
a dragon.
What about Hextech Soul? Sorry, Chemtech Soul?
Well, they'll get one, probably.
One step towards the infamous Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, it is going to be obviously quite powerful for them to get a lot of map control out of this, and it's just going to continue to snowball their lead that they have right now. They're sitting at 3,000 gold, the advantage. And this Jax is becoming a bigger and bigger problem, is able to buy the arm guard here for some additional safety, which feels fantastic given the comp of HLE. I think if HLE didn't use that Maokai ultimate right on that last pick onto Chovy, then maybe they could have turned, maybe they could have made that Baron work, but there's so many consequences of their actions here, and you can feel the pressure that Gen G has on the map over them right now. And the Camille is just never able to push deep here, never able to threaten anything on the map, and Gen G just group up, and they're going to start ripping these turrets out of the map. Like you said, an inner might be the best they can get, but it's map control that comes with that. It's the warding they have down on the bottom of the map here that comes with it as well.
Not to mention the fact that they now get to move through the enemy jungle over to this inner turret as well, putting pressure in so many places. There's the satchel onto the turret, and it's a free kill onto Doran at the same time. Gen G might be able to use this as the teleport does come in, but Zeka, unfortunately, the Camille just goes down. He's not able to follow up on anything. The Nature's Grasp still up and available. A couple of ultimates still there. There's nowhere to really use them.
And we knew a win streak was going to get broken one way or another. Pace, I think 7-0 as of right now on the Ziggs. And then on the flip side, we're having the Maokai, but here this just feels really disjointed. Like, if Doran goes in, while Zeka is like right behind them with a TP, and you go in at the same time, then maybe all the cooldowns being used actually do something, but instead, Doran just goes in to die, the turret isn't saved, And now Gen.G further building upon this lead. And you can even argue that the fact that this Drake is kind of irrelevant is really good for them, because they just get to play their slow game. And again, I think once we get to late stage, eventually the fact that Homo Life is full AD is just going to become too big of an issue. And even if you do kill Pays or Chovy, like last time it was a Cassant, now it's Keen on a 5-kill Jax.
And again, when you engage, we talked about as far back as the draft, there's no way out, right? You're going into the Impale, you're going into Lens's knockup, right? You're going into Counter-Strike re-engages from Keen, and it's just so frustrating to play into that if you don't get that kill instantly. And as those, as those resistances come through onto Canyon, as he's not going to get blown up. We saw already when he played Skarner last time, they weren't able to kill before he impales, and now it's just kind of impossible to kill this guy in general. Delight.
Yeah, Delight sort of just trying to be tricky here. It's kind of working as Viper comes around from the side. Does have his Mortal Reminder done, so that is going to help with a bit of that armor penetration.
Satchel.
Maybe just a little bit, but yeah, we're almost in satchel range. Unfortunately, it was not quite there.
Not quite. Needed a little bit more.
Oh, I can hear Ox fuming.
They didn't have the icon.
Yeah, they didn't have a minion to help out, get it down a little bit lower, help them auto.
Well, the Cupcake, that ain't going to do it either, as Pays really wants to help push this one through. But in the end, it's going to be Keen here, just taking out a turret and then looking to take down a Doran as well. He's flashing in for this one, as, yeah, Tactical Sweep not really going to be doing too much there. Does avoid the Counter-Strike as he flashes away, and the Deadly Flourish comes down. So Doran keeps himself alive, puts everything into the play in order to get out. Still will survive.
I mean, if you want to really be a Hanwha advocate here, if you want to be a Doran advocate, at least now the Jax doesn't have flash. That means he can't flash on you with his Counter-Strike in the upcoming team fight.
There you go.
But otherwise, you did end up using your own. You did end up playing that extremely well and getting away, but you ended up losing the inner anyways, and that's more gold to this Jax that has his Zhonya's online. The gold lead is massive. And you know what, this Baron, oftentimes we go, oh, Baron gives you prio, it's going to give you the ability to fight for soul point, fight for soul. In this game, it gives you map control to fight for the next Baron, and the next Baron is where you start getting those inhibitors.
You know, that little zoom in from Jonas Strong was his way of saying, Keen, you didn't 3-0 like I predicted. I know you're 5-1, you missed the cannon, and I will not let that go unpunished.
And he did just catch back up after about a 30 CS deficit that he's held throughout the game.
Yep.
And now, it's a mirrored 1-5 to a 5-1 on Keen's side here. The Jax certainly the one that is finding the angles here. Speaking of angles, there is the engage. The crash into the wall there from Peanut. He just flashes it though. Nature's Grasp does come down. Mega Inferno Bomb, not quite enough. And it's pure disengage here from Homo Life, not wanting to start anything without their tree being healthy. Warmox is up though, so Peanut doesn't necessarily have to go back to base in order to get that health bar back up again.
But he doesn't have his ultimate now, and that's the most critical tool, arguably more important than his flash for trying to set up this fight.
Well, Canyon might be out of position now too. There's another knockup, decent damage here from Viper, but it's not quite enough for what they want to get done here. No real pick onto that tanky member of Gen.G. They reset the Phalanx and go on again.
You see the damage issue though. Skarner, even with Zeeks, which isn't necessarily, it's a strong item, but it's more so bought for the cost and the activation once you ult than it is for pure tank stats. But just with Randuin, so hard to get through here. Not really a lot of damage available. It means that if they don't do that, they probably try and start with the Baron, see what they get. Instead, they're probably going to just be happy that they get the Dragon here, set up Soul Point, and Hanwha Life is just going to take as many waves, as many camps as they can get. We do have Viper on 4 items, right? We do have Zeka hopefully approaching his third in the upcoming fight. Level 16 here for the Yone.
I mean, I think this is the angle where you try to start a Baron fight and go for a Hail Mary here in turn, because this time you have your ults. This time you have the tools, you have Vision, you have the Scuttle. You lost the Dragon here, but I don't think it matters as much.
So it's about a 3,000 gold lead here in the top side of the map.
Yeah,
that's what we're illustrating there.
Yeah, it's there's a bit of a difference in the impact of these two top laners of this game around, and the three of us have sat on similar stages in different cities and in different years.
Yeah,
watching Doran in grand finals have a tough one. This is one of those games. They didn't seize their opportunity while Gen.G were doing that Dragon to try to threaten the Baron. They're being very timid here, and I think that you've got to pull the trigger and do something risky when you have those ults, when you have those tools, and when you have that turn as Hanwha. If you just let Gen.G get it for free and you just sit back, you're not going to outscale them. You will not beat them in that longer game.
Oh, Doran in a little bit of trouble here as he tries to hookshot his way out. It just does not work. The ultimatum is something that Gen.G doesn't really care about because either option they're okay with. And Keen gonna step on a sapling and not worry about that one either. So now Doran dead once again. 6 deaths in this game, and Gen G not even wanting to start the Baron. They just want to do it again. And Canyon, we'll just see whether he just keeps doing loop-de-loops here.
A little U-turn.
Until they all die.
It's a casual U-turn,
Yeah, I kind of like it.
I mean, how does Hanwha approach this? With Peanuts ult alone, it's not going to be enough.
With trepidation and care, Wolf, with trepidation and care as they throw down the ulti. The fate sealed was decent, but Paze goes golden to keep himself alive. Chovy follows suit. And Gen G just keeping themselves up. The curtains have been called now, but Canyon able to tank it out. Keen as well, pretty I say healthy. That last bullet was a little bit scary there now with these 4 items on Viper. And they do have a little bit of space to try and get some damage on this turret as, my God. Okay, does the dot do it? No, not quite.
All right, well, now Hanwha Life have their eyes on the Baron. All the tools are gone.
Hail Mary.
But this time you don't have the tools.
Yeah, I know that, but I have to try something.
Yeah, can Skana get through walls, guys? I think he might have a way into the pit. As now Paze moving on over to the side, Lahens, you know that he's lurking, and he gets on in there to pulverize onto. Viper able to get that flash to get himself out, though. He's so much of the damage. And Doran, he manages to take down the cow. Corky goes down as well. The Baron is secured, though, by Gen G. And Hanwha Life Esports, it was a bunch of funny business, but it wasn't funny enough to win them the game.
And even with Canyon impaling the air, it doesn't matter. Gen G, they have the damage. This time they have multiple threats. Yes, Chovy goes down, but it just doesn't matter. And they're about to head up to 2-1, breaking the win streak of this Maokai that has terrorized the LCK and the global stage for so long.
Yep, a win streak was going to die in this one, and it looks like, unfortunately for Peanut, it is going to be his on his tree. Nexus turret does go down, and this Nexus no longer for the world. The short fuse of the Ziggs is enough to take it down, and Gen G moves to match point in the series, and look to keep that 5-peat well and truly alive.
We asked the question, was the Maokai for Ziggs trade worth it for the side of Hanwha Life? We had a few different takes here on this casting desk, but I think really, ultimately, it wasn't about the Ziggs in this one as much as it was about Jax getting ahead and Hanwha Life looking lost with this composition. And you lose a game like this when you have blue side and you look a little bit lost on what to do in the mid game. You fell behind. You don't take the Baron calls you should. You take the ones you shouldn't. You refuse to turn when you need to. These small decisions make you wonder if Gen G are now in Hanwha Life's head here as they move to match point. Gen G in such a good position for this series now taking their red side win, taking back that pick prio for the rest of the best of 5. And this is where Hanwha fans start to worry.
Also, in game number 1, Zeka had a standout performance. In game number 2 was already feeling that the Zir just didn't really hit the mark. And this one as well, the Yone, we always will be excited when this guy locks it in. But Chovy, we haven't really talked about, has now had 3 amazing games, even though the first one was not enough. The Corky, and it just, again, it's starting to feel like Gen G have too many issues. And this is a stark reminder that even Keen, the guy that is just blinding Kasante and picking on, when he gets counterpicked, he can carry a game.
Exactly right, and he's also the one that's the most confident on Jax. We know that Doran really loves it, but Keen's the one that invented it, and now they have match point. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break it down, and we'll have maybe the last game of this series, or maybe the start of Silver Scrapes. See you there.
나 그냥 빨라서 끝낼 때 이거.
라클 없어 라클 없어. 오케이 끝날만한데 이거.
다음 라인도 그냥 쓸 생각하자.
이거 라인 지킬만해. 바로 들어왔어.
그냥
끝날만한데. 라클 없어.
잘만 해봐.
네, 뭐
카멜 노공에
건배야 이거 너가 카멜 갈고리 막아.
내가 갈고리 막아줄게.
야, 내 앞에 나 타워 찍는 거
이거
봐.
들어오면 그거부터 잡아야 된다.
그냥 나 타워 찍는 거 방해하는 거 봐.
라카는 무시한다. 나 카멜만 본다.
이거 아래 그냥 쳐.
카멜 막 카멜 노공이야. 카멜 노공이야.
야 타워 줄게 타워
타워.
야 끝내자.
끝내면 돼.
나이스.
나이스야.
나이스.
너무 잘했다. 나이스.
I'd stay silent, all too broken to say that for you there'll be no more place besides me to touch me. It's erased, painting a picture with all your lies. You know I know.
You were right, Kate. My sister is gone. There's only Jinx now.
I want to tear that laugh from her throat forever.
I'm ready.
To return peace to this city, you must declare martial law. Topside is the real enemy. You have the chance to rally the Undercity together. Your symbol. So what are you planning?
Watch it all burn.
You felt it, haven't you?
The arcane is waking up.
It's
Sometimes taking a leap forward means leaving a few things behind.
This has to end.
Then stop me.
From one cinema to the next, this has been a banger from game to game, episode to episode, and it's one more win for Gen G to walk down that road and write their names in the LCK history books with 5 in a row. Welcome back to the space. It's Digon alongside Ox and Wadid to break down game number 3 as Gen G go up 2-1 against Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, pretty convincing win from Gen G. So I feel like, especially with the fact that HLE was on blue side, I think maybe hoping for them to get more of an advantage in draft.
Yeah, and also like the huge difference between yesterday's Jhin and today's Jhin is that they're not having smolder mid, which means that they have no DPS to melt down the tank. That means the game is harder. You cannot actually have a DPS against tanks, so you have to really be really far ahead or have a really good comp against them. But I feel like they're just having a hard issue when it comes to the late game.
As well as that, the Jax value is so massive here. The matchup in the Camille, which, you know, we have seen go in the other direction, but you're playing into a team which is so heavily auto-attack based, the Counter-Strike value ends up being humongous. And you have the Skarner, who felt unkillable, the Alistair who has his ult, the Jax, who spends half the fight immune to auto-attacks. It just felt like it was really difficult for HLE to get the damage down. They needed to get on the back line, and oftentimes they were unable to do so.
Especially because they were stacking armor on the side of Gen G, made it very, very difficult to get on through to the other side. This isn't the first time where they picked a composition that had maybe a timer on it, this time because it was all mostly AD, but it feels like Hanwha is having a harder time to execute in that window. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. Starting off with the early game 6-minute grub fight, and it's good to start, but they grab too much here.
I feel like this is a story of this game where HLE keep trying to bite off more than they can chew, and they end up not being able to kill Lahens here because there's no mana on Doran, so Zek has to commit the ult. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but you burn so many ults, you take the kill, you back away. And instead they opt to try and continue the play without those big tools.
Yeah, I mean, you also have the tier 1 up, and look at your HP. Like, literally, like we thought that, oh, Gen G is gonna contest that because it's obvious that they have no ultis, no HP, and also Doran, I mean, Keen was farming up top until level 6, and finally he's here with full HP and flash up, ulti up, so he could hit the 3 stun right here.
Yeah, this just felt like, honestly, a bit of an unforced error. I feel like HLE, the right call was to back away, but Gen G are so ruthless at punishing any mistake you'll make.
Yeah, and it's so unique because yesterday, it was Hanwha Life Esports the one punishing the constant playmaking attempts from T1. Now they're going up against such a fundamentally sound squad with great hands. Once they overforce the play, they're getting punished, just like what happened here in highlight number 2. They try to go for a Baron after the catch on Chovy, and again, Ox, a little bit too much.
Yeah, and I think making these sorts of plays is good, but you've committed the Camille ult, you've committed the Maokai ult, you've committed the Rakan ult, you also have to light on low HP, and you're playing into Ziggs, and they opt to go on the Baron, and one thing as well is playing into Skarner, who has flash, but even if he doesn't, you can never really keep him out of the pit because he can go through walls. They opt to try and turn, but immediately it's Gen G who find the initial pick onto the Camille, turn it into a 4v4, and look how much damage Zek has already taken from the Baron.
I mean, it was same situation, they have no ulti, but still, they had the tier 1 top turret right here, so they could just play slow. but I feel like Hana Life Esports is just being a little bit bad on happy with the small victories, you know? They were the one that looked for the play, and it was successful, but I mean, you should be happy with the small victories, and then you can stack up those small victories to the huge win after that.
It feels like, honestly, the pressure's getting to them, which is, you know, kind of crazy to say with how many veterans are on this roster, but it feels like they're chasing that sort of game one hype where they had the decisive moment that won them the game. They didn't need to try and make these big plays happen. Just take the small victory, lean it into something more, build up that pressure, and then a composition like the one they have, if they get a big lead, they can drive the pace of the game. But I think too many mistakes and Gen.G just immediately punished.
Absolutely. Same thing on the opposite side, though. We did see Pays on the Ziggs accidentally take the Rift Herald and bump into, I forgot who it was, the Maokai I think it was, and that just walked away. And it just feels like, hey, look, there is a thing called pressure. It does happen to both squads, but now how do you manage it? Gen.G have been there, done that so many different times. Hanwha Life Esports starting to learn, how do we win against a team that isn't making a lot of mistakes by themselves?
I mean, I think they just need to honestly calm down. I think that game was winnable and they were making good plays. I think obviously there were some issues with the draft and it felt like it was too easy for Gen.G to play a defensive game there, but I still think these games are winnable. HLE just need to really restrain themselves and pick their fights better, pick their take their advantages and not overstep.
All right, well, one more win for the 5-peat historic. No one has ever done it before in the LCK. Gen.G are looking to do that. 100% win rate for Canyon and for Pays. Will they be able to close it on out here in Game 4? Let's find out together.
Thank you very much, Tigon. And yes, this could be the last game in this grand final. The last game, I guess, for the playoffs as well. We do have, of course, the World's Gauntlet coming up after this. A few more games of League of Legends here in Korea before we ready ourselves to a Worlds. But this is the culmination of all of the hard work of these players. Hanwha Life Esports, only one more chance.
One more chance. 2 games needed to dethrone Gen.G. We have been living in Gen.G's era for over 2 years now here in the LCK, and it feels like we might just have business as usual. A hard-fought win for Spring. Went to Game 5. It looked like maybe we were going to see the collapse, but they were able to hold strong and win that one. Here, they came in as massive favorites. Hanwha rocked us with that Game 1 performance and the very clutch win they got there, but a lot of that game they're out of control. The last 2 games, Gen.G have had full control, and this is going to be their last blue side draft.
Yep. Then Italy going to be the first band away here as we jump into the draft for game number 4. Finally, we are actually in game number 4, which I nailed this time, and I'm very proud of myself. So Nidalee and Rumble to be taken away, and finally the Skarner gets banned. That is going to be the nod that Hanwha Life Esports throw out this time.
I'm very proud of you too, Atlas.
Thank you very much.
But you should note it as this, I really like from Hanwha Life. I think this is definitely the right approach. Given what happened last game, the Ziggs obviously is a bit of a no-brainer, but the Skarner as well, even in game number 1, I think Canyon had a solid performance on that. And Hanwha Life, so many of these players, again, the fact that Zeka, this is his first final, right? The fact that Viper has been there multiple times but never been able to actually make it. It's something that I imagine is weighing heavily on these players, and this time it's going to be the Maokai here without the Ziggs going over. Still, Gen.G saying the Ashe is a bigger problem after Viper was able to clutch out that Game 1.
Yeah, I really like this first pick here for Hanwha. They think the Ashe is a bigger problem. They want to take that one away. This is what you get on blue side. You get these power picks. Corki going to get locked here, and I'm hoping that maybe this time Zeka just goes for that Tristana. They try to play around that pressure they had with the Tristana in Game 1. See what comes with this.
Interesting. Misfortune a consideration right now for Pays. I don't know whether you necessarily need to lock it in right here, but does give them a little bit of counter pick opportunity if there is some funny business, and so that is going to be the lock-in. A lot of AD.
Also, MF is one of the most oppressive AD carries that we have is when Ziggs isn't there, right? Ziggs kind of invalidates her, but with the Ashe gone, the MF I think really skyrockets in priority. As unsurprisingly, the Tristana comes through as you were talking about earlier. Runners when this pick was top tier, up there with aiming
but aiming unfortunately didn't make it as far as these two gentlemen. And now I'm wondering, do they lock Rel here and rely on Canyon's admittedly very deep champion pool, or are we going to secure a jungle pick to try and ensure, and it will be the Zyra to come through here instead?
I would have actually liked the Rel, to be honest, considering the Sejuani is still available here. They had a lot of other options for Canyon to play, and it would have just meant that you already have your ban phase on lock. You still have counter pick, of course, for the top lane as well, but they do give this one up, so we'll see a Bard ban once again. Very consistent ban, very strong champion right now, and allows you a lot of movement here as Hanwha Life, but I think that we will see that Rel ban in this first slot. It's a pretty obvious call.
Also might force a Leona ban here, because Leona both really strong with Ezreal into MF, and you really want to deny that amount of setup to the MF, who then gets to just fire away. And we've already seen in game 1 that the Zyra and Leona as a combo can be quite threatening.
Yep, Zyra also does a lot of damage, and the thing that I've been drawn to throughout this series is where does the damage come from in these compositions? When Hanwha Life have looked lackluster, it's largely because they just don't have damage coming from anywhere. And in the first game, in the only one that they were able to win, it was 4 threats that they were bringing to the table. And Gen G, I think, really smart. Go with the Zyra. That is a representation of 3 damage dealers already and a mixed damage profile to boot. Really nicely done. The Rel going to be taken away by them. Kind of thought that'd be a decent pick on 4, as the Cassante to be banned away once more. And Paze will be taking the Alistar here for Lehens. I'd love to see this. I want to see Kane with counterpick. I think it is so incredibly strong for Gen G. And Doran hasn't really had the blind pick top lanes to
might
make
be
things
Jax
happen.
for Doran this time around.
Yeah, could be.
True.
Could be. Now, there are a few picks you can actually abuse this Alistar lane with really hard. I mean, the Karma means that you're not going to have really any engage outside of the Maokai ultimate, so it's a bit risky, but if you want to really snowball this game, you could go for that. The Blitzcrank was something I was also going to mention. It's not one that we really see outside of Lehens. It's kind of Lehens exclusive right now. Not going to lock it in at this moment in time, but it could definitely be a punishing pick and allow this Ezreal some space. The follow-up for it, though, with Ezreal, a little bit risky, a little bit shaky.
Oh, man, he did it!
But this is not a combo about the bottom lane. This is Maokai, Blitzcrank, a combo that Canyon and Lehens already specialized, already introduced to the LCK, popularized a little bit. So they're taking a page out of Gen G's book here with this lock-in. They already knew about the Alistar, so it's a safe Blitz lock.
All right, what does Lehens do? Looking for that pick for Keen. And an Udyr is an interesting choice. He's the only one that we've really seen find a lot of success on this champion. And you can hear in the Gyeongshu Indoor Stadium that this is not a pick that people are super psyched about, because Udyr has certainly come with its series of caveats.
That said, if there is a player, especially not just given his history on the Udyr in general, which I think is miles ahead of a lot of our other players, but specifically for Keen, after that game 3, it makes sense for the team to trust him. I do think playing Udyr into champions like Tristana and Ezreal is going to feel really rough, which means that Keen needs to actually be able to use the early pressure that we know the Udyr have with his ultimate available right from the get-go, right, being able to shove in a lot of waves, build a big advantage, because I think that he specifically is going to lose impact. The rest of his team, though, MF and Chovy on Corki again with Canyon on a carry, that's a lot of power, but I do feel a lot better about this Hanwha draft than what we had in game, say, number 2.
Yeah, I really feel like this time I have to give the edge to Hanwha. I think there's a lot of ways this can go wrong for Gen G. I think they really need a lot of setup to win objective fights. The Udyr is going to need a lot of space to flank, to clear vision. If they're behind, they can't set up the Zyra plants, they can't set up engages, they can't control choke points. This is a really tough draft to pilot into. We saw already what Zeka could do with this Tristana, not only in terms of killing Nexus turrets on the Nexus, but also in terms of getting that macro advantage and getting those early turrets.
I'd agree. Viper on the Ezreal as well, something that I know a lot of Viper fans are always looking forward to. We know what he's capable on this pick. And Paze's misfortune for the first time this series. A lot of change-ups. Let's dive onto the rift for game number 4, and possibly the last of the series if the 5P is to happen.
젠지 하나 둘 셋.
Pretty even split here is what it feels like to me as far as the fans. And I'm looking forward to seeing who is going to be able to take this one away. Gen G, unfortunately, if they win here, it's 4 games. And we don't really like that as much. So I'm feeling my bias, and I know I said that word. It's a word that it's generally not very well liked, but feeling a bit of bias towards Humble Life Esports because I just love Silver Scrapes. As the hook is going to miss, and so is the Mystic Shot, but that's fine. Miss is in the name of Mystic Shot, so I think it must be allowed.
It was a warning shot, that's what Israel always says.
No, I know you know that's not how it's spelled, Atlas.
It's not about the spelling, it's about the sound.
Okay, well, I'll let you get away with that one. Why would you do that, man? I'm trying to focus on this game.
Yeah, and I'm trying to do my best to make that not happen, Chronically. You know me, I'm not a help.
Keen actually has the Ghost available here. So, like, particularly with Ghost and R level 1, you can actually be a huge nuisance if you try and play into the Maokai, but it looks like Peanut also was expecting that, starting on Wolf instead, and Keen doesn't want to go that far in, as we do has the early ward being taken out, meaning that the Light has a little bit more safety. And it kind of balances each other out, because obviously Alistair level 1 is quite weak, but on the flip side, MF is insanely strong this early on, and you can see Pays and Lahens actually doing a great job of fighting for that early prio. And also, Lance has gone as this is what we need to see. Exactly this.
Yeah. This is the Keen Udyr situation.
We have seen a lot of the time the Udyr, ends up with his insane wave clear and his early level 1 get a big advantage over the Jax. If you don't make a mistake and no gank comes through and you play it as well as Keen is so far, you have the Ghost, then you can control the lane matchup quite a bit. We've even seen proxies where you just go, okay, well now Jax is just going to be sitting under turret, we're not going to interact with each other, and I'm actually just going to continue to have that control. So it's a matchup that we've seen a lot. We saw a lot when the Udyr was a lot stronger after his rework, and one that only Keen really kind of picks up. We saw Doran play it a little bit as well.
Yep.
But another pick to talk about is Delight's Blitzcrank, because we've associated the pick with Lahens this season since he's the only one who's played it. Delight has actually picked it up in situations like this in the past. He's played it 5 times in his career. He has never lost on the pick in his entire career. He's 5-0 on it, so has a lot of experience with this pick.
And remember, guys, this was a bro bottom laner. They knew how to lose.
That's right. So, I mean, this is a, just want to give him credit. I don't want anyone to be looking at this going, well, you're not Lahens, you can't pull this off. He has, and he will pull this off. See what happens in this particular game.
I think when it comes as well to, like, being a support player, it's kind of like Lee Sin is to jungle as Blitzcrank is to support. So many supports just love playing Blitzcrank, because he's frustrating for the enemy team. Especially ones that can't walk very well, such as myself. Canyon, now moving in, looking for an angle.
They can look pretty aggressive here. They should know, Peanut will be spotted there.
Oh, Delight might be able to find it. Does not get the hands out. So Canyon will be alive for now.
Yeah, should be able to get the Krugs here. And this is the thing with Zyra that we've talked about throughout this series, is that her early clear is so fast, it just allows you to do things like this.
Yeah, and speaking of clear, Keen doing a little bit of clearing out minion waves, and Doran as well.
He's also
at the same time.
Clearing out his health bar.
Yeah.
Quite nice. Oh my god, that giant wave is going to push back into Keen as well.
Yeah, it's kind of absurd.
He's feeling very good about how this matchup is going. I think picking champions like Udyr into the Jax requires a lot of confidence, it requires a lot of experience, but it also requires your ability to, you really need to know your opponent. I think a lot of the time in a matchup like this, he already knows he's a little bit in Doran's head after that last game, the Camille completely falling on his face, Keen absolutely crushing it. We don't give out POGs in the finals, but we do give an MVP at the end. I'm pretty sure Keen would have gotten it if we did with his performance there in Game 3. He's already, again, starting to pull these small advantages up here into Doran in the top side of the map. See if Grubs do end up being secured here by Hanwha Life. They were able to get 5 of them in the last Tristana game, which really empowers your ability to get those early turret plates, and then later on turrets themselves, push the Tristana into big advantages. That's the big question right now, because if you don't get those, you're going to have yourself a problem.
One of the things that with Canyon on carry jungler specifically, we also shouldn't forget is
oh dear, got a bit of a Jonas Strong zoom in. That could be a little bit of a worry, but instead, it is Doran just getting the heck out of there.
It's kind of the tragedy is that it's not really about, like, I think him dying should never happen with the flash with Leap Strike.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have mana.
And it's Doran,
and
you never know, man.
Again. Well, yeah, that's also very true.
That's the thing that I get worried about.
Specifically, the fact that Canyon with what is, I think mid's pretty even. We've seen Zeka have the shove mostly, but Chovy is still trading well. Bot lane obviously is favored towards the MF, as we'd expected, and top lane is favored towards Keen. Allows Canyon to just do his favorite thing, which is just power farm till like his first item, and then it's like, well, You know, he cracks his fingers. He's like, I got out of bed. I got my item. What are we going to do on the map?
You know, you could see there was a consideration of Viper going for a roam as Zeka.
Bit of an engage here as Delight turning up. Does get the Valkyrie out of Chovy, as we could see there.
I mean, they lose
going to be the
dragon.
Yeah,
They lose the dragon, and they're not set up for...
Oh, the flash comes through. Peanut finds a window here. The flash hook comes down, and the punch comes in. Another punch there from the big Bramble Man. And Peanut's able to take first blood against his opposite number.
They needed a pick like that. They needed a win in this early game. And Delight wasn't hitting a lot of hooks, but you know what? It's that Maokai Blitzcrank combo, and you can hit every hook when your target is stationary. Delight's finally able to pick up a big one.
Calibrating, you know, for that moment, right?
Something. Well, his target was CC'd, so
yeah, but it looked cool.
Yeah, I mean, Peanut calibrated him to be.
Oh yeah, no, very.
Yeah, that's the calibration. You make the hook land where they are, so they come to you.
I really like the little window that Peanut found there. The moment the sapling specifically, the slowdown actually ends up being huge. I still think you take that though if you are Gen G, because you still get the dragon. You want to be starting and stacking these early dragons, because I think that while this composition can go into the mid to late game, I think ideally you'd be doing it from an advantageous position, because eventually, like, double AD carry with Jax and utility the rest of the team provides, I think is something that you probably shouldn't try and take too many risks against. So it's actually Gen G playing very aggressive for these early objectives, playing with Keen, proxying straight up. And with Canyon, I imagine also looking for an invade here if they want to do so.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about with the proxy. As we do have a pause, so we can talk about it a little bit more. He just has such an advantage. Now he's 20 CS ahead, and he's winning these trades so consistently. Doran has to back, doesn't have teleport, so he's losing so many waves. And the control is absolutely real. And losing those grubs for a pick because you went for a late punish on the dragon just isn't really setting yourself up for success. And if you contrast this Tristana game to the Game 1 Tristana game where they were all in on grubs, they were completely in control, they were happy to give Dragon to get those grubs to push this lead for the Tristana, this feels like a completely different story. And getting a kill on a Maokai versus losing those grubs and losing that Tristana pushing power when your top side is already on fire is not inspiring here in what could be our last game of the series.
Yep, and we're not entirely sure what has gone on here. We will give you updates as much as we can, and it's in fact coming right now. It's another one of these peripheral issues. We're making sure that everyone's stuff is working just fine. This happens. I wonder whether it was anything to do with the Hex Flash and then the Blitzcrank going on over. I don't think so. Didn't look like he was going to do much more there than what he did. But
yeah,
we'll just have to see.
I really appreciate the little Nongshim raccoon there.
Yeah.
They're still here in spirit.
No, I think it's just because that emote is so good.
It's
They're like,
so
I
good.
better stick it on because it's just amazing.
Yeah, really
And
is.
there's a lot of other options, you know. You could have the D+ Starfish.
Yeah, I know. Even after having the story told to me, it doesn't really do it for me.
Yeah, I don't get it at all, really.
I know.
Well, he draws Starfish on his stream, and that's why.
Yeah, but like, I don't know.
That's it, Atlas. There's not.
All right.
I think there's a deeper layer. I want to talk a little bit about not just the game, but again about we are either going to go to a Game 5 back-to-back, which is in LCK final, something that hasn't happened outside of Spring, obviously, in a very long time. Spring was the first time that we had a non-one-sided final in quite a while. Ever since Wolf and I joined, which was 2021, we've basically just had kind of one-sided stomps. And if Gen G are able to do it here again, and again bring us back kind of to reality, right? To Gen G, the expected outcome of today were a lot of 3-0s, but I think the majority of votes was 3-1.
Yep.
Giving on what the credit that they deserve. But for Gen G, the fact that it is so expected and that this team is so dominant in a region that has been just winning MSI, winning Worlds is kind of mind-blowing, I think, in of itself.
Yeah, it's first versus second. It's the grand finals, and it's not like Hanwha is a team that was going into this grand finals as a weak team. It wasn't a team that barely beat T1. It was a team that, frankly, really crushed T1 yesterday and had the better reads in that series. And they were our second-place team, and then the gap between them and D+ and the rest of the LCK leading into playoffs felt quite large, but not as large as the gap between second and first. And you could really feel that going into this series, as Gen G obviously had that extra advantage of being able to watch how Hanwha was playing yesterday because they went directly to the grand finals. They had side selection, but still lost game 1. But now everything is starting to fall apart. And I think it was mentioned by Ox on the space. We touched on it a little bit here. You can feel the nerves and the pressure starting to sink in a little bit here for Hanwha Life because, again, with a similar draft to game 1, they're not able to make those same sharp calls. And, you know, we've seen a lot of mistakes.
Accidentally went to Gwangju instead of Gyeongju.
Oh, no.
Which is a mistake that I could potentially make.
Have you never? I kind of feel like you would have at some point.
No, I haven't accidentally gone to Gyeongju. My wife would have been pretty upset if I was going down there to meet her family and then ended up in a completely different city.
I know. I'm just making sure. I could have seen that.
Yeah, no, thankfully I haven't done that one, but don't put it past me.
And for Hanwha Life, we've already talked. These are players that have.
Oh, that's a bit. Oh no. The V's still there. I thought it was like Gen Victory and they sort of made the G look like a Victory V, but it's not quite there. But that's okay.
And you might go. I mean, that's I respect that. That's a good jungle goat.
Wait.
Great choice.
Was that Kobe hiding?
Well, I mean, it could be. G-Run, they were doubted for a large part of that, right? DK were the favorites coming in. They had a really, really messy semifinal against Gen G. Were able to just barely clutch it out, but it's like these players have been in a lot of these high-pressure situations before. Peanut, I think we've talked about endlessly.
I mean, like, Zeka and Viper had the same experience at the World Championship when they won Worlds. It's just do as many games as possible, guys, and then you'll win.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the expectations for Zeka were significantly lower than Viper's as well.
I would say so, yeah.
But wait, what do you mean? Everyone had expectations of 2022 DRX, right?
Are you saying that Mako's better than Beryl?
I don't put words in my mouth, Atlas.
It's not relevant at all.
No, but okay, I'm not going to get baited into a barrel discussion by Atlas.
And we'll have that in a few days' time when we have the Worlds qualifier.
I was just, the pause is ongoing, and if you want.
By the way, I feel like the answer is yes, but I just want to get that. Yeah. We'll continue, Wolf.
So it looks like Lehens is going to go take a quick little break, so we might need some additional time. He's also going to hype up the crowd because that's who he is. And I look at this current scenario here for Hanwha Life, and I think in order for them to end up winning this series, to get not the reverse sweep, but to get the win in Game 5, right? They need to clutch. They need to get their mental together, and maybe a pause like this, for a lot of people, a pause like this actually really hurts your state of mind and it messes with your vibes. I think, obviously, they're not allowed to really discuss the game during this moment, but maybe if they can actually all calm down and start thinking about what they want to do next in this, actually make the clutch plays, right? Because you're in a non-winning game state right now. In the 4th game of a finals where Gen G is likely to defeat you unless something changes, you really have to get your mind and your mental state to where it needs to be able to do this in front of a massive crowd. I think, obviously, this, you mentioned Atlas, Hanwha Life and Gen G, crowd's very split, feels fairly even. Even though Gen G is a more popular team and have won so many titles in a row, they're looking for the pen to beat.
Yeah.
I think Hanwha Life fans have been waiting for this for a really long time, and they are really hoping these boys are going to get it done. They're going to bring it back here. They haven't given up hope. I don't think the players should either.
I agree, and I also think that you can't help but root for an underdog, right? So I imagine that there's a lot of people out there that just want to see something different, just want to see what happens as Lehens. He heard what happened when Carrier had his little bathroom break last time around.
He's not the only support that can go to the bathroom in the game.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like Delight should just get up and now it's my turn. This is how it's supposed to go. It's got to be even. But instead, it's just going to be one of them per series. And now Lehens going to get back. He's like, where did my mouse go? That could be a peripheral issue, if ever I've heard one.
A peripheral disappearance.
I don't think it would just be gone.
It'd still be an issue.
No, I know it would be an issue, but where
would we call it the mouse vanishing issue?
Yeah, the mouse vanishing issue, I think, would be the one.
Guys, a thing doesn't just vanish.
What do you mean? If it's not there when he comes back, it's vanished.
Okay, what about the keys to my bike when I can't find them? What happened to them then?
Exactly.
What happened to them?
Yeah.
I can't find them. I'm pretty sure I put them right where I left them, but they're all there, so they vanished.
Yeah. What about my left shoe that morning? When I was really late for work?
No.
What do you think happened to my key card right when I was late for work? I really needed it to enter Walmart.
I need to get back to this before we get back to the game. Atlas, in what situation do you take off your shoes and then one of them disappears?
What if you're in a rush?
What do you mean, what if you're in a rush?
He didn't take his shoes off in 2 different places. One vantage, Chronicler, you're just not getting it. You're just not getting it.
So I take my shoes off when I get home,
Yes,
and
and
then one of them accidentally gets packed into a box or something like that. You know, like
How?
why? It's not
it
about
doesn't
how.
matter.
It's
Okay.
about the fact that
Please.
it could happen.
Let's get back
Like
to the
the
game. I
disappearing
can't.
mouse.
All right,
you know what?
talking
I will
about?
allow the game
Actually,
to resume.
And something that's interesting is that players are not allowed to talk about the game. So you might think that we're losing it, but if you're on that stage, it might be a whole lot worse.
Yeah, thankfully, Lehens went to the bathroom for a lot of it, so the players on Gen G were spared for a fair bit of time. We are back here once again. We did see, you know, the Hex Splash attempted there from Delight in the mid lane. Ultimately, came up a little bit short, but that is absolutely fine. See whether he goes for a hook here. And pays. Oh, he's not going to be the target. It's in fact Lehens, who does get a headbutt off, but this is still looking dicey. Does have to flash, gets himself out of the way, and Viper landing everything as he chases them down.
Finally, a big hook connects. Finally, this bottom lane starting to get online here. Pay's getting chunked down to half without his support. Viper can easily just push forward and look to threaten him even without the barriers.
Oh, that was pretty cool. But it didn't quite ultimately work.
All right, Canyon is in the area, so he should be able to cover. They will spot him, but Pace his ultimate as well. So we'll see. I think he'll have to use it. And crucial there is that Lehens isn't level 6 yet. Otherwise, you can maybe turn that around, right? Press that R button, then find a re-engage. And it just isn't really going to be the case. Instead, it's just going to be a nice win. Lehens is going to have to back off. And on the life, feeling good about that bot lane. Not feeling good about the top lane matchup, though.
No, the fact that Kane can just kind of press changed turtle stance and just get a shield that's too big for Doran to like auto attack through, and he's Jax. It's like just pretty rough.
Look at Doran's items. He's got shoes and like a null magic mantle.
Did he find both of them?
I think so.
Okay, we won't go back to that. Sorry, Chronicle. He gave me such a dirty look when I said that.
I mean, Keen just walks up to the turret and says, I'm going to get a plate. I already cleared the minions. You can either hit me or hit the minions. Your choice. You hit the minions, then I'm going to get a plate. You hit me, then you're going to lose your CS. And then I'll get the plate on the next wave. As he's already gotten one, and he's one auto away, or a few minions autos away from getting this next one here to drop it down to 3. And Canyon's here.
I'm not sure if he was spotted on that ward there. I don't see any pings just yet. Now, obviously, they know.
Yeah, not a lot of minions, but I don't think it really matters. As Strangle Thorns goes down, Canyon was just wanting to make the most of it, but they don't find the autos. The beauty of the Jax, ladies and gentlemen, is now Kane. He picks up Tower Dagger. I don't know about this one. Good flash to make sure that Doran gets himself out of the way, but he's not out of the woods just yet. Few of these autos coming in, there is no mana, but now the nature is grasping! And Canyon gets pushed back. Canyon, he picks up the Tower Aggro, and Peanut is the one to pick up the kill! And now Zeka comes in. Keen's now in trouble. The flash forward just to make sure that he's able to get it, and there's the buster shot. Explosion combo for another kill for Hanwha.
And it starts with Doran in the previous game having a rough feed, but the Doran bounce back coming through immediately.
He is the most elastic player in the league, Chronicler.
I mean, sometimes, not always. But, you know, in this case, he certainly is living up to the high role of how elastic he can be. And, man, what a play from Doran. Good flash there. And then the plant picks up aggro for Canyon. He goes down. It's his second death of the game. And then they get the punish onto Keen. Zeka just enough damage. Has to use his flash. But doesn't really get to feel too vulnerable into the Corki in this matchup in mid. So Hanwha Life striking back. It's 3 kills to 0 now. And even though the top side still isn't feeling great, feels a lot more salvageable now.
So they set up aggro, and they just think they have enough damage. But like Counter-Strike actually reduces so much, right? It's both the auto attacks, but also AoE.
Grandmaster's Might as well is actually pretty good at making it that bit extra tanky.
Exactly, but also there's the AoE reduction on Counter-Strike means that the knockup doesn't do much. Canyon also doesn't have his Leandris here just yet, and I think it would have been fine if not for the fact that then subsequently they go for a redive. Canyon is the one that gets aggro with his plants and gets caught by the ultimate from Peanut, and then Keen, who is in a matchup where I think you need to continue to lead, actually ends up giving up a lot of extra resources. And then it's also a Chemtech Drake again. And I know they have shielding on Keen, but I really, if you go for double dragon, that's not what you want to see.
Unless you're a fan of vintage video games.
They didn't, yeah, of course. Shout out to Doa, but they don't have 6 grubs this time. They only have 3, but even still, the lane assignment here where they just put Doran in mid, he's just going to soak the pressure from Chovy, and now Zeka's actually getting plate gold here, and a significant amount of it too. So what was looking like a pretty muted performance here from this Tristana the second time around turns into, out of one failed play from Gen.G, tons of plate gold for Zeka, a kill for the Tristana, and now Hanwha Life Esports have really turned this game around.
Yeah, King going to teleport back. Might have been in a little bit of trouble, but instead Peanut is going to go for a little bit of a reset angle on this one. Ticking it over towards 13 minutes into the game. We have about a minute left on plates in this one. Viper already setting up shop in the mid lane. We did see that little swap over. I think it actually kind of works out well for Doran to be instead laning into Chovy, who doesn't quite have the Trinity Force done just yet. Of course, the Jack's pretty far from that one himself. But certainly, Keen has been a bit of a problem here, so changing anything, I think, sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, that damage to turrets might as well be damage to top turret. As you can see, it's done very little damage here. Almost a plate goes down, but not able to collect this one, sadly, here for Hanwha Life Esports. The top side where Zeka found that money. And once again, he will chase the Udyr down to the bottom side lane, continuing to put Doran with his Counter-Strike against this Corki that doesn't really have kill pressure onto a Jax. He won't win, and it's very difficult for him to punish the Corki. Maybe this time the dive will be a little bit better for Canyon if he does want to set this up. He's just going to zone him away from the wave. So Chovy's also getting plates, but look at this. Zeka on the bottom side of the map. They're even going to commit a TP.
Yep, and that is going to mean that they guarantee this turret. It is going to be first turret blood going over to Gen.G. That's going to be that extra little bit of money. The problem is that it's not a tempo advantage with the fact that, you know, you're just taking a turret on both sides. Not really going to do too much, especially with even grubs. And now Delight possibly in trouble. There's the flash out. Bullet time immediately as Delight gets the knock up. It's just not quite enough. There has been the turnaround from Viper. And he grabs the kill on the enemy top laner.
Oh, somebody attempted those mystic shots there. The fact that, yeah, even with the turret shot, Viper was able to actually get the kill on Keen there is huge.
That was an X-ray on that Q, man. Really making it through the targets he didn't want to hit.
And yes, Chovy will get this inner here bottom side, but this is a huge win here for Hanwha Life and a lot of map control. The mid tower still stands here for Hanwha Life Esports, but the mid tower here for Gen.G is going to be potentially vulnerable. And if you get control of the mid tower, you end up getting this Tristana position where she can just knock down that top turret that's so incredibly low. Hanwha Life gets so much map control, and we mentioned this in the draft. Gen.G need a lot of map control for this draft to function in team fights, so they can set up fights with this Misfortune. They don't have the Rel engage. They have a Zyra, but it's very conditional, and if you're behind setting up plants, it gets very tricky, as this is where they over-index into Delight.
And it starts off with a missed hook, right? And then that turret plus the W and the final to the PTA proc ends up being more than enough damage. And what happens then is Gen.G, yes, they get the top side inner, but then after that they have to back. Can't contest the Herald, which means that most likely the main turret is going to fall as well. And one of the big advantages of MF is that with BF Sword, PTA, it's really hard to contest her on mid-wave, but she can't walk up nearly as far. Is a very immobile AD carry, very fast, but once you get on top of her, that's not really going to be something that you can deal with. The Jax in game number 3 we already talked about insane value. It's kind of the same here, especially with Canyon not being that accelerate like he's had in farm, but the gold's basically even because he ended up dying twice, getting a bunch of kills. And if this Zyra can't chew through this Jax, it's going to be up to Paze and Chovy, and like particularly for Paze, that's not where you want to be.
Yeah, now this Dragon... Herald. The top turret is so incredibly low, but Zeka isn't quite able to close the gap on it just yet. That's a lot of money to put into his pockets, then head mid and then look for that mid turret that we were talking about earlier. It'll really solidify the control over the map that Hanwha Life has. As they
Whoa, that's the flash up Pulve as they look for some damage onto Delight, but don't really find any of it at all. And now Lahen's just a little bit too far forward. The Mystic shots are landing, but the will is unbreakable. So Lahen's going to be able to keep himself alive. It's a big cooldown that they've used, though.
Actually end up using a lot there. Canyon and Pace their ultimates, a lot going into Delight, who really isn't that impressive. Chovy!
Oh, okay, Zeka looks for the angle and he finds the solo under the top outer turret. The Zeka outplay in game 4.
A sick flash play there, and they get the turret with it as well. Herald still in hand here for Peanut as well for this mid turret. Lands no ultimate.
Dora,
things are looking dicey.
Banana brush.
All right, he's got a control ward down there as well. He knows that nobody else can see him. Grasping Roots now on cooldown, but you can see Gen.G They are just going to back away. I think they know that they're going to have to give this Dragon up. No soul point for them at this point in time. And this is feeling like Harmolife Esports actually finding a little bit left in the tank, finding a little bit more. And they haven't relinquished control of the tempo in this game. The hook is going to go wide. But they're the ones that are utilizing first move on map so well. Can Gen G fight it back though? That's the question. As Keen just running towards Delight, but Doran says no! You will not kill my support, so much damage down onto Keen now, and it's Zeka that's able to help. Doran grabbed that kill, and now Viper with the true shot barrage. The hook comes through! Doran finding an extra one. Chovy this time he's able to take one, but he's the last man standing. As look at that, the leapfrog from Zeka, but he's going to be moved back towards mid lane with that disengage cone, as Valdez would say, but it's only Chovy left.
I mean, it would have been a full wipe if he's not able to have that disengage, and they have full map control now. It all starts off with this flash here from Zeka. They have a pretty stacked wave here. He flashes the rocket, has just enough damage with the ult there. It's very close, but takes him out. We'll take the turret out. And then in this fight here, Gen G over force, over chase.
It's another example of them just trying to force, but like their engage isn't that good, right? If Alistair's leading the chase, then you don't have the disengage, so Keen just kind of runs at him. He's not that tanky. Ends up going down. Lahens gets yoinked, and I really think that they should be feeling lucky about the fact that Chovy gets out here. That could have been, already was a pretty big disaster. Zeka first finds the outplay on top, then starts Goomba stomping the team fights.
And it's actually just playing Mario and not even staying on the ground.
Yeah, and like, you know, the terrain that's next to the tri-brush towards the bottom there splits Keen off, and if you don't get a kill, if you go that deep, the team can't bail you out. They can't save you, and you're just a jump button. You're the A button for Mario. Yeah. Zeka's going to start jumping, and that was just such a fantastic turn there for Hanwha Life. They have complete control. I mean, we were, before the peripheral pause, we were kind of doomers. We were kind of going, Doran's so far behind. It's looking rough. They're going to have to get their mentals together here. They're going to actually have to play a great game of League of Legends despite an early deficit there on the top side. And man, they have done just that.
At the same time, like, the actual goal at that point wasn't that far off, right? It was the early dragons plus the grubs that were being stacked. But then the top side disaster for GG started turning it, but it's been more than just that, right? Hanwha Life is just very consistently finding the fights that they're looking for. Viper is a big threat. Zeka is a humongous threat. And the fact that Peanut this time around is feeling so much more impactful, has had a very high kill participation, sitting on 2 items, and Canyon has really been having a rough time here. The odds for Gen G, like, I feel like from this position, how do you actually make this comp function, right? Because if Keen walks up, he gets hooked. If Lahens finds a big pick, could be something.
Yeah, that's Hepa Pulp. It's only on to Peanut here as the Stranglethorns does go down, but Twisted Advance is one heck of an ability, and that gets him out of there. True Shot Barrage now landing onto 2, and Keen, all he can do is run. You can see now Zeka getting caught out just a little bit, but he will survive. Viper, that Fog of War is now Viper wanting to take matters into his own hands. That's another hook, but it hits the air this time. And Hanwha Life, they lose no one. That's a lot of cooldowns. Otherwise, not too much more, and they're still going to move over towards this Baron.
Everyone's so low on the side of Gen G. It's
There's
really
no TPs.
Contest. There's no TPs. You say they can't back. They're going to come over and contest anyways, it looks like, or at least Lahens is coming over.
I mean, they're going to look at it, but I don't know whether Canyon can get in here. He walks over, but Peanut says no. They're a little bit too fast. And now a 6,000 gold lead is what we're approaching. The Rebel Baron power play hasn't even gotten started yet. And Hanwha Life Esports, they're looking to try and, like, they're pulling out the record now. Silver Scrapes is coming, ladies and gentlemen.
Feels that way right now with the 5,000 gold lead, and the lack of map control here for Gen G makes this comp so difficult to play. Like you were just saying, walking into Blitz crank hooks, not playable, not possible, and even in moments like this where Lens makes a really nice super play, Twisted Advance allows Peanut to get in because he actually goes forward. If he stays back, maybe Peanut actually dies there, but he kind of allows Peanut to taxi out. Doran comes in, Zeka's on the flank here, and Gen G just don't have any control. Their engage was all in that Alistair, completely used, completely useless. Ultimately, they're with that Twisted Advance to escape. And yeah, Delight whiffs the hook here, but it's enough to get them to Baron. And Hanwha, this Maokai, so impactful, way different story than what we saw in the previous game.
And you can feel Gen G, some desperation plays, right? We saw this Hanwha in the last game.
Yeah.
They were playing from a deficit. And it just feels so hard again, because this is such a slippery team. Who do you actually collapse on? The attempts have been on Peanut, who has is Maokai, which in of itself obviously has a lot of ways to get away from damage, has his ultimate, has Locket, has Randwinds.
Yep, lots of health and stuff.
And then everyone else has either multiple jumps, can hook you back and just immediately blow you up in the case of Blitz.
And we already saw that. Like, Delight gets a hook, gets a punch, and then you kill him maybe, but whoever kills him is just also going down. There's no way out. It's just so... It's almost like a phalanx the way that this plays out. Zeka and Viper obviously having escapes as well in their kits, making it very difficult to lock down the 280 carries, who are starting to become massive problems here for Gen G.
And I think Viper's sitting on a bunch of gold as well. You can see only a couple of items. It's a full Bloodthirster that Zeka is able to complete. 3 items now done for this Tristana, and she is already just absolutely imperative to this composition and terrifyingly strong in a side lane that we're seeing right now. Delight looking for an angle here. And when the Blitzcrank is lurking in the jungle and yours is pretty dark, Delight is just going to be such a menace. Like, it's win more versus win more, and Humble Life Esports are winning. That's the problem here for Gen G. It's so hard to find your way back in without a miracle play, without something huge happening that catches them off guard. And this is now Peanut taking that front foot. They are just going to use the ultimate to zone. The hook is going to come through as well, but it's just an uppercut. Lahen's just going to walk it off. Still, the turret goes down, and that's what they were looking for.
Yeah, risky call there on the TP as well. Not punished super hard there, but still it's a TP down. The turret still goes. Does discourage any follow-up here from Hanwha Life. But I mean, what can you do? You know, those are the questions that you're asking, Atlas, and there are no answers. You know, it's a comp that's so oppressive into a comp that needs vision and setup to win. And so the weaknesses of Gen G exploited by a team that's now 6,500 gold ahead, has massive amounts of pushing power. I mean, look at the gold here on Zeka versus Chovy. And this is with Chovy getting a ton of turrets as well on the top side of the map. Just not even close.
You're also playing a carry jungler from behind. Do note Canyon is a level down on Peanut. With a composition that doesn't have that much effective range, not a lot of setup here for Pace. The big thing for me is as long as Hanwha Life doesn't overextend, I think this game is in the bag and we are getting to game number 5. Look as well that BT making Zeka even harder to get to, level 60 now available. And the siege continues, and you keep seeing Pace go for these ultimates because it's the best way for him to output a lot of damage, and it just doesn't feel like they have the tools to keep people in place.
Yeah, and he only has a couple of items and some brown bags, right? Like, Misfortune feels great when there's some meat in the ultimate, right? When you're actually taking damage. But I think Humble Life Esports now are kind of dancing in it, you know?
Yeah.
You even saw that Delight wasn't taking that much when the bullet time came through. And that is always a little bit of a worry.
And the ways that Gen G can stop these sieges, these pushes, just aren't there. I mean, Keen doesn't have teleport because he used it on that turret before, and even a teleporting flanking Udyr isn't the scariest teleport flank you've seen, especially with a Tristana that can just look at him and make him explode and turn him into a jump button like we were talking about before. Chovy's the only one who has TP on this Corki. But flanking Corki with no package in the current state of Corki is also going to be relatively useless, so Hanwha Life can siege aggressively. They can push that vision up, and they have been. I think the only way that Gen G wins this game is a big mistake, like you said, Chronicler, here from Hanwha Life on one of these key upcoming objectives, like this Baron that spawns in 1 minute time. Gen G's trying desperately to wrestle that vision away.
The thing that I'm worried about for Gen G, though, is the fact that all of their CC, all of their engage is incredibly committal. Like, they have to commit to every play, whereas Humble Life Esports, they throw out a hook and it misses. They just wait and then do it again. And they've lost nothing. They've lost no position. Even Peanut presses his R button. If they don't find anyone, it's okay. You don't have to go in. Whereas Gen G, it's an Udyr, right? Like, you have to run up and slap him. Like, that's the only way you can start a fight. And then you're in the fight.
Yeah,
and it's happened.
Zyra also putting herself in harm's way. She's so squishy. As you mentioned, Chronicler, she's super far behind, and you might get grabbed by Blitzcrank trying to look for that engage, trying to look for that ultimate. You can't be the one who starts the fight. You have to follow up on a crazy Lahen's angle. And we had one moments ago, but he was still punished, and they didn't get anything out of it. I appreciate the try, but Hanwha Life are just looking for this Baron to spawn with a lot of control over the map, a lot of control over the vision here. There is that one ward to the left of the Baron pit, but Keen still doesn't have the TP. And it's only a matter of time before Hanwha say, I'm starting this, so I'm going to win the game.
We'll have to see if Gen G can find something, a crazy team fight, Because if we look at this from a series perspective, right, when we go back as Lahens, you know he's looking, yes, Flash, you know he needs to make a hero play for this to work out, but I feel like Hanwha Live, the counter engage is just so nuts as the TP comes in.
Yeah, the Nature's Grasp is already there. They're trying to hold him into position. There is the knock-up. Lahens does press his R button in time, and Viper is presented for his team, but it's not going to be followed up on. And into the backline goes Doran. He gets his Strangleforce, and it does nothing because he just jumps out of the way. The Twisted Advance, and Pace can't flash away from it. He'll be going down here as Zeka just chases forward. It's a double kill, and that is going to be Silver Scrapes queued up for the second time this year, spring and summer. We're going to 5.
And Genji, if they're going to get the Pentafeat, they are going to have to earn it. This was not the one-sided series that most predicted. Maybe it'll be the series that Ox predicted if Hanwha can get it done back-to-back, as he gave it a 5er for Hanwha Life Esports, but he was the only one. And Hanwha Life just showing way more resilience than we gave him credit for. The Nexus still stands. They do not have enough to end the game on this call, but it might as well be. I mean, it's virtually their game to lose at this point. This is a little bit disjointed from Hanwha, honestly, because the target here is Lahens, who can ult, but Doran's flank means that Pace can do nothing, and Zeka is just free-firing.
You just see it, right? Like, there's just way too many resources available here. There's not enough damage on the side of Genji. Even with Pace attempting to get that big swoop back. I wanna hone in on some of the players on Hanwha Live. Viper against Canyon in 2021.
Yeah.
Went down 1 and 2 in the series. Ended up coming back, winning Worlds. 2022, DRX down 1 and 2. Ended up making it back, winning. And again, just the fact that we are about to go to a Game 5 in of itself is a testament to Hanwha's approval, and the fact that Genji are gonna again have to prove that they got it in game number 5. And to be fair, their track record this year against TS at MSI, against T1, they've been able to clutch it out in these game 5s, but the fact that we're getting there in the first place is insane.
Oh, Genji, they might have found an angle. The arcade shift was perfectly timed. It's delight. He's even able to walk back and punch them. The Mystic Shot's not quite landing just yet, but the Nature's Grasp comes in, and now they're stationary. Viper finding the Q, and he's wiping them out. Genji, it was a Hail Mary, but unfortunately, it's a Hail Game 5, as Hanwha Life Esports will now take down the inhibitor and take down these Nexus turrets. We're going the distance 2 seasons in a row here in the LCK, and we'd have it no other way.
And you can see a big grin on Zeka's face as it happens. Peanut puts his hand on his back, gives him a little bit of reassurance that maybe Hanwha Life can dethrone Genji. It has been a long time since we've seen this team lose in a grand finals. Canyon hasn't lost yet. Chovy has won since he won his first, and Paze has been in every grand final since he joined as a player, but maybe Hanwha can clutch it out. They had a pretty weak game state, but as you mentioned earlier, Chronicler, it wasn't over, but we were all feeling like Genji just has the edge. They have the mental game, and we go to a pause, we come out of that pause, and suddenly Hanwha Life are all on the same page, and they are ready to clutch, and they are ready to bring us to a game 5. And I'll be honest, I just didn't see it.
Well, even after the drop, we mentioned Genji needs to maintain momentum. And ever since that dive, from that point on, there was none to be found. We see a little bit like the early lead that was built by Keen, but that alone was never going to be enough. The moment you start falling behind, it was always going to be hard for Genji. And as it turns out, Hanwha Life are going to bring us to another game 5.
I never thought we'd see it today.
No.
I never thought it was going to happen.
But one man did, or at least a few people did actually, but one man saw it on a Hanwha Life Esports side. We'll have to hear from Orcs and how he's feeling about how the next one is going to go. Time to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break that one down, and we'll have some Silver Scrapes, and we will have game number 5.
미드로 가는 게 나을 듯. 이거 탑은 어차피 언젠가 깨거든. 그냥 어제 타워 미드로 왔어 미드로.
하고 나머지 야야 물렸다.
다 뺐어.
계속 봐봐봐. 알리 먼저 봐. 공 써줄 테니까 계속 봐. 나 크게 볼게. 야 이거 끝까지 가. 야 이거 무조건 가. 위포. 코르키 돼.
야 펜타.
나이스.
그냥 말해본 거야. 오빠 가자.
들어가자. 잘했다. 나이스.
Night has fallen here in Gyeongju to make it even easier to see the stars while Silver is scraping, and it's been non-stop star plays to happen to force us to game number 5 in the grand finals of the LCK Summer 2024. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Ox and Wadid, and y'all, we've got a star on the desk as well. I'm not sure if you can see this one right here.
Wow.
Ox knew! Ox knew he's the only one that has the potential of getting it right here on this desk. And I think we have one more. This one as well. Surprise. It's Ox against Jisun, who has the other opportunity to be right here in the Western broadcast.
Jisun always smurfs these predictions though, so I'm feeling a little bit worried about it, but I think the main thing is whether it's a Gen G win or a HLE win, HLE has proven they can beat Gen G. They just need to carry it through to that 5th game.
Yeah, and also it's really impressive how they bounce back after those mistakes from like game 2 and game 3. Like it was so calm and collected compared to last games. And also I want to point out Tristana once again because that was the game changer. He solo killed top, he solo killed Chobi on the side lane as well. Like all the game pressure was on Tristana, and I think that was really crucial.
I mean, there's so much that you want to take away from this draft. The Maokai going through yet again for Peanut, Ezreal for Viper, Doran on Jax, and then stealing away the Blitzcrank. This is so amazing of a draft here by Hololive Esports.
Stealing the Blitzcrank, I wasn't convinced by the MF, the ults so often. The enemy team, the HLE would just disengage. The Woori as well, not convinced. I think this was a poor draft for Gen G, but a lot of confidence from HLE to bring out a pair of tools that Gen G has used so well in the Blitzcrank Maokai.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they could just pick up Sejuani and build up around it, but I mean, they picked up Zyra, which is, I mean, it performed really well, but it was not really stable.
And a lot of that has to do with the execution. For once, we're seeing Gen G bite a little bit more than they can chew here in the top side of the map. Doran plays this really well, but Gen G get punished.
Yeah, Udi is so good at setting up dives, and I think Doran did so much to mitigate in this situation. We've seen so many situations where 2v1 when you're already low, the top laner just dies, and he knows he's getting backup from Peanut, but he's got a long time to wait, a lot of time to buy. A good flash there, and he just ends up buying enough time for the Maokai to get in with some fabulous play.
Yeah, I mean, it was poor skill usage from Canyon at first because the ultimate plant damage was not on Jax, so they had not enough damage on Jax, and yeah, as you said, Tristana was coming as well, so they could end up really well.
Yeah, and Tristana getting a kill. I feel like Zeka, the 2 picks, the Tristana and the Smolder, he's been a monster on these playoffs, so him getting that gold, such a big boon for Hololive Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the health bar on Jax, I feel like you dive that any day of the week. It's just a great play by Doran. And, what can you do about that? You got to bounce back. Gen G were able to destabilize the game a little bit more. But then we have ourselves a solo death by Chovy on the top side of the map. Zeka gets in this one.
And this is so rare. Chovy, this entire season, so regular season, he's been solo killed only 3 times, only once in playoffs. It feels like something we don't see often, and shows Zeka is really stepping up to the plate, finding this window on the league's best mid.
And also, we all know that how Tristana is strong when it comes to the side lane. I mean, look at the damage as well. I think all the team fights were made by Tristana, which is strong DPS. I mean, as I said, they needed DPS. They played like Yone, Camille, Jin, which is just really not DPS in the game, so you cannot really melt down the front lane. But this time around, you had Tristana.
Yeah, and this fight here felt a bit desperate from Gen G. I love Viper's angle, playing the Ezreal, knowing he's safe, off to the side, and then when they sense blood in the water, they just push forwards. And with the Tristana, look at the resets. The bomb gets another. The blast cone does deny the final kill, but just fabulous play there.
Yeah, and we just rarely get to see Gen G press like that. Again, they're the team that doesn't make mistakes that beat themselves, whereas we've seen that with Hololive Esports. We saw that with T1 in the last series, and this is the first time where we really got to see that as we take a look at the history of Game 5 matches in the LCK Finals.
How lucky are we to have 5 games in spring and now again 5 games in summer?
Yeah, and also, I feel like Gen G need to change their draft plan because, I mean, I felt really great when it comes to Game 1 draft because they ban out all the junglers that they can have, so Peanut cannot really make a early game plan that Hololive Esports is really good on, They're really proactive in early game, they know how to snowball, but I feel like this time around they had Maokai Blitzcrank, which is really great tool to snowball earlier on, so they need to stick to the plan that they just disable those picks that Peanut can actually be proactive.
That's a good look there. And for Gen G, now for Hanwha Life, how do they win here? What do you want to see?
I think stick to have an agency. Like the Maokai Blitzcrank clearly worked well for them. I feel like when Peanut and Delight can lead the charge, the team looks so good. They have proven that Gen G are not immortal, that they are beatable. For a lot of the season, it felt like they were. But Hanwha Life Esports can win this. They just need to push it over the line. Stay confident. Don't feel like you're forced to overstep. Take the small advantages and just keep playing how you have in this fourth game.
Again, 5-Pete on the line, 100% win rate in finals for Canyon and for Pays. Will they be able to do it, or will it be the first ever victory for the Hanwha Life Esports organization under this name? Let's find out together as we go to an epic game number 5.
Thank you so much, Digon. It is now time for game number 5. Twice in 1 year. Absolutely unprecedented when it comes to the finals. And Peanut, the last time he helped this particular organization win a final, it was also in 5 games. Seeing whether the former Rocks Tigers, now Hanwha Life Esports, are able to get that victory. But they're against the Titans that are Gen G, a team that have been brought to the brink many times before. And we'll see whether this is going to be the time that they crumble, or once again, a time that they manage to persevere and come through with a win.
So much on the line here. A win for Hanwha Life, formerly Rocks Tigers for the first time since 2016. A potential golden road that many have been talking about ever since Gen G won MSI, and an insanely dominant level of play. And of course, the curse of the all-first, all-pro.
Oh yeah.
No team has been able to beat just yet.
And this is, for Gen G, probably the only chance they'll ever get to get a Penta beat. The 5-Pete, 5 titles in a row. No one has ever done that before. And to be able to be this close, to be 1 win away, to be able to say that you did it. If you lose here, you got to win 4 more in a row before you get to have the conversation, and that is likely never going to happen. And keeping that streak alive, losing the golden road, losing all momentum right before Worlds would be worst case scenario. As for Hanwha Life Esports, they've got to be in the right mindset here in this 5th game. And I think that game 4 showed that they absolutely are. But as I mentioned, we move into this 5th game with side selection going to Gen G. They won that red side game. They got it back. And in this 5th and final game, first pick will be theirs. We'll see if any draft adjustments are made here. I think that Tristana definitely deserves a look. I think that Zeka, when he's been on more utility, has not made the same impact as when he's been on damage. The Smolder, the Tristana specifically.
I would agree, and I actually think that what the space brought up is so incredibly important. Something that can handle the tanks. And there are a few different choices, there are a few different options. I think Zeka has been really, really good at it. I think that when Viper gets on things like the Ezreal, even his Jhin has looked pretty good, but I love his Ezreal, still not a tank buster, right? And so being able to have that from Zeka in the mid lane is very important. Gen G will select blue side going into the final game of this series. Hanwha Life Esports, they began this series with a win on red. I don't think that this is sort of that service game that we have always talked about this season, this time around between these teams.
When Canyon gets to an LCK finals, he wins. When Pays has gotten to an LCK finals, even though obviously very different career trajectory,
I've never seen Zeka lose an LCK final before.
That is also a factual statement, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen in drafts, because we were talking about this in the break. Game number 1, absolute banger of a game. But after that, the games have felt a lot more one-sided one way or another. And it remains to be seen whether in this final game we are going to see a game like game number 1, or if the draft is again going to give us, and there it is,
Trist.
Again, the Trist, you mentioned it already, Wolf, and I think it is 100% warranted. Zeka, in both Trist games, felt like he was putting on an absolutely unreal performance.
And even though it hasn't been allowed all series long, I do think the Smolder ban is warranted unless they want to pick it up themselves here. Hanwha Life will maybe have to make that tough decision. I think a Ziggs ban here in this second slot is warranted against Pays as well on the red side, as it looks like we may have a bit of a issue here with this pick and ban, so bear with us. But yeah, I mean, this is so much of this is about, and you guys mentioned it in Chronicle, we were talking about in the break, these one-sided games, so much of it is about the composition, how well it works, and if it hits its win cons. And both of these teams are so good, and League of Legends has evolved to a point in the most competitive region in the world here in the LCK, where if you get that win con, you get ahead, there is just no giving up the map. You're not going to make that mistake. We kept saying, well, maybe they'll make a mistake, maybe they'll make a mistake, maybe they'll make a mistake, maybe Gen Z will come back. They don't. They didn't. These players are all so incredibly experienced. And so getting that lead, getting that snowball, hitting those benchmarks is what this series really feels like it has been about. They lost control in game one, Hanwha did, but they clutched it. The rest of the games have been control, oppression, destruction.
Yeah, and a lot of it I think has come down as well to how the compositions mesh together after the early game has concluded, right? And a lot of drafts can be warped by a great laning phase, a really well-timed gank, like something going awry, a jungler getting pushed away and out of the map. And between Peanut and Canyon, we've had some of our best examples of that on both sides. But so much of this has really come down to how these drafts interact just in a mid-game, in a fairly even setting. And so I think so much of what needs to be looked at now for both teams is to have everything that you need in order to win mid-game skirmishes.
And to watch Chovy and Pays, their heads in their hands, you can feel the pressure. I mean, we're going into a Game 5 draft. You're yoinked out of that. We have to have a remake on the lobby. So you've got to reset mentally. There is so much on the line here. And to see Chovy have that expression on his face, especially when you consider how we were all feeling going into this series. With the exception of Ox, of course, but most people around the world were saying Gen G is an elite team. This is the one team that maybe could get the golden road. This team is so dominant right now. So many titles in a row, and they're pushed to the brink.
They absolutely are. They have to win this if they're going to keep that golden road alive. The 5P and the possibility of even more alive as well. I'm Alive Esports trying to make history for this organization. The very first time they've been able to hoist a trophy, another team being able to actually win here in the LCK. So much. It's been Damwon, DK, T1, Gen G. That's basically it.
For
like
last, what,
the
5 years?
I can't even really think back long enough to get to a different one apart from KT in 2018,
yeah,
you know?
I was about to say.
That was the last time.
Oh, right, but that's why. That's why, Chronicle.
There you go.
Because that is actually it.
Doran, Peanut, Delight would reclaim their throne. And a lot of what we talk about is the man that was there for every single win, which is Chovy. Every single Gen G win has been with him right there, and a lot of the pieces around him have changed. And I think for Doran, Peanut, and Delight winning with a different mid laner, one that himself is trying to actually deliver on the piece that he was able to find in 2022, as the Smolder is going to get banned, which means that the Ziggs, I imagine, is most likely, but I think maybe Gen G's going to pivot.
I think maybe they think that Viper doesn't want to play Ziggs here, and they can actually get both. They take this Corki away because the Tristana is gone. The Smolder ban, I feel, is really smart because you don't have the Tristana to play that turret game and get the massive leads we've seen Hanwha Life play. You don't have that agency to shut down the Smolder before he comes online, so they ban that one away. Risky choice here for Gen G. Let's see if Hanwha Life are willing to pick up the Ziggs themselves, and they will say it. Yes, the answer is yes.
You have to, right?
Oh God, Peanut! In Game 5, really? You troll us like this?
He's having some fun.
He's obviously going to pick Vi, but like that is so Peanut. That is the most Peanut thing.
If Isaacs as a 1-2, insanely strong. You can get any target as long as you get the press on. This is actually
taste of Viper's own medicine.
Exactly what Viper himself brought out. I was looking at this and going, surely they're going to go Chin, right? I imagine the Chin comes through, you play to neutralize. This is a completely different look. Instead, you have to get through the laning phase, but once you get there, if you ever land the W on top of the Ziggs, you can blow them up in seconds, as Life just further committing to dive. And I gotta say, into a Skarner, that is always gonna feel a little bit scary.
Yeah, that's what we saw, obviously, through a lot of the turnaround in Game 1. The Skarner was able to shut them down with Impales. If he doesn't die...
Oh, good ban, the Poppy.
Yeah, the Poppy, insanely smart here. And they're basically fishing for a Leona ban in trade. They have picked priority here as well. The Leona Ziggs has been the premier bottom duo if you can get both. You very rarely do. And it's so strong with their comp already that has so many dives and single target blowups.
Cassante ban, I imagine if Life stay consistent, because that's 100% what Keen is going to blind if you do leave it up.
I do think, though, that if they are putting that many tanks onto the Rift, right, like Lehens is obviously going to play some sort of engage, the Blitzcrank is going to be the ban away this time, and the demise of the losing teams in this series has been lack of damage and lack of output of damage, right? The lack of options for threats on the map. And if it is going to be that tank from Keen, then you lose that extra string of your bow. I don't mind this from Life Esports.
Feels like this has to be a Leona ban, right? They take away the Rakan instead.
And Brom's still available.
Yeah.
Is one of those champions that playing it into dive feels like it has an incredible amount of power. Leona is most likely here. They could, of course, also just pick Jax for Doran.
Wouldn't mind it.
Wouldn't mind it given the performances that thus far. Also, let's be honest, yeah, that counter pick in the Udyr looked very lackluster outside of the laning advantage. The dive failed, and from that point on, it just didn't feel like it did anything.
And it's going to be the Camille again?
Right. It could be Bard as well here.
Well,
for the lights to come through.
He's looking at the Cassante again with the front line. They want the Skarner plus the Cassante for the double AD carry, but it's not a traditional AD carry again here in this Kai'Sa. It's more dive focused. It's a very good counter pick to the Ziggs. Going for the Camille would give you a little bit more options. It does index further into your Kai'Sa composition, adds a little bit of extra damage, but he will ultimately lock the Cassante here.
What's it gonna be?
Nautilus going to be locked away here by Lehens. Of course, historically, one of his best champions. Has found so much success on this pick, but Nautilus himself hasn't found a lot of success recently, and that is the Rel. A very different story. Delight has been extremely good on this champion. It's why we've seen it banned so many times throughout this series already.
Kai'Sa Nautilus is a combo that goes way back. The guaranteed plasma proc is huge. This is going to be an absolute fist fight, right? Particularly on Life. Everyone wants to go in. Obviously, Viper can poke away a little bit, but you expect him to play extremely aggressively. And then on the flip side, into a Cassante, into a Skarner. Can Gen G keep the Garys safe, or will we have a repeat of that game number 1 where they were unable to, and Zeka and Viper brought them to a win?
A lot of this series has been getting map control with some strong pushes, getting picks, and then taking that oppressive map control and pushing it through. Those one-sided games we talked about. This game feels like, even though there's a Ziggs on the Rift, there's no Tristana, it's going to feel very different. It's going to be for Hanwha Life about team fights, combos. They have a ton of damage, they have dive, and they have burst. Single target also very strong with the Ziggs ultimate. But if they fall behind, it becomes very difficult to actually utilize that composition. They need to know when to pick their fights, when the Ziggs is strongest, who they are going to choose, who are they going to blow up. Because we saw them choke it out earlier on in this series, not knowing which battles to fight when their composition started to fall apart. This is the ultimate test here for Hanwha Life against LCK's most dominant team here. They already won one game on red side. We'll see if they'll do it twice.
Our most dominant team ever.
Yeah.
Breaking record after record after record. And here we are.
This is the most
single game.
It's the most dominant season a team has ever had, and the most dominant run of championships a team has ever had here in the LCK, and it's only continuing further. But do you know where it started? It started with Peanut, and it started with Doran, and wouldn't it be poignant if that's exactly where it ends?
Guess what? In their way is one angry orange, guys, and I don't know if you can see. That orange has been working out, okay?
Yeah, and if it was working out throughout this whole series, it's been a really long series. So I imagine they're getting a little bit tired, but they've got a huge pump right now. There is a little bit of a pause once again. We are sticking with peripherals being a little bit of the problem here. Definitely the better of the pauses.
Yeah, no, I mean, those are the things that you could physically fix, and it happened before the game, again in this case, so we don't actually have any game affecting stuff. It's not going to change the state of the game. Yeah, man, I look at these two drafts and it almost feels to me like out of all the 5 games we've had, all 5 drafts, this one feels the hardest to call, the hardest to give an edge to. It's very different, right? And I feel like it's one of the smartest drafts on both teams as we've kind of figured each other out, right? Both Hanwha and Gen.G have taken away some of those strong picks, knowing how they both operated. This one feels the most unique.
I would agree. I do also feel like this is a Hanwha Life Esports that have kind of figured out what they want to do this series. I feel like finally they've got the thing that could be successful. Gen.G, still just a juggernaut. Less damage on the Rift than Hanwha Life are presenting right now, but you never know what could happen here as Gen.G Esports look to try and make that 5 beat happen, and Hanwha Life Esports look to stop it here in Game 5.
젠지 하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘 셋.
And fans obviously have had a long day themselves, but I feel like the volume is only getting louder here in this stadium. When one of these teams finally wins this series, we may need to check on the roof. But Gen.G setting up blue side now once again for the squad that has been doing all of the winning. This will be Paze's first championship that he's ever lost in the LCK. Let's let that sink in.
He's a little spoiled, okay? Like normally you don't get to win every single
I think I'd be okay with someone saying that like after spring, but after this season, like I think maybe he's just a little good.
I mean, you're talking to me, Adler.
Yeah.
I'm definitely that opinion. What I want to highlight as well is the faith that's being put for Paze to actually be put on this Kai'Sa, because this is a pick that to me really does feel like it's all or nothing, right? Like either the Kai'Sa pops off and she's a big threat in fights and she has backline threat, or you're just against a champion with so much utility, which makes it really hard to play the game.
We have this lane swap coming through here, and Gen.G aren't able to actually get any picks with it, aren't able to surprise Hanwha Life with it. It's a really good ward there from Hanwha. They spot this, they know about this. And the question becomes, will this end up being worth it? As you're not going to get chunked out by the Ziggs in the lane, but...
Oh, that was a nice hook.
It's not going to end up leading to anything too much here, except a little bit of extra health advantage. But the Ziggs in the bottom lane left alone, there's no plate protection there, and this might be Viper getting a lot of extra advantages early on if no one can stop this push.
Yep, Lahen's moving down towards the bottom side preemptively, as that first crash does come on in. Yeah, I think Paze just looking to clear out this wave first before they go for a little bit of a change-up.
Trying to annoy his old teammate, last time was able to steal it away.
Certainly a few old teammates of his down here on the bottom side.
Yeah, we'll see. It might be teleporting Keen down again. Lahens is already at the turret. That was a crucial mistake in the first game. They might still look for a dive.
Yeah, 4 versus 2. I've seen this one before. That is going to be Lahens taking so much damage, but he finds the hook. It is once again going to be the 1-for-1. But can they find more? That's the question. Doran does not have turret aggro, so he's just able to walk it off. Keen, like you say, does have that level 3, but it's another 1-for-1. And Canyon is now looking for a different one. That was so cute by Zeka. Unbinds the soul, gets underneath the lawnmower, and gets himself out of there.
Okay, well, a lot of early aggression here, but Viper does have teleport and can just return directly to this lane. Paze will not be able to do the same, but it looks like he's just going to head bottom side. They'll send Keen top, and they have the wave control on the top side, so this is not really a tough situation here for Gen.G. They end up getting a pretty big gold lead during this interim as well. Zeka pushed out of this mid lane is a little bit frustrating, but it's tough to use that prio right now. And actually, as I say it, Paze does head back towards the top lane. It's just going to be a Ziggs laning into Cassante.
Yeah, the issue is that they didn't have prio towards bot side, so if you rotate Keen over, you're going to miss out on way too much. And obviously, you don't pick Kai'Sa for the laning matchup, so as long as they're able to just get everyone their waves and make sure they don't die, I don't really think you care too much about the matchups here for either of them. Gen.G has indexed again into a type of game where it's not really all about the early game, but this was such a big win. Bone laning takes up a lot of the damage, the exhaust comes through as well, and then he immediately identifies who is tanking, gets the hook, which ensures that the trade ends up going Gen.G's way.
Yeah, and the immediate target for the turret after that was Viper, who goes down to about 10 health, has to then evacuate the lane. And that tempo that we were seeing start to build in the bottom side for Hanwha Life Esports is also expelled.
Yeah,
nicely played there by Gen.G.
I'm not 100% sure, but I don't actually think he picked up that plate gold either. Either way, still now on the back foot here, and what could have been a disaster for Gen G if it's not played that well by Lahens with Viper, ended up getting a lot more plate gold, a lot more power on the Ziggs, and now Doran finds himself significantly far behind in farm, whereas the Cassante is just chilling in the bottom lane. Keen, a level up on Doran as well, and everything is looking great for Gen G here so far in this early game.
Want to highlight that Chovy also still has his TP available, so any trade he can make with Zeka, as long as he doesn't end up going down, is going to feel great. Obviously, trading into Yone with his shield and his E and his Qs is not the easiest thing, but looks like Chovy is now going to get that back in. We'll see. I imagine Doran is a man of restraint and does not walk up to the brush. But it's Doran, so I just don't know, guys. I think he's baiting.
I like how you say that as he continuously walks up to the brush.
Okay, well, yeah, they read
Peanut's
this.
coming, he
Peanut's
pinged
on his way.
Yeah, he pinged it.
Yeah.
Viper's coming up, it doesn't have level 6.
Peanut gonna get in here. See whether they know that Lahens is also in position. X-Flash going to get channeled, and he just flashes away.
If Doran is walking up like that when Pace is down, Lahens is missing, they're not going to go for it.
Well, they're still going to land a hook, as Doran taking a lot of damage here. That Plasma proc, pretty dangerous.
I feel like
just going to sack off his health bar and move away.
Gen G absolutely knew, and they were playing Doran's game, and Doran was like, I really have to sell this. Like, well, if you're that far away, we know he's there, but we'll at least take half of your health bar.
We're going to hit you if you're standing in range, dude. I think it's probably what they were thinking.
Yeah. And Doran is now going to go try to catch bottom wave, but he doesn't have TP, so a lot of farm lost here. Gen G is playing the map way better so far in this game. And Doran's once again finding himself further and further behind.
And look at that, that's another wave that's going to go into the turret. And lane swaps have always been Gen G's forte ever since they came back in vogue.
Yeah.
You do see Lahens able to make his presence known early, and that's going to be the grubs going over to Gen G. And this isn't the type of game where one team needs to get a lead, or one team needs to do X, Y, Z before. As the hook.
Oh, another Hex Splash hook does come on in there as Paze gets satcheled away. And that is Viper playing a really nice defensive game on his Ziggs.
It is wild that both supports are still level 3, 7 minutes into this game.
Yeah.
With all the roaming, all the cleaning up lanes, all the diving, and the lack of experience that they were able to soak. That's the reason why they are 3 levels behind their bot lane counterparts. Yeah, Doran still ends up maintaining CS parity here, despite everything. Hasn't had a ton of control. And I do agree with you, Chronicler, in that neither of these teams needs to have that big edge. But I feel like Hanwha Life, if they do get it, can be very oppressive with this Ziggs.
For sure.
Yeah. But it's been Gen G who highlighted this lane swap so well to prevent that thus far. Canyon down a level.
There's a lot of people on the way. Might just try and look for a drive-by. It's a big risk, though, with where the dragon is.
Yeah, I do think that if he does want to go for this one, just don't.
Maybe a catch?
That would be my...
Oh, he's like a ward away from level 6 as well.
Oh, Ocean Soul, what do you reckon? Cloud into Chemtech into Ocean.
I'm not going to predict it. I'm not going to predict it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to let it happen.
I do actually, this is one of the games where you know what? I think the sustain actually is good. There'll probably be a lot of side laning because Hanwha Life do have 2 really big side lane threats.
Okay.
Can play towards... the Ziggs can also really easily play towards side lanes, right, with his ultimate and both solo lanes having set up. Peanut has a lot of lockdown. There's a reasonable amount of poke between Chovy, Viper, and depending on the build, Pace as well. So I don't think it's maybe not great. I'd rather have Hextech. I love the Hextech Rift, man. It's just so fun.
I want to get Cinders on the map, man. I want Drift. Yeah, Drift is what we need.
Yeah. Mountain with Cassante Skarner for Gen G sounds like it could be a bit of a problem.
That would, yeah. And also playing dive into Mountain is not very fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if the shielding does come through and they get the soul, especially with missing this first Drake and the extra resistances they would have, it would be a nightmare for Hanwha Life. Ziggs also hates shields, so not going to feel great, but we'll have to wait and see. Hanwha Life at least have bought them themselves that first Drake. And it's a low-action game here. Gen G obviously ended up with that early play, taking a pretty significant advantage here in terms of gold. But it's not enough for us to really weigh in on this game one way or the other. It's going to be about those team fights. It's going to be about those combos that Hanwha needs to set up.
That said, though, with this composition, I feel like Gen G, they're feeling really comfortable. Keen, this time, again, has an impact to Cassante when he's 20, 30 CS behind in a regular spot. This time, he's ahead. Yeah, the Cole eventually is going to get Doran a lot of gold, as Chovy has also picked that one up. But right now, it's Cassante with a 500 gold lead. And this is the type of game where if Hanwha Life throw everything into Gen G, And Keen this time going for Iceborne Gauntlet first as well, because if you go back to the previous game, he went Koenig Rookern, right? And really was just focused on surviving. Could actually be a problem in the long run. If you blow everything onto Paze or Chovy and you overinvest, might be enough damage for Gen.G to still strike back.
I do want to say, though, that this is probably one of the best 1-3-1 comps you can build for yourself. Jax and Yone in side lanes are completely ridiculous. Take turrets extraordinarily quickly, survive 1v1s very, very well, especially later on in the game. And Viper is the best wave clear that you could possibly have in today's League of Legends.
You also have Peanut on Vi, so it's hard for the Corki to get away.
Wait,
you can't believe you do that to Smolder, Atlas.
Oh, right, but Smolder's not real.
Well, also, I'm glad he's not. I think we're all on that opinion. Sorry, Wolf, continue.
He's not real in this series.
Yeah,
banned
not anymore, not anymore.
But yeah, I do think that with the Vi, you can push those side lanes super hard because it sets up both the Yone and the Jax for success, even into the Corki. So if you end up getting map control, it can be very difficult to deal with. And even if you're behind, at least you have that win con to buy further time to catch up or give yourself a better team fight. They already got that first dragon as well. Canyon's coming in.
Yeah, looking for the angle there. They don't quite find the dredge line as Doran does get impaled, but he's surviving for so long. The exhaust goes down, but it just does not do enough. The Grandmaster's Mind comes in. The Ziggs takes the first kill. The Jax finally goes down, but now it's Harmolife Esports' turn to get aggressive. Great stun to come through from the Shattering Strike. Key, does he have enough busts? It's Cassante. So of course he does, but not enough to get out of the cease and desist. And Zeka is going to put him down. Harmolife 4-2.
And Hanwha, read the play. It's the double teleport that makes the difference. If it's only Zeka or only Viper, you could probably execute on that play. But instead, they are going to be able to get the counter kills, and they're going to be able to get the grubs, and the 9 more grubs to Gen.G.
Yeah, this is huge. Grubs being picked up for a Ziggs, who already has that turret destructive power. Oh, feel very valuable. Canyon says no.
Canyon getting on in there as Peanut not going to be able to lock that one down. It was an early smite as now Zeka's in trouble on the top side of the map. Does get that shield back, and oh, that satchel's so good! Bouncing Bomb is not going to quite find the kill back, but he saves his mid laner. Viper, bit of a hero for Harmolife Esports in this game.
Gen.G have been so good this series at saying, yeah, you won the fight around Grubs, but now because you won the fight, you don't have control anymore, and Canyon goes straight back to the Grubs. You only get one smite on the Grubs because obviously once that one goes down, you have to burn the next one. You can't smite them simultaneously, so it's easy for Canyon to take that one away. Then he has control after that. But leading into this dive, it's a little bit messy here for the side of Gen.G as Canyon is just CC chained under the turret, and Doran lives for so long. The bomb comes through, and yes, they end up killing him, but this comp is so impressive on Chase. Peanut has flash ult. There's almost a world where he actually ends up killing the Kaisa. They'd probably trade flashes. He decides just to play it safe here, not expend his summoner, and go for Keen instead.
And it's the timely arrival of the plus the immediate call, right? Because you saw Keen was already at the start of that pulling back, looking for the TP, which meant that Viper wasn't threatened whatsoever. Now, Gen.G investing heavily here, no TP, so Doran is going to feast upon this top wave.
Yeah.
And we'll see.
Bolt breakering his way out.
It's gonna have to be a good Drake.
Yeah, Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't do enough to try and steal away a dragon.
Atlas?
Or anything like... Yeah, no, I told you. What do you mean? You didn't read the script?
All right, Doran is getting
Did Dan hog the script the whole time? Because Ox he let me have a peek at it. But I only really care about the dragons.
I mean, this is a Jackson a side lane. Yeah, you got the solo Chemtech, and everyone's kind of raising their eyebrows at Atlas, who predicted the Ocean Drake, because this feels like a massive trade-up in terms of one objective here that's relatively useless on its own versus a ton of gold into this Jax's pocket in that side lane win con for the 1-3-1 we just talked about. With a soul that is less than enticing, you're feeling pretty good if you're a Harmolife fan after that exchange.
Well, Chovy taking a bit of a rough trade here into Zeka. As I say that, it's kind of even. But still, Corki a little worse for wear if he's melee range.
This is one of the big things, is that so many of these plays where normally as Gen.G you can feel confident that you win it, if Viper has an ultimate available, like the amount of extra damage that's going to be there is somewhat insane, as Chovy actually gives up a wave, which that's a really beautiful commentary on how much he's grown as a player, as he lets Pace
100%.
take it. And it's because he needs the back, and I thought that they were going to play for Herald, but it looks like instead they are going to look for the cross map, as There's that Ziggs value.
Yeah, I mean, what is the cross map here, though, ideally for Gen G? I mean, it's not a whole lot. I mean, nobody's here. Corki's coming down with no TP. They're not going to be able to push the turret, so Hanwha Life both group up fast to Satchel turret and now have Herald control, and
They
Gen
can
G
Herald
get nothing.
the
Yeah.
They could.
I mean, they absolutely could, and they might. The mid turret is still very valuable here into this Kaisa, so we'll see what they want to utilize this for, but either way, I mean, Chovy will eventually push this one down with the help of Canyon and the 4 grubs they have.
It's going to be mid.
Yep, and Rift Herald is going to come down. The trade for Outer on the bottom side for Outer here in the mid lane.
So it's a 2-for-1 here in favor of Hanwha Life.
Yeah, they're able to grab that, and now Gen G should be able to oh, never mind. Peanut is going for another drive. Now, we know that Peanut is an eclectic driver, and he is now just going to crash it into his mid lane turret. So Shelly is going to wander back once again.
I remember his motorcycle driving in the
I know, right?
opening.
In the intro. So we know that he is a great driver in his own right, but maybe not of Shellfish. You know, I think like a bike versus an animal with a shell is different.
It's a different vibe.
Is it really the shell that's like, it's not just the animal that's
Well,
the
I mean,
hard
that's
part?
the bit that you're like, you have to wrestle with.
It throws you off balance.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe Rift Herald is...
Okay, look,
Do you have a
imagine
Rift Herald saddle?
Imagine you're driving a bicycle or a motorcycle, but then you put a very heavy backpack on while driving it.
Yeah.
All right? I don't know, maybe it's like grabbing the horns and steering. We don't know.
I mean, you
these
do kind of
mechanics.
just like, maybe there's a compartment under the wings or something, which is where you go, because it doesn't look like, you know, you're not really visible. All right, yeah, Lahan's out of position. Bolt Breaker's going to connect. Life Esports looked a little apprehensive, but Lahan's is just dead, and they know it. Zeka going to be able to lock down that kill. Make it 5 versus 2 is now Chovy spotted here by Delight.
They're going to
teleport in. They're looking for it. Cease and desist going to be there. Good smite from Canyon, but the blue buff, it definitely belongs to Hanwha.
Okay, the first TP was great from Viper, because that's why Gen G didn't want to commit, because if you commit and Viper gets a bunch of kills, it's a disaster. The second TP from Zeka, I think that's some Game 5 jitters right there. That one didn't really do a whole lot.
I mean, it was still a great play and a great read from Hanwha, because they know if Chovy's that far up, he can't be alone, right? Somebody else is up there because they're going to shadow him because he wants to get that turret. He needs gold desperately. Viper has sucked up so much of the gold off of the map, and then Chovy's up there, so you know likely Lahenz is waiting in lurk, or lurking in wait, I should say. And Hanwha Life are able to go in there and
waiting
punish.
and lurk so much more. That was great.
Sure, whichever way you want to slice it.
I'm going to go with waiting and lurk.
Okay, while he's waiting and lurk, Hanwha Life go over and get the punish there and deny the turret take. There's one step ahead of Gen G on the map once again.
Well, Delight now, his job is to clear out some vision as we wait 40 seconds for the first Ocean Drake. Look at that stop command that he put in there. That was cheeky. Just knew that the hook wasn't going to connect. And that's a Nautilus hitbox.
What we're seeing here as well is the fact that Chovy is about to hit his 2-item spike. I think once both Pace and Chovy have hit that, that's when we're going to start to see Gen G be a bit more proactive with the plays. That topside play obviously ended up backfiring, and I was wondering if we're going to see a repeat. We really shouldn't. As Keen, is he in trouble? There is no TP available to help him, but he does clear the wave.
No knock up here from Zeka, who is not very tanky.
And Chovy finally does get his prize of that top turret and is looking for more, knowing that Hanwha Life are completely grouped up bottom side. It's a good read here from Gen G, but they're not going to commit any further. The wave is thinned out. Dragon is being taken by Peanut in the meanwhile, so they are going to get this small prize as well.
Oh, Pays looking for a little bit of an angle here.
Level 2
he does
on the
get on over there. Yeah,
so
exactly.
you can actually now assist way more easy than you could before. We talked about the Ziggs already. Kaisa's kind of the same in that you can impact side lanes so much, and Keen obviously has great setup. Lahenza's setup. The only one that doesn't benefit from it is Chovy.
Yep. Viper will throw a bomb, and Pays will throw himself. Is basically how we can think about it.
A lot of damage on either side.
Oh, absolutely.
Another big wave here. Lahenza's coming over.
Another time, Zeka going aggressive, but not going to be killing Keen right here.
If Pays rotates over, look at how much vision control they have. If Pays tries to rotate over, Peanut could just flash ult on him and kill him. So he has to just kind of say, Keen, I hope they don't come for you. Lahenz is still here, so they're not going to commit any further. It is a Cassante, after all, with ult and flash. But Hanwha Life just are tugging the map. It's so hard. They're pulling and pushing Gen G back and forth. And they're constantly putting the pressure on.
It's kind of crazy because the way they manipulate waves is just so fast. And so trying to find windows for collection of tempo here for Gen G is just so incredibly hard. And Zeka will be able to get a few cheeky autos on this outer turret as King going aggressive, but Zeka very comfortable. And here's the group up. Mega Inferno Bomb says no. There's a lot of saying no.
Yeah, there really is, and you can sense as well, because both teams are so easily able to collapse on side lane, you really don't want to overstep because there's so much CC. But that means, again, as Canyon unfortunately does not get his objective. Nice little steal there. That Gen G just isn't able to make it work just now. And I think that one of the big issues they have, outside of Lahens, anyone on Hanwha can set up a play, right? Between Counter-Strike, Zeka Ultimate, and then Delight and Peanut. That isn't really the case for Gen G. They are somewhat reliant on Hanwha Life engaging into them. But if Hanwha Life are just taking objectives, poking and prodding, there's not really that much opportunity. And
yeah.
I wonder how the fighting fives are going to look, because you know they're going to be explosive.
They're going to be explosive, and Chovy has been farming so hard by himself. We saw the experience lead that he had across all 10 players. He was #1 because he spent so much time in sides. He's been in that top lane alone. He hasn't really interacted with people that much. He doesn't have any utility he can add to team fights. Doesn't have any CC on this pick. So he's hard farming for that second item because he was behind Zeka. Now he's got it. And I think in 2.5 minutes here, when we do get towards that dragon, it might be the opportunity Gen G is looking for to fight. But if they end up, again, being pushed around the map, not being able to take the fight on their terms, the rel engage is so incredibly strong, the single target blow-up is incredibly strong, both the Cassante and the Skarner aren't quite tanky yet, so you have to be so cautious because losing a critical team fight now might lose you that trophy, might lose you the Pentapede. Keen stepping forward.
Yeah, Keen is going to be one of the safest when it comes to face-checking things. Him and Canyon, the ones that are going to be tasked with this. It does look like wherever Hanwha Life Esports walk, they seem to be able to just exude control in this game right now. Control what's being cleared out. And when Delight is very comfortably able to walk into the enemy jungle with lots of bad guys in the area, that's when you know Hanwha Life Esports are in a really good spot. It isn't really represented in the gold, as it is under a 2,000 gold lead still. It is red side skewed. As Zeka just trying to find some angles. Canyon looking for it. You can see Gen G starting to come alive.
Is that really what we're doing? I'm like, guys, are we...
Blue buff is really
5v5?
important. Well, right now, Hanwha Life have so much control over Baron. Gen G need to fight and try to leapfrog Vision forward. And for Hanwha Life, while they're doing so, you could try to take their blue away, while you could try to harass. But Hanwha Life are not going to fully index into actually fighting over said blue buff. They're going to be happy to take the Vision lead here. While Gen G clears this up, they have vision of what Gen G is doing. They can then push their attention bottom side here, look for Soul Point with this Ocean Soul. Again, not the most amazing soul, not the most exciting soul in this game, but still relevant stats here for Hanwha Life Esports. No topside objective outside of Baron, which they have covered in wards here for Gen G to take. And Gen G, once again, kind of end up empty-handed here on the map.
And what I want to see, and we need to do this because Orcs is, waiting in the space. And if we don't talk about the fact that Leandries would be really good here, then we're not really doing him a service. In this game, I think Viper building Leandries, I think it would be really good here.
Yeah, there's a lot of health stacking on the enemy team. It's also allowed Keen, I think, to just go in really heavily into your armor, knowing that he doesn't really have to fear Viper as much with just the tankiness that you get from being Cassante in general. And I want to talk a little bit as well. I feel like in this game the most, both teams feel like they are so close to pulling the trigger, but we're also getting to the point in the game where, like, legitimate, if either team now makes a too big a mistake and ends up giving Nash, that's probably, in case of Hanwha, your chance at the biggest upset that we've seen in a year and a half, an opportunity for Peanut to reclaim his throne, Zeka's first title, right? Viper's first title, and on the flip side for Gen G. I know that we talk a lot about the Golden Road, but this team has been very vocal about how much it means to them just to get these LCK records, these domestic
titles,
domestic dominant and the titles that they've been able to get.
Achievements are huge. I mean,
they don't know. Canyon's in the pit.
Yeah, Delight finding a little angle here. This could be a huge Impale. Canyon! He gets on in there, the Impale only onto one. Zeka is not going to be focused here as the Caesar assists into the backline. Mega Inferno Bomb, it's Chovy that's the target, and Chovy they will find! Pace gets into the backline though, it's that X-Tech minefield and he's just destroyed! Delight is trying to keep Keen busy, but that is not a good use of Keen's time as Hanwha Life Esports win the fight.
And once again, this is the team fight, one of the first real team fights we've seen, and it's a trap set by Gen G. But this dive comp just really isn't hitting the mark here as Chovy finds himself the target of the re-engage. It's Fi, it's Rel, it's basically wombo combos being set up here. You have a Jax as well. And if Gen G don't get an initial blow up, they are not going to win the fight.
I mean, you see there again, I think ideally, maybe Peanut's the one that you take out of the fight, right? The problem here is Canyon maybe looking.
Yeah, maybe wanting to find a little bit of an angle here, but Doran just going to jump in and trying to find an angle. 52, as that is going to be the Ziggs that takes down the Dragon. Peanut was just not there, by the way, guys.
Yeah.
That was the issue.
I was about to say. But what's really big here for me is that I think that they were trying to take Peanut out of the fight, because the problem with the Vi ult is there's just no way to counteract it. Like, Vi ult, Ziggs ult, you're just dead.
Yeah, I mean, you have a Yone, a Jax,
and everybody else is knocked about, so they can't press their buttons while she's doing it.
And even with a great Q3 from Keen, you're fighting in a choke point against the Ziggs as well, so the counter-strike damage, the mines from Viper just end up doing an incredible amount.
And I think we can talk about the fact that Gen G has been put in these positions where they fall behind in macro, fall behind in game control, in objective control, in vision. It's happened, like we can count how many times it's happened this year, like on one hand. You know, in the LCK, you just don't see it. And trying to make a proactive play like this with the Skarner, with the tricky hide, the wraparound, you can go through the wall in the Baron pit. The concept is good, but into this draft from Hanwha Life, and especially at this current game state, it felt like a recipe for disaster, and they were swiftly punished by Hanwha Life.
And in the back of my mind, I can just hear Monte Cristo's voice talking about MVP candidates and Viper versus FaZe. And in this game, Viper is really putting in a good argument. I think this series, Viper has put in a great argument. And I could see FaZe finding an angle to win this game by himself if he's able to find the right angles, if Gen G are able to give him an opportunity to cut them down, because I think that there is a lot of carry potential for this Kai'Sa if she can find the window.
It goes back to the priority here for Gen G and giving the Ziggs over, you know, may have been a mistake, and perhaps they didn't trust that Hanwha was going to pick this, and I mentioned it was risky in the draft. But Ziggs is so powerful right now, but maybe it was a vote of lack of confidence in Viper's Ziggs. But just because FaZe might be the better Ziggs doesn't mean that the pick isn't incredibly impressive.
And I mean, I think Viper has played the Ziggs exceptionally well. That minefield being held for exactly when FaZe goes in, surrounds him with these bombs so that he can't actually be the tricksy Kai'Sa running around in stealth and things like that in these fights. I mean, it's been beautifully played. His satchels defensively saving Doran time and time again as well.
And what they got instead was Chovy on the Corki, right? Who thus far, and I don't think that's even necessarily up to him, like hasn't been able to have the impact, because again, stepping up is so hard. And we haven't even really talked about Doran yet. The fact that this Jax is again playing into double auto attacker, doesn't really have a natural enemy on the Rift right now. And I'm looking at Gen G, they still are. When it comes to items, 3K behind at this point doesn't mean that much. But one of the things that I think can get them back in this game is if FaZe can get the W evolve, can get a lot of AP, and we're not talking just Nashes, right? You're going to have to finish your death cap as well. But if you get an Ocean Soul as Hanwha Life, which right now is looking likely with how the game is going, that kind of takes away one of the victories. Look at that, Viper has his death cap. If you thought Chovy died fast in the previous game, or in the previous fight, it's about to be a whole lot worse.
I mean, this item's very, very good for avoiding that for the one ultimate in the next fight. So if Gen G want to throw that Hail Mary, does have the tools to try and keep himself alive in it.
I think Gen G have one real fight left in them. I do think there's a real opportunity here for them to turn on a arm guard, or to have a really nice Impale angle when the dive comes through. If Canyon could be patient, he's still got his flash as well. He's getting very tanky into this composition. So there's a world, I think, for Gen G. I mean, like you said, the gold lead isn't that significant, but if they lose that fight, they lose Baron into this Fed Ziggs, who now has death cap, that's when the game becomes practically borderline unplayable here for Gen G, as the oppression from Hanwha Life has waned a little bit here. Gen G starting to get some prio on this Baron. Keen has teleport bottom side, can join at a moment's notice. This is the most control they've had in a while, minus the time Cannon was able to sneak into the pit. But it's so tough to start this up into this composition.
Hey, they're looking for mid-prio because they want to be able to contest the Dragon, but it's not really being given to them, and if they contest too much towards the bot side of the map, Hanwha Life can just pull the trigger on the Baron. 29 minutes in, there is so much damage. Look at that Elixir of Iron as well available for Doran. I think both the teams kind of have the feeling there's one more fight one way or another to decide this series.
And if, you know, Gen.G aren't proactive, Hanwha Life Esports go over, they get an Ocean Soul, and against this Corki poke, this Kai'Sa poke, I mean, it's just not going to exist anymore. It's going to need to be hard engage, and we know that Hanwha have done really well into that. This Ziggs defensively has been beautiful from Viper. He's been tested time and time again, and he's passed.
I mean, we're looking at a fight where everything is bought. Chobi's got that arm guard, 10 flashes, 10 ultimates to decide this best of 5, to decide the LCK Summer Champion. It all comes down to one more big fight.
Poke is landing, but again, if Gen.G move too many people down, Hanwha Life, they have basically full control of the vision.
Banana Brush does come on in there as Doran looking for an angle. Blast Cone over from Canyon. He's going to disengage. Minefield is down now, but cooldown's not exactly the longest at level 16.
The poke from Gen.G isn't really landing. Chovy and Paze doesn't feel like they're really doing enough. Might just come down to a flip, and Peanut has been really good at this as Vi as well.
Yeah, these bouncing bombs actually really hurt Keen as well, as you can see. At Deathcap doing some work, Doran standing on this blast cone. Could probably find an angle into the back of that pit. Speaking of the back of the pit, Canyon is going to go on over. They know that the jungler is out. There is the brush here, the Ocean Soul sort of helping out here as far as keeping Gen.G hidden and away from these bombs. The Dragon's going to be disengaged from man. You can feel the intensity between these squads. Whoever pulls the trigger, they might throw for their team, right? That's what you have to remember. This is game 5.
Peanut's hiding.
Oh man, it's so dark in that Dragon Pit. Gen.G know that they can't give up this soul. It's going to be so devastating. Zeka, he tanks that Void Seeker, and then immediately the rest of the team dive on top of him just in case. There's the dive bomb to come through. Viper, he takes that one. Doran still looking for a little bit of an angle here. Zeka in an awkward position in the back of the pit now. Doran looks for the angle. He finds the counter-strike. There's the knock-up. The Impale is massive, but so is Mega Inferno Bomb. And now they all pile in. Paze is going to be taken down first. Keen is out of the fight. And Gen.G, they don't have the men to do battle against Hanwha Life Esports around the Dragon. They'll take the Dragon away, but Hanwha Life Esports may have just won the game.
Hanwha Life are definitely going to be looking towards the Baron. Doran ensuring that Canyon can't leave.
Down he will fall, very likely. He might be able to escape here against this Jax, but with this stun, gets less likely. He's very slippery, very difficult to lock down, but keeping him this low health means he might as well be dead. The Baron belongs to Hanwha Life. And the target selection on that fight, the flank from Peanut, the engage from Doran. They got Paze, and he doesn't have an arm guard. They didn't go on Chovy. They went on the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's the one to fall here. Paze on this flank angle, trying to lair that poke in. Look at the flank here from Doran. As the Dragon gets low here, Chovy's spacing is good, but Paze decides to go in, gets knocked up here. And down he is burst. The engage from Delight ensures he is dead. And Chovy relatively untouched on the other part of the fight, but that is the end of it.
And the counter-strike is huge. Pace there going in, trying to blow up Zeka. Both puts himself in a really rough spot and just goes down basically from the AoE damage.
And now
a pick would be big, but this is a Yone with flash. I don't think that is ever happening.
They at least do manage to deny the soul, right? I mean, there is at least that. But winning this kind of fight, being able to then transition that into so much tempo around the map, being able to get all of these extra items, create such a difference in a 1-3-1 composition that performs so well in these side lanes for Hanwha Life Esports, the way that you can then snowball this lead ever further is so comfortable.
And even though Keen has teleport, he's a Cassante, and there are no flank wards, there is no setup for him.
Oh god.
And you're getting chunked out. Oh, the ult!
Mega in front of him! And if that was the middle, Chovy's just dead. I think, was that like one balloon from a Hextech Minefield? Or that is a decent cue from Keen, but now with a whole bunch of friends, Hanwha Life Esports should be able to defend Doran here and grab themselves an inner turret. Very difficult to get that demolished, but now with the Baron, that Siege Minion is able to get the last shot, and here on the bottom side, even more work is being done. Close to a 7,000 gold lead here for Hanwha Life Esports right now. 2.5 minutes on the Dragon, and they've still got so much more time on this Red Bull Baron power play that's already ticked up to 3K.
And outside of a miraculous engage from Lahens, Canyon getting a multi-man Impale, it really feels like Hanwha is on the precipice of doing what no one thought possible throughout really the entirety of the... Again, the fact that they made finals in the first place was expected after their performance in the regular split. But the fact that right now Gen G on the back foot, can't afford any more mistakes, Carry's unable to get any damage down onto this Hanwha Life team.
And it's a red side draft from Hanwha. They got the Ziggs. Gen G left it to them. Peanut got his Vi. And it's Zeka's Yone. It's about as classic Hanwha as you can get with Delight on the Rel. And this team has shown some magic in the past. They took that first game in this series and made you believe, and made you want to think that maybe Gen G could be toppled this time.
Oh, they're in front of them just to soften them up here. And you can hear this stadium is starting to come alive. Doran is going to be the first one to break open the base. I think people are sensing a change in the tides as Hanwha Life Esports just moving step after step towards collapsing the Gen G dynasty that we felt has just been reality. You know, that is just the way of life, stretching forward, because it's been there for the last 2 years.
8 years since Peanuts Rocks Tigers win. We had the fan bring the jersey, hold it up. He stood on stage yesterday. And I think a lot of us got emotional because we knew how much it meant to him. And yet I think most of us didn't think he could get it done. Most of us didn't think he could pull it off. And yet here we stand, 10 kills to 3, 8,000 gold lead, full map control, naked inhibitor mid.
And the reason it means so much is, like, Peanut has won before on other teams, right? But winning for the Rocks Tigers, I think, meant so much for so many people. Everyone loved this team, and Peanut to be able to just show that, yeah, he's still got it in him. And with players like Zeka, who have won Worlds but never even made it to an LCK final, the fact that Viper has never been able to cross that finish line successfully, and now they might be looking for this team fight. Gen G, this is the last chance to keep the Pentapete alive.
One more fight, one more shot.
Doran looking for a flank angle, gets onto a control ward back here, knows that he's unseen. And this is another shot at Soul as well. That's a ward that you're standing on there, Doran, a little bit dangerous. But they are going to move on top of this dragon right now. Bouncing bomb, a lot of damage onto Canyon. Pays, still wanting to try and find that window, find that angle. The hook is going to connect, the knock-up onto Peanut as he flashes out, ults back in. The Impale is decent, but the Yone's already struck. Chovy trying to get himself out of there, but Pays once again is going to get executed, and Chovy is the next in line. He'll break his arm guard, but I think that Hanwha Life want to break more than that, as the Q is going to miss. Chovy's still going to go down, and Hanwha Life Esports another team fight win, and this one, I think, was the real backbreaker.
The final, Rocks Tigers stand strong, gets the engage on, it doesn't matter. Zeka, the only win he ever had against Chovy was at World semi-final, but guess what? He's about to get another one.
It's another game 5 for Zeka. We didn't know what would happen, but we should have assumed that if it's game 5, he gets it done. Him and Viper able to put that work in. One last fight here as Delight is taken down, but Lahens, I think, is going to follow soon. Peanut is going to say goodnight to his ex-teammate, and they get to work on the Nexus turrets. Hanwha Life Esports have changed history, and they will end the reign of Gen G, and a new Tiger is in charge here in the LCK.
Hanwha Life Esports, our first finals under this banner. 8 years since Rocks Tigers, and since they acquired this team, that have the last Rocks Tiger on the roster, a former player of the team that wanted to make history with 5 titles in a row. The 5-peat is denied, and history was made not just once with T1 not making the final here, defeated by Hanwha, but Hanwha beat the other side of our rivalry, of our repeated Gen G T1 matchup, the one that's always prophesized, the one we always know is coming, but Hanwha will lift the trophy tonight.
So well deserved. And The 4 championships, unprecedented from Gen G, that's what we have to remember. But it is so poignant that it is bookended by Peanut, by Doran, and by Delight, who helped get so many of those achievements. And finally, for the very first time, Zeka makes his way to a Game 5 in an LCK championship, and he's able to take it. And the next time that Viper is able to get there, we've seen him in Game 5s before. Some of the best League of Legends that we've seen in this country was provided by him in Game 5s. This time he's the one to lift the trophy.
And as the golden road crumbles, Viper finally raises his trophy. The man left. The man was successful in LPL. He won Worlds! And then it still took him years after coming back to win this. And you can see how much it means to this team.
And it's almost disbelief on Viper and Zeka's faces that they're finally able to do it. And I think it means so much for Doran, Peanut, and Delight. The players that were taken out of the super team, the players that were not on this Gen G roster to say, I don't need you, I'm on this team, and I can take the title from you.
And like, you can see how much it means to Zeka in his face. So many people have called him the patch Zerg, you know? So many people have said, oh yeah, but Akali, Silas, these champions were so good. Did he play those here? No, he didn't. Like, this guy has just developed into an incredible mid laner. And we've had so many.
And it's the first time in so long that it's not our 3 main mids,
right?
And it's him, and he lifts the trophy.
The first guy, if I'm not mistaken, that isn't one of the Elite 4 of the LCK, right?
Precisely.
Faker, Showmaker, BDD, and Chovy. And guess what? He makes it to finals, and he just wins it!
So what happens? You go to Game 5 against Viper and Zeka at your peril. And, oh man, the whole team, honestly, just incredible. And for Life Esports to do it after not finding any success against this squad in such an incredibly long time. I mean, Peanut was part of the reason why Life could not find wins against Gen G. And oh man, it's just extraordinary.
It's such a story of resilience, I feel, in this best of 5, in this season, and growth. Like you said, for players like Zeka, Peanut's one of those legendary players. He's really the only one next to Faker who's even close in terms of LCK titles, finals appearances. He's had such a long career, but he just doesn't stop. He just keeps playing. He just keeps playing better. He's such a smart player, and the rest of the team grows around him. And Doran's able to get a title on another team.
Yeah,
what a final.
It's Faker deft, and it's Peanut. And finally, it's Peanut that we're seeing get that success. As we're going to bring up Daniel Orcs Harrison. This is the most belated and the most destructive Orcs Susture that we have had so far since he started here in the LCK. And unfortunately, now we're going to have to say goodbye because the battle was between Jisun and Orcs as to who was going to be correct in their predictions today. So he beat his boss, you know, in that one. I don't know whether he's coming back.
I think, obviously, this is the biggest upset we've had in the finals since 2023 spring, when Jonas Strong was the only one who believed in Gen G. T1 were the dominant force coming to that one. They were the dominant favorites. Taking us a few seasons to get to one where we thought this is so much the dominant team, and ended up losing in a 5th game. Crazy, crazy series. And I still can't even accept it myself necessarily.
No.
And I'm like, where are we?
Quite sure. Yeah, I was ready for the 3-0, you know? That was what I was prepared for this morning. I wasn't prepared for this.
And it's poignant as well that it was Gen G that got that huge upset win the last time around from the lower bracket.
Yep.
And this time around, it is Hanwha Life that gets it done. The Pentapeat is no more.
And it's now time to hear from the finally successful Hanwha Life Esports as they accept their trophy. Let's throw it over to Dia for the interview.
우리은행과 함께하는 2024 LCK 서머 그랜드 파이널.
Thank you very much, casters. This is Dear for the post-match interview translation, joined by Hanwha Life Esports, the champions of Woori Bank 2024 LCK Summer Grand Finals. Congratulations!
8년 만에 오른 결승에서
After 8 years, they made it to the final stage to lift their trophy. For the first time as Hana Life Esports, let's hear from Doran, Peanut, Zeka, Viper, Delight,
댄디, 모글리
Dandy,
함께하겠습니다.
and
여러분 큰
Mowgli.
박수 부탁드립니다. 자, 도란 선수 먼저 만나서 이야기 나눠보도록
도란.
하겠습니다. 도란 선수 너무너무 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Congratulations. Thank you.
4연속 우승 커리어를 보유하고
You know, as someone
있었던
who
도란
had
선수였는데요.
3 consecutive titles from your Genji days, you get to lift a trophy while representing Hana Life Esports for the first time. And you really showed up in critical moments today, so how do you feel?
일단 이건 서머 때
Well,
조금
first of all,
힘들 때도 많았는데
this summer,
정말
there were a lot of
이렇게
ups and downs.
많은 팬분들이 응원해 주시고
And with
또
so much support
격려해 주시고 해서
and love
이렇게
from the
마무리 잘 할
fans,
수 있었던 것 같아서
so
너무
much
감사드리고요.
encouragement that they gave us, it gave us the energy, so I'm so thankful for them. And as Hana Life Esports, it is the first title, which means so much.
도란 선수 정말 굳건했던 젠지였습니다. 매치
Doran,
19연패였고요.
yes, so Genji looked immovable. You were on a 19-match losing streak, and you never defeated them in the regular season. So what do you think broke that trend
이번
today?
플레이오프 내내 저희 팀이 아주
No, throughout
잘하고
our
좋은
playoffs
방향성으로
run,
가고 있다고 계속 느꼈는데
I felt that our
그런
team
게
was moving
오늘
towards the right
같은
direction.
중요한 경기 때 자신감으로 잘
And I think with
돌아와서 오늘 자신감
all the
있게
confidence
플레이도
that
하고
we
경기도
were able
재밌게
to get in
했던
return,
게 좋았던 것 같아요.
네, 자신감 있는 플레이
I think it was really nice that we were able to play it out really well, and we had such an exciting, enjoyable game.
미안함이 있었다고. 그래서 오늘 꼭 같이
And you
우승하고
said
싶다.
that you felt
이런
sorry
이야기를
for Viper,
인터뷰에서
that you
남겨주셨는데요.
want to
이제
win
좀
with
마음이
him at all
가벼우실까요?
costs. So do you
제가
feel
그리핀
better
때
about
첫
that now?
결승 때 너무
Now, since Griffin, during the grand finals, I was a rookie back then and I didn't play very hot.
아쉽게 우승 못했는데 여기서 다시
And that's why we were
만나서 또
able to
우승한
win
것도
with Viper,
되게
and just being
기분
able
너무
to
좋습니다.
play alongside with him again and being able to win with him makes me so happy. And so this is your 4th LCK title, and it must be so special to you. So great things are waiting ahead of you. Can you share your resolution as a professional player? I'm so happy that I'm able to lift the trophy once again. You know, we have a lot more important matches ahead of us. And so after taking a break, we'll be sure that we get back in the pace to be ready for Worlds.
지금 화면에 어머니가 잡히고 있는데요. 어머니에게
So it looks like your mom is on camera right now. Do you want to say anything to her?
엄마 너무 사랑하고
Mom, I love you so much.
힘들 때마다
You know, every time I was going through a rough patch,
고마워.
I'm just so thankful. Please give it up for Doran.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Doran.
피넛 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
And Peanut.
피넛 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Congratulations.
8년 전
Thank you.
락스타이거즈에서 우승을
8 years ago,
이뤄내셨는데요. 하나생명으로
you
다시
won the
돌아와서
title
7년
under
만에
Rocks Tigers,
우승컵을
and after returning to Hana Life Esports,
8년
you got your
우승컵을
7th
들어올리셨는데요.
title
감회가 남다르실 것 같습니다. 소감
after
들어보겠습니다.
8 years. So how do you feel?
여기 락스타이거즈에서
No, my first title was with Rocks Tigers.
나서 이렇게 결승전에 다시 선다는 것도 너무 감격스러운데
And it just feels so special to be back in the same team and be able to lift the trophy. And it just feels like such a drama. It's such a cinema. And it just feels like everything, it just feels so meaningful. And so it was, your Maokai was left open after a very long time, and your opponent actively utilized Skarner jungle against you. So what were you most confident with in the jungle battle? I feel like, I currently believe that this current meta really enables me to play whichever champion I want. So even in the Skarner matchup, I felt pretty confident that I would win.
쓸 때 같이 연습을 하고 대회를 해보면서
우리 팀이 우승을 못할 팀이 절대 아니다라고
You know,
생각했었는데
as a team, we always thought that we are capable of winning the title.
팀원들한테 너무
And just being able to have that wish come true, I'm so grateful. And all along, our fans have been so supportive. And that's what really led us to win today. And you are the first ever jungler to win 7 titles. And since your debut at just 17 years old, your fans have been supporting you till now. So any message to them? No, lately, whenever I meet my fans, I do meet a lot of fans that say that they have been cheering for me since they were a student. So it's such a blessing that I'm able to spend such a long career in my professional life that I'm able to spend such a long time just making them so happy, and I'm just so thankful. So I want to say I'm grateful. And anything you'd like to say to your parents? Last year, I thanked them for always cheering me on, and I'd like to say thank you so much. Thanks once again.
네, 이어서 제카 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
Let's move on to
제카
Zeka.
선수. 이 무대 위에서 인터뷰를 하기까지 얼마나 간절하셨을까요?
You know, to do an interview on this stage, how desperate must you have been? Zeka, you finally secured your first LCK title. Can you believe it? You know, even until the moment of victory, I did not believe that I could stand on this stage right now doing the interview. So it does feel surreal. So you said you'd lift the trophy with one hand. And you lifted it up so high. How did it feel?
이 오른쪽 한 손으로 트로피를 들고 싶었는데
You know, I did say that I wanted to lift the trophy with my one right arm, and I'm really glad that I'm able to keep my promise.
요네를 자신감 있게 픽하셨는데 우승을 향한 의지가
And you locked in Yone with such confidence in Game 5. So, what was on your mind as you picked him?
사실 좀 좋지 않은
No, for
결과를
Yone,
내고 있어서 마지막 순간까지
ever since yesterday, I haven't really been doing that well, so I was pretty hesitant. But my coaching staff actually had so much faith in me. They pushed me, and I think just to repay them, I ended up doing really well. My performance was actually pretty nice.
한 번도 이겨본 적이 없었습니다. 무려 매치 16연패를 달리고 있었는데요.
You've never won against Chovy in the LCK, 16-match losing streak, and today is the day you broke the curse. So how does it feel to overcome your kryptonite? Yeah, I have never won or defeated Chovy in the LCK. And I feel like all the process of losing up until this point was what really got me to win today.
혹시 오늘 경기 전이라 못 보셨을 것 같긴 한데
So I'm just so grateful for all the experience. And your mom was actually on the broadcast with some interviews, so did you see that? You know, I actually didn't know that, but I do know that my parents always come to my matches to watch me, and I think that gives me just so much energy, and that's why I do so even better.
제카 선수 스몰도 정말 잘 활용하시잖아요. 한 말씀 해주시죠.
You know, Zeka, since you use Smolder so well, do you wanna channel your inner Smolder to call your mom? Mom, I love you.
네, 이어서 바이퍼 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
So we'll move on to Viper.
역시 정말 간절히 원했던 LCK에서의 우승이었을
You
것
were
같은데요.
just
드디어
as desperate
이뤄내셨습니다.
for
소감이
the LCK
어떠신가요?
title, and you finally did it. How do you feel?
첫 결승전 그리고 두 번째, 세 번째 모두
No, this was my
저 뒤에서 좋아하는 팀들 모습을 보면서
for my first, second, and third
이런 기분이군요.
LCK finals. You know, I've always been in the back, just wondering how it feels to win the title. So how does it feel? You know, it feels great. It feels so refreshing. And I feel like I have been able to prove myself through this moment.
팀원들과 또 물심양면 지원해 주신
And I just want to say
스포츠 사무국 분들께 정말 감사함을 많이 느끼는 것 같습니다.
thank you so much for my teammates who have been on this journey with me, and also to all the staff at Hana Life Esports. And you know, you heard Doran say that he was sorry earlier, that he wanted to lift the trophy with you, so anything you want to say to him? Honestly, you don't have to be sorry to me. Doran, you are such an amazing player, so I've never been worried. And I believe that you will only grow and improve from now on. And I want to keep building more experience and career with you. And Viper, you got to keep your promise. Do you remember? You know, I didn't really mean much when I said that.
한번 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
You know, I actually don't really know the lyrics well.
나는 바이퍼
나는 바이퍼 원딜의 신 선생 협곡 탈주. 이 가사가 원래 이건가요?
네, 원래 이거.
Was this the original lyrics?
감사합니다. 이렇게 기분 좋게 또 공약까지 이행해 주셨습니다.
Well, thank you for the attempt. And as the world's champion, Viper, you get to attend Worlds as the LCK first seed. What is your resolution? You know, when you advance to Worlds as the first seed, you know, I have to show myself and prove myself, so please look forward to it.
네, 이어서 팀을 든든하게 지켜줬던 딜라이트 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Let's talk to Delight. Congratulations.
딜라이트 선수 스스로를 증명하고 싶다 인터뷰 남겨주셨는데요. 해내셨습니다.
So in the interview, you said that you wanted to prove yourself, and you did it. And you also get to maintain that 100% finals win rate. And this is your third title, so how do you feel? No, I think I took this moment to really prove myself, and it was such an important moment for me. And I'm just so glad that I'm able to make my fans smile.
이전에 함께했던 동료들이 많이 있었기 때문에 오늘 우승컵이 더
So in Genji, you had so many former teammates, which might have made you more desperate for today's victory.
집중력 어떻게 유지하셨을까요?
How did you keep your focus until Game 5 with such an intense match? I feel like our team has been really good with the direction that we have in game. So we knew that we were able to win, and as long as we keep our focus.
코치님들께 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
So do you have any message to your teammates or your coaching staff? You know, I complain a lot, and I do feel like I'm immature as the youngest player at times, but I'm just really grateful that they're also accepting of me. Thanks for taking care of me. And Delight, this will be your second Worlds appearance, so what is your resolution for Worlds? You know, it was a little disappointing when we got eliminated at my first Worlds appearance, but I want to make sure that I am once again able to prove myself at Worlds this time. And anything you'd like to say to your family? Get back home safely, and I'll see you soon. Next up, we have head coach Dandy. Congratulations.
감독님 한화생명이라는 이름으로 최초의 우승을 일궈내셨습니다.
Under the Hana Life Esports name, you have won the first title. So how do you feel? It's such an honor. And ever since we got our roster together, I had always believed that our team is really good. And this was the moment that we were able to prove ourselves, which makes me so happy. And up until this point, all 5 players did really well. But all the rest of the coaching staff and the front staff in the company have put in so much work. And I think it was everyone's collaborative effort that we're able to stand here right now. And I was told that our CEO here
우승으로 보답할 수 있게
is
되어서 굉장히
today
영광인 것 같습니다.
cheering for us. And it's such an honor to be able to show you that we are able to lift the trophy in front of you.
뱀픽이 굉장히 중요했습니다. 감독님은 오늘 뱀픽에서
And throughout
어떤
the
점이 가장
series,
핵심이라고 보셨나요?
The drafting was so crucial. So what did you think was the key in the draft phase?
충분하진 않았는데
You know, since the T1 match, we didn't have much time to prepare for today. But I also believe that Genji they also had the same amount of time to prepare as well. So I think it's just really all about focusing on our team's strength. And any message and shout out to the fans.
비로소 저희가 부끄럽지 않은 하나생명이 된 것 같아서
No, finally, today we're able to be proud of ourselves,
월즈까지도 계속해서
which I'm so delighted about.
우승으로 보답드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
And if you are able to keep supporting us throughout our Worlds run, I would really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Lastly, let's talk to Coach Mowgli. Congratulations!
네, 한화생명에서 함께 하시면서 우승을 차지하셨습니다. 굉장히 뜻깊을 것 같은데요.
You are able to win the title.
들어보겠습니다.
저희 하나생명
With Hanwha Life Esports, how do you feel?
리브랜딩 이후에 첫 우승을
You know, after the rebrand, Hanwha Life Esports is able to lift their first trophy, and being able to be a part of that is such an honor. And we had so much ups and downs, but I never doubted my team, and I've always believed fully that our team is the best, and I knew that we could do it. And I'm so happy and thankful that our team, our players are able to repay everything with a title.
팬분들께 코치님으로서 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
And as a coach, would you like to say anything to your fans? You know, to our fans,
우상향을 그리고 있다. 우상향 하면서 계속해서
I've always been saying that we're constantly improving, we're always moving towards the right direction. And being able to repay with the results of us winning the split. I am so thankful for that, and I'm also really grateful that you are always supporting us no matter what. And we'll put in even more effort for our Worlds run. Congratulations! Once again.
네, 이렇게 한화생명 선수분들과 감독 코치님까지 인터뷰를 통해서
And that
만나봤는데요.
was the interview with Hanwha Life Esports.
저희가 한 말씀을 못 들었습니다. 파이퍼 선수 마지막으로 한 말씀 해주시죠.
Viper, one last thing. Did you want to say anything to your mother?
지는 모습을 많이 보여드렸었는데 오늘
I feel like I've only shown you a lot of my defeats, and I'm just so happy that I'm able to show you a victory moment.
사랑합니다.
And I'm so grateful that you're always so supportive. I love you. And once again, please give it up for your 2024 LCK Summer Split champion, Hanwha Life Esports. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 인터뷰를 나눠봤습니다. 이제 곧 이어서 우승팀 시상식과 함께 파이널 MVP가 발표됩니다. 과연 그 주인공은 누가 될지 많이 기대해 주시기 바라면서 저희는 잠시 후 시상식으로 돌아오겠습니다.
그냥 대놓고 싸울 생각합니다.
우리가 지금 더 세! 화살 맞춰놓고 연계되면 선면 없어요. 그냥 드라이브부터 데려가서 일단 레이부터 데려가서 일단 데카가 앞서고 페이스라이드 레이가 없어요. 그럼 다음 팀 진영 있는 게 시켜가지고 그래서 하나고 앞으로 밀고 나가 밀고 투벌더 근데 이게 마무리 데미지가 마무리가 이런까지 찔러 그래도 데카가 뒤에서 미치라고요. 데카
시야를 잡아도 젠지가 됐네.
이렇게 했고 근데 여기서 마무리 데미지가
팔목권에 쓰긴 했는데 자이라
가야 되고 대신 모데카이 순간이 동시에 썸프 자 리에즈 여기가 때리면 화살 빠지고 나가 네 앞라인부터 그리고 내려간 상태에서 좀 봐야 돼요. 방의 초기예요. 초기예요. 돌아가는데 졌어요. 그리고 그나마 데카가 살아있으니까 영광가 되면 그리고 여기가 있다고
자, 침착해. 흥분하지 마.
역으로 반격 올리기 큰데요. 튀어와요. 대전에만 돌아도 오고요. 그리고 잡아라. 아이라면 피자. 완전 오렌지 포개졌다고. 상황을 만든 벽에 근데 해요.
반격을 찾았어요.
버티면 자, 그 상태 역으로
아니 도란 한번 버텼거든요.
형님 하나 더. 자, 2대1 교환입니다. 그리고 자, 피넛 주먹이 있어요. 해석가야 해석가라 성질이야. 하지만 긴 완차 매치고 와 보이는 게 아니어서 병사가 없네. 근데 좀
싸움 났어요.
가야 돼요. 근데
백카
이후에 근데
터졌어요.
그 다음에 페이지가 페이지예요.
알사진이.
네, 아주 페이지 됩니다. 페이지 우리
애들 욕 먹고 또 욕 혼자 먹을게 이제.
야, 거래 확실하게 잡아야 돼. 야, 미드.
야 미드 가면 야 봤다.
타워. 나이스!
타워 얘들 타워 쳐 그냥 타워 쳐.
나이스! 가자!
카이사 10초. 카이사 10초. 넥서스. 네.
And those responses are almost exactly what we expected, except for just how cute Zeka was with his response. I think Viper saying nothing and then getting up is like the most Viper thing ever.
It's just another day at the office.
Yeah, I mean, Viper, a man who has conquered a world championship, but has been looking for this LCK title for a long time since his return. Now they've got the champions shirts on, and we all know what that means.
It's time
for awards ceremony.
Exactly, and Kastajun going to be coming out, and he's going to help us award Humble Life Esports with this incredible honor of being the first new LCK champion in a really long time. Because of course, it's the first time that HLE Esports have won it under this name, of course. Took over the spot of the Rocks Tigers. But HLE, yes, they made it to Worlds. They made it to top 8 at Worlds. Through the Worlds Gauntlet, right? That wasn't even an opportunity to go very far in the playoffs that season.
Yeah, but even last year, right? I think that they were
우리은행과 함께하는 2024
weren't able to.
LCK 서머 그랜드 파이널.
Gus Jun is going to be taking us through this one.
시상식을 거행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 다들
We will be
보신 것처럼 오늘 정말
the
엄청난
awards,
업적을 거둔
of course.
챔피언이 탄생했습니다. 자, 바로
And we'll have a
우승팀
few
시상으로 넘어갑니다.
important people coming up to give out a lot of these awards as well,
국내 영업부문
which is absolutely
부문장님께서
fantastic.
수고해 주시겠습니다. 여러분,
Yep,
큰
Kim
박수로
Bomsok
환영해
is
주십시오.
the head of the domestic business unit for the Woori Bank. Of course, our biggest sponsor here in the LCK. We owe them so much.
And what a year it's been as well, right? 2 back-to-back finals.
Yeah,
going to 5
gamers.
5
That's nutty.
우리은행의 지원이 정말
3
큰 도움이 됐는데요.
That's an upgrade.
한 말씀 여쭙고
I
싶습니다.
reckon
a while, you know,
yeah,
we've had that.
We've had 2 for a really long time. Although I guess there was that blip.
우리은행의 김범석 부문장입니다.
But
So this is the head of the domestic business unit, as we mentioned.
천년도시 역사를 가진
Woori Bank
우리
that loves
경주에서
the LCK.
e스포츠의 미래를
They've been supporting us for such an
만들어가실 우리
incredibly long
팬분들과
time.
함께
It's also hard to put
새로운
into words.
역사를
But
보고
like, if you go
있으니
into the
매우
Woori Bank app,
감동적입니다.
there is LCK stuff there.
천년
Like
역사의
it's really heavily integrated. It's one of the many examples of how Korean
우리
culture has just esports
사랑과
embedded in it
성원
everywhere.
속에 천년의 전설을 만들어가시길
And it means
기대합니다.
a lot that they're
그
all
기대에
coming here
부응할 수 있도록
in Gyeongju
우리은행은
to
앞으로도
hand these awards out as well.
꾸준히
He's saying, you know, that he's basically really happy that we have new history made tonight, and Woori Bank is, of course, looking forward towards the future of the LCK. And he thanks all the fans for their support.
Definitely a good look to be crowning a new champion as far as development of the league is concerned. That's exactly what Delight said, right? This is one of the capitals of history and culture here in Korea, and it's a pretty good place to create a bit of that history.
그랜드 파이널의 우승 여러분 함께 외쳐주시기 바랍니다. 그랜드 파이널의 우승 한화생명 축하합니다.
So congratulations to Hanwha as he gets the fans involved here as well. Fans who have waited for so long. And that's 200 million won.
That's a lot. And I prefer to not do like the basic conversion because it always just looks so impressive because
It
there's
looks
so many
dope.
zeros. It's
As captain, he's not going to be receiving the ring now, but of course, all the players.
I'm looking forward to
champion.
next year's intro. Let's just say that. I'm pretty psyched about that one.
And we saw the you know, documentary, the behind the scenes on making the championship ring as well. It was very cool to see from Golden
Yeah.
And man, what a
I
story
still
for Peanut.
can't believe it.
I know it's you don't get finals like this.
It's
even like every few years.
Yeah.
You know?
No, and it's more insane to me is that I thought last finals was not going to be topped, and frankly, I think this tops it. The fact that Hanwha is able to do it, despite all of us thinking that even if it wasn't going to be a 3-0, it was going to be a one-sided series.
It's kind of nutty as well because once you go into that and you're thinking about how incredible it is, you then remember that Orcs predicted HLE Esports.
So we're going to be awarding the finals MVP with the mayor of Gyeongju. His name is Na Gyeongju. Here he is on stage. And this is, I think, for a lot of people, the most exciting part of post-finals. Who gets the MVP?
And who do you guys think at home? Make sure that you're definitely spamming that one in Twitch chat. I think a lot of people are probably of the same mind.
Introducing himself, the mayor of Gyeongju.
Tell you what, it's been a beautiful time here in Gyeongju as well. We get spoiled with our roadshows, to be perfectly honest, but Gyeongju is such a beautiful city. If you ever come to Korea, please come here.
I mean, even the stage, right? The fact that it represents the bridge.
Yep.
In such a beautiful way. The teaser that was shot there as well.
And the magical astrology tower that I am not going to try to pronounce because I do butcher it.
But it's very cute as a weeby friend.
Exactly, exactly. And you can just rewind on YouTube or something like that and get Dagon's beautiful rendition of how to pronounce it.
His rendition?
Yeah. Yeah. It's Chomsongdae. And that was actually pretty good. I kind of nailed it, right?
You did.
Oh.
Which rendition you like more, Wolf?
Of the Chomsongdae?
Yeah, Dagon or Atlas?
I'm going to have to go Atlas on this one.
I mean, I'm kind of cheating. I've been here for an added many years.
I've been in
Korean
lessons with you, Atlas.
I thought you meant some of the art that we have of it or like the really cute plushies. I was going to have to go with the plushies.
Chomsongdae is actually, that's the actual thing.
Yeah.
And the plushies have a different name. So they're also really cute. But if you ever do come to Korea, huge recommendation to come here. As it's Chomsong-gi.
And I just want to also give a huge shout out, of course, to the city that we come here to have this finals for. It's been awesome. Everyone I've met here has been super friendly. And, you know, it's been rad to have another really cool roadshow here in a different city. We're traveling and giving these players the opportunity to play on multiple stages before Worlds.
And it was what we used to do, right? But I feel like the pandemic really did add a lot of perspective to just how lucky we are to be able to experience these beautiful places and travel all around Korea for the LCK finals as well. And man, he's holding on to the suspense here to see who is going to get the MVP. I think there's a few options. He's now asking us. Yes, we would like to know.
He's really hopeful we'll have more big events like this in Gyeongju in the future.
I think that's everyone here as well, agreeing with him on that one.
Yeah, and also that everyone gets home safely, of course, who came to visit. But we still have one question.
Indeed. We've been asking it for some time.
Wait.
Oh.
5 million won prize as well on top of the prize money here for the finals for the MVP.
And these cards
are
really
reveal
big.
Oh. But he's also going to ham it up, and it's going to take a little while, and he's going to ask the crowd.
Who is it going to be? Oh, the camera guy knows. Does the camera guy? Wait, no, the camera guy doesn't know.
That was very dramatic, Atlas.
It's a pretty split vote in the crowd.
I don't know.
No,
these guys.
His
to the
parents
left.
are here.
Oh, that's his mom. Yeah, his mom's
Zeka.
really close to us right now. So yeah, I think we know where the bias is coming from.
The MVP?
MVP is? It's Zeka that picks it up, and of course he does. I feel like we were kind of hamming it up a little bit, but this guy has been such an incredible player for Humble Life Esports, and to be able to not only be such a strong carry in this series, but taking into account his opposition makes it even more massive. Plus, he grew up just basically a suburb across from Gyeongju here, so it means so much to be able to win so close to home.
And to be able to do it against the LCK MVP in Chovy, and to be able to do it as that 5th mid. You know, we always had our 4 mids that go to the LCK finals. He becomes the 5th in so long. To do it against Chovy, to have such a big growth this year, it's just so well deserved. That's one of the easiest MVP votes I've ever given here in the LCK, to be honest.
Yeah, don't think this one is going to be controversial. There's some
I don't think so.
votes.
I think like
to which we still argue about.
Peanut. It's Peanut that could have been like a pseudo argument.
Oh no, I think we can make a great case for Peanut. But I don't think anyone's going to be mad.
No.
As you point out, Wolf, I don't think there was any gap that was perceived to be as big, as good as Zeka has been. Again, as the gap between Chovy and Zeka. So the fact that he was able to have basically an incredible performance in every game is mind-boggling.
And now it is time to throw it back to Dia for the MVP interview.
내가 들어야 되는데. 이거 이쪽으로. 네, 감사합니다. 협조해 주셔서. 네. 제커 선수. 네, 이거 고향 근처에서. 그 네크리스는 좀 우리 제커 선수가 갖고
Let's hear from Zeka.
예.
And if your teammate can hold on to your necklace while you do the interview,
갔다 왔는데 고향 같아요.
you know,
가까워서.
right next to your home, Pohang. You get to win the title. How do you feel?
파이널 MVP를 받을 거라고 생각을 못 했는데
You know, I didn't realize that I was going to get the finals MVP.
너무 고맙게 생각하고 있고
I feel like everyone has done so well today, and that's why I was able to receive this award.
기쁜 것 같습니다.
And throughout all of our hard work,
사실 우승 반지는 제카 선수의
all the rough patches that we went through, I think this is the moment that we can celebrate together, and so grateful.
요거 어느 분께 이거 잠깐이라도 물론 이제 제카 선수의 목이 최고로 올리게 어느 분께 이게 뭐 그런 생각이 좀
Of
드십니까?
course, this necklace belongs to you, but do you think you might actually let someone else wear it?
제가 잘 어울리지 않을까 싶습니다.
You know, I have a really nice neck, so I think I would look really good with this necklace.
롤드컵에서도 더욱더 멋진 활약 기대하도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 다시 한번
We look forward to an even amazing performance at Worlds. Please give it up to your finals MVP, Zeka.
네. 자, 골든듀오 MVP 네크리스는 선수들의 빛나는 열정을 다이아몬드 라인으로 강조한 목걸이로 단 한 명의 오직 파엠 MVP에게만 주어집니다. 가까이서
Looks
보니까
like
더욱더
only
탐납니다.
the finals MVP
자,
will
그럼
receive
이제
the Golden Dew necklace.
다들 익숙하신 트로피 세레모니를 거행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 트로피
The next up will be the trophy ceremony.
선수뿐만 아니라 혹시 팀 관계자분들 계시다고 한다면 그리고 각종 응원 도구 많잖아요. 이렇게 그런 거 있으면 다 준비해 주시기 바랍니다. 이번 트로피 세레모니는 선수단뿐만
Thank you so much, Dia, for the translation. Feels like Zeka is completely overwhelmed, and we can actually see his parents just to our left here, right next to the caster desk, and they are also kind of losing their minds. It's an unprecedented result and such an incredibly wholesome moment, as now we're going to get Life Esports lifting this trophy once again. And as Zeka said quite a few hours ago now, he's got the forearms for it, gentlemen. He is ready and prepared.
I mean, a lot of people enjoy the MVP announcement the most post-finals, but I'm going to be honest with you guys, this is my favorite moment.
Yeah.
This is the moment where the players, the coaches, some of the org members come out and celebrate together. A tough season, a long year, and the realization that you're on top of this incredibly complex and high-level League of Legends tournament, and you're our first seed going to Worlds in summer. It means so much.
And so many ups and downs for this team as well, but I feel like all year long we were waiting for this, right? The realization of the potential of this squad. And Life Esports,
it's off-center!
This is the right time to figure it out. It's probably on center for someone, Chronicler. That's what you have to realize. Maybe not for us, but it's on center for someone.
Don't make me feel bad about
Yeah, Chronicler, like, come on, it's all about perspective.
Okay,
but like literally it is. We're looking out of a lens, yes.
All right. Man, what a year for Hanwha. Finally able to lift a trophy. We get a new champion, and it's been so long. I think this is something fans have been waiting for so long. Whether you're a fan of T1, Genji, or Hanwha Life are defending and now current champions here.
What about the Griffin fans as well? Finally, you know, getting another trophy for another Griffin boy.
And you know that the Rocks fans out there,
oh yeah,
they are. I don't know how many tissues they've gone through, but people got teary-eyed just when they made it.
I need there to be a replay episode that has Prey just experiencing what it is to see this organization.
You know, my
at least their
part,
success of find the victory.
My favorite part is the video that plays at the end of every LCK season.
And now it's time for that. So thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next season.
네. 자, 뒤에서 계속 즐기시고 계시고요. 자, 저만 엔딩하면 되겠습니다. 자, 우리은행과 함께하는 2024 LCK 서머 스프릿 글랜드 파이널은 다들 보신 것처럼 한화생명 e스포츠의 우승으로 모두 이렇게 아름다운 밤이 마무리됐습니다. LCK 최초의 우승, 그리고 전팀까지 고려하면 8년 만에 우승, 한화생명 e스포츠 다시 한번 깊은 축하 말씀을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 하우스 오브 레전드 천년의 역사를 자랑한 이곳 경주에서 또 하나의 영광스러운 발자취를 우리 LCK가 남기게 됐습니다. 다가오는 월드에서도 LCK가 좋은 모습 보여줄 수 있을 것임을 기대하면서 2024 월드 챔피언십 LCK 대표 선발전으로 저희는 다음에 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 서머 함께해 주신 여러분 진심으로 감사드립니다. 여러분 모두 안녕히 가십시오. 고맙습니다.
안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아의 원딜을 맡고 있는 에이밍입니다.
건동 프릭스의 정글 커즈,
하나생명 탑라이너 토란,
젠지의 서포트 맡고 있는 리엔즈 송신입니다.
안녕하세요. T1의 페이커입니다.
벌써 서머 시즌이 끝났는데요.
시즌 때만 되면 너무 시간이 빨리 가는 것 같아서 안 좋았던 순간들도 많았는데
좋은 경험도 많이 한 것 같고
마무리는 잘 한 것 같아서 그냥 시원섭섭하네요. 네.
e스포츠 월드컵이 껴있어서 그런가 더 생각보다 빨리 갔었던 시즌이었던 것 같고 경쟁력 있는 시즌이었던 것 같아서 하면서 재밌는 시즌이었던 것 같아요.
1라운드 중반에 올라왔는데 못했던 점도 있는데 좋은 모습도 많이 보여드린 점도 있어가지고 제 나름 좀 많이 뿌듯하다고 생각합니다.
괜찮은 성과를 거둔 것 같아서 앞으로 더 열심히 해야겠다는 생각이 든 것 같습니다.
많이 배워서 성장을 해서 괜찮아진 것 같은데 이렇게 시즌이 끝나서 너무 아쉽고
이번 시즌 처음 해보니까 사실 너무 재밌었는데 두렵기도 했고요.
But in terms of like the opportunity to join, it's felt like finding a new home, and I'm very grateful and thankful and proud of that.
오늘 무슨 대인가요, 진짜? LCK 주간 예상 다 틀렸습니다.
솔직히 그때 일단 제가 합류한 지 얼마 안 되고 연습도 별로 못하는 상태에서 첫 경기로 왔었는데
그때 2대0으로 이긴 게 진짜 너무 오랜만이었어가지고 그때 이기고서도 약간 뭔가 한 세트 더 남은 것 같은데 막 이런 생각을 했었던 것 같습니다.
폴로 선수가 같이 POG 인터뷰 했었던 것 같은데 그때 대기하면서 아마 오늘 뭐 형 없었으면 못 이겼을 것 같다, 막 고맙다 뭐 그런 얘기를 하더라고요. 그래서 그게 좀 기억에 남는 것 같아요.
야, 해줄게. 야, 미드가. 끝났다. 우리 팀 좋아요. 아, 진짜 너무 잘했다, 우리 팀.
서브 한 번이라도 잡아봐야겠다. 약간 그런 생각으로 갔었는데 2대0으로 이겼으니까 배에 뛰면서 제일 짜릿했던 그런 순간이 아니었나. 처음에 입단한 곳이 T1이었는데 잡게 되니까 되게 믿기지 않았던 것 같았어요.
그동안 했던 게 보상받는 느낌이라 해야 되나?
싸우기도 하고 분위기도 안 좋고 그랬는데 자기 실력에 대한 자신감도 생기고
오늘이 제일 이번 연도에서 제일 행복하다 뭐 그런 얘기를 많이 했던 것 같아요.
상대적으로 약팀들한테 다 지고 리그에서 제일 잘하는 두 팀을 잡은 상황이 되게 이상하잖아요. 이게 뭐지라는 막 생각을 좀 되게 많이 했던 것 같아요.
선수들도 선수들이고 감독 코치님도 모든 프론트분들까지 되게 좋아하셨던 것 같습니다.
저희가 저희 할 것만 잘한다면은 충분히 그냥 다 이긴다는 생각이 있었던 것 같아요.
물론입니다. 와! 말해요.
시바나 하긴 해야 해요. 보여줘야 되긴 해.
그때 당시로 돌아가서 생각해 본다면 지표가 너무 좋고 거진 이기는 거예요.
하나생명이랑 같이 이제 연습 경기를 했을 때 시바나가 굉장히 많이 나왔었는데
사실 전날에 벨픽회의 하면서 뭐 나올 수도 있고 안 나올 수도 있지만 딱 1, 2픽으로 해주시더라고요.
결과는 네, 보시다시피 좋지 않게 나오긴 했죠. 네. 아쉬웠고요. 그때 당시 이제 돌아가서 피드백 하는데 제가 그냥 미안하다 뭐 그렇게 됐다라고 했던 것 같아요. 네.
사실 시바나가 거기서 해줄 수 있는 건 없다는 건 이제 저도 알고 누구나 아는 사실이지만 거기서 시바나가 그러고 있었다는 게 재미있는 상황이기도 하고 시바나는 정말 하면 안 될 것 같구나 라는 생각을 했습니다.
그 장면 별로 말할 것도 없이 도와주면 저도 죽어서 안 도와줬습니다. 네, 그게 다예요. 시바나가 아니었어도 안 도와줬을 겁니다. 아마도.
아니 진짜 스바나 아니 내가 보여주겠다.
스크림에서 쓸 때도 좀 많이 좋았다고 생각했고 근데 막상 대회장에 가서 써보니까 좀 많이 안 좋은 것 같더라고요. 다시는 안 쓸 것 같습니다.
이제 다음에도 뭔가 그런 식으로 근거가 좋거나 충분하다면 어떤 챔피언이든 네, 꺼낼 생각이 있습니다.
2023 월드 우승은 T1입니다.
많은 분들이 또 기다리셨던 스킨이 나오니까 다들 축제를 즐겨주시는 것 같아서 기분이 좋았던 것 같습니다. 제 스킨이 나왔다는 것 자체에서 그냥 좋은 것 같습니다. 오리아나 같은 경우에 되게 밝게 나온 것 같고 좀 기존에는 없던 색감이었던 것 같아서 그런 점이 좀 마음에 드는 것 같습니다. 페리아 선수 바디의 관문은 꽤 잘 나왔다고 생각을 하지만 멤버들의 스킨은 리신보다는 좀 아쉽다고 생각이 들어서 저도 근데 리신 스킨이 어떻게 생긴지 사실 제대로 몰라가지고 스킨을 좀 잘 쓰진 않는데 뭐 기회가 나면 나중에 써보도록 하겠습니다.
초등학교 때 장기자랑에 나가서 여자친구 걸그룹 춤을 혼자 춘 그런 게 있거든요.
리액션 하는 게 정말 쉽지 않은데 대단하다고 느꼈어요.
팬분들이 좋아하시면 저도 기쁜 거기 때문에 행복합니다.
이번엔 진짜 죽인다. 죽이러 간다.
좀 솔직히 말씀드려서 계속 지니까 뭔가 계속 죽이러 간다고 하기도 부담되는 것도 사실이었는데 들었을 때 재밌고 저도 뭔가 자극이 많이 됐었고요. 뭐 이길 때까지 계속 시도할 것 같고 저희가 졌던 세월이 너무 길기 때문에 다음에도 죽이러 간다.
바람아, 너도 골드킹이야?
진짜 솔직하게 너무 대단하다고 생각하고
일단은 제가 좀 성장력에 되게 장점이 있는 사람이라고 생각이 드는데 그 성장력을 바탕으로 또 골드를 많이 흡수하는 것 같고요.
이제 뭐 저희끼리는 장난식으로 쟤 또 골드킹 그만 좀 먹어라 이런 식으로 좀 놀리긴 하지만 사람이 너무 고맙고 앞으로도 계속 오래오래 할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
또 이제 팀원이 이제 뭐 저한테 가져다 준 걸 생각해서 뭐 이번에 계속 받을 때마다 주신 뭐 은화 정도면은 팀원한테 줄 마음이 너무 많습니다.
걔는 무슨 골드킹이면서 좀 운 가지고 좀 이거 인터뷰 끝나고 계좌번호 알려주고 오고 있습니다.
젠지가 LCK의 새로운 기록의 장을 이렇게 엽니다.
제 리그 전승으로 마칠 수 있었는데 그거 못해서 좀 아쉬운 것 같아요. 프로게임을 하면서 그런 기록들을 쌓아나간다는 것은 정말 감사한 일이라고 생각해서 그런 기록들이 생길 때마다 엄청 좋았습니다.
1000킬을 빠르게 세워가지고 저 스스로 좀 칭찬했던 것 같습니다. 어떤 팬분께서 1000킬 세레머니로 렌즈 선수 멱살 잡는 거를 요청을 해주셔가지고
밥 먹을 때 형 멱살 진짜 잡아도 되죠? 이렇게 살짝 이렇게 농담이죠 이렇게 했는데 갑자기 형 진짜 잡을게요 갑자기 이래가지고 내가 그래 재밌게 해가지고 그냥 좋지 않았어요. 동생 7살 동생인데 좋지 않았습니다.
일단 리엔즈 선수한테 게임 내적으로든 많은 걸 배웠는데 고맙다고 전해주고 싶고
언젠가는 세계 최고 원딜이 될 수 있다고 생각하고 앞으로도 계속 잘했으면 좋겠다.
지거나 이기거나 항상 와주셔서 응원해주셔서 감사하고
저희가 열심히 해서 꼭 다시 모래폭풍을 계속 일으켜가지고 팬분들한테 보답하는 경기가 돼서 다행인 것 같고
항상 좋은 플레이로 보여드릴 수 있게 열심히 해서 더 좋은 선수가 될 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
항상 느끼는 거지만 이제 팬분들이 함께 계시니까 저희가 열심히 할 수 있는 거고
그냥 주어지는 게 아니라 저희의 그만한 무게와 책임감도 있다고 생각을 해서 그 응원에 맞게 항상 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 앞으로도 계속 함께 해주시면 감사할 것 같습니다. 사랑합니다.
프로에 있어서는 팬분들이 꼭 필요하잖아요. 뭔가 스스로 가치 있는 사람이 되게 해준 게 팬분들 덕이라 생각해서 지금의 저를 만들어주셔서 감사하다는 말 드리고 싶었습니다.
결과랑 상관없이 올해 나쁘지 않은 마무리를 해보자는 생각으로 열심히 달려왔던 것 같은데
올해 LCK는 끝났지만
내년에 LCK에서 또 다시 만나요.
내년에 LCK에서도 만나요.
내년에도 LCK에서 만나요.
내년에도 LCK에서 다시 만나요, 여러분. 안녕.
내년에 LCK에서 또 만나요.
내년에 LCK에서 기다리도록 하겠습니다.